What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, man? How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Good to see you, HEX.INFO.
Good to see you.
Hey, I like the NASA logo. That's pretty cool.
Thanks, man. I found this at Ross, actually.
Oh, nice, dude. Nice, man.
Yeah, it was a come up. It's pretty cool.
Hell yeah. No, seriously, to the moon, right?
Yeah. Are we using your stream or Wales' stream?
I think it's gonna be Wales. Yeah, he invited me earlier, so I think he's got it all set up, and I think we might actually be live. So, yeah, man, it's cool to be invited. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just didn't know. I was talking to him earlier, but
Oh yeah.
Maddie was live, so he wasn't sure. He wanted to hold off just for a little bit, but couldn't hold off for too long.
All right, guys. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
It's a little bit quiet, but
a little bit quiet. Let me get the mic up.
it might be from my end, but
how about now? Is that a little louder?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, guys. So I apparently was on mute, didn't have a clue. Welcome everybody. This is HEX Talk Live, episode 2. The main topic of the show is going to be value. We're going to talk value, but we're also going to go over some, current events because today was a pretty busy day. Got my boy Valiant Brand here in HEX.INFO. They were basically chopping it up before I realized I was not even on. So
yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know what was going down. It's all good.
Yeah, I had no idea either. So no worries.
Cool.
Yeah, first time for everything, so it's fine.
Oh yeah, man. Thanks for having us
with it.
Yeah, right, exactly. Hold on, I'm trying to get the right screen on. Why isn't it letting me show?
Where's your logo at?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't have one. There we go. But I have to put my logo up, apparently. I thought it just kept it. This thing is annoying.
StreamYard's weird sometimes. It happens
it is weird.
Too.
Because, I mean, my logo should just be there. I've already, I guess, because I haven't used this before. Let me try to throw it up there. Just give me a second, guys.
Take your time. Yeah, HEX.INFO. I like your setup, man. The the TV in the back with the Nike logo of the candlestick chart. That's pretty cool. And so what do you got? You got the HEX logo, STAKER.APP, and then is that the Nomics logo too?
Yeah, so I got Nomics, yeah, Staker, and then HEX logo, and then I'm kind of covering them up, but I got an Ethereum lamp and a HEX lamp, and then another HEX lamp over there. But yeah, it's kind of just weird getting all the lighting right because I have so many different lights in this room, so it's like to try to get stuff to show up and then on the screen. But yeah, it works. I think it's pretty cool. Does it look? It looks all right on screen.
Yeah, looks perfect to me, man. Looks really nice. It's cool to see your setup and especially those lamps too, man. Those are pretty badass. I need to get one too.
Yeah, we got some new stuff coming too. It's gonna be really cool with some different types of lamps. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. They're all different stuff. There's you know how the community is. They just start making stuff.
I tell you what, one thing I've noticed, there's so many different like styles of people and whatnot, but there's a lot of artists in HEX, and people like Johnny Chaos, or there's a handful of people. I mean, even the person that you mentioned that does the lamps and whatnot. It's pretty cool to see. Even people like Crypto Kool-Aid that did the HEX conference, like the CG and whatnot. Pretty cool how many people we got that are super talented like that.
Yeah, and then you find out about people that you never even seen talking on stream, but you see that they've like made all this awesome content, or they've done added a lot of value in some way, like the backgrounds, or they did songs, or they did something else, so it's cool. Yeah, everyone has their own like kind of flavor they bring. But yeah, there's a lot of people making artists, all different art, whether it's music or digital art or painting or so many different things.
Totally, man. And exactly. And then also wanted to say, I know I said it on my stream the other day, but now that we're on stream. Good job with the Block Babes little stream. That was pretty cool to see, and you guys had a really good stream, so that was cool to watch.
Thanks. Yeah, it was good. I had a good time on there. There's some cool chicks. We had a good conversation. They're smart too. It's
Seriously.
you don't find very many people just in general that will that can even understand some of these concepts we talk about. So it's nice just to be able to have a conversation about our generation and crypto and where we're going and what's really a legit DeFi product and what's not. And yeah, it was good. Got to talk about STAKER.APP too, so that was cool to throw that in there.
It was cool. I heard you, some of the questions about like the OA and whatnot, and the way that I've always kind of like considered the origin address is like similar to Satoshi, like Bitcoin Satoshi. But anyways, that was cool to hear the discussion. I agree. I mean, they're very, they weren't like dismissive, and they were listening to the points that you were making, and I think that's important in any topic, not just crypto, but like anything that you're trying to learn, to have an open mind. And as people say in crypto, like, do your own research. But then it's so comical and disgusting how many people claim that all the time, but then like with Hex they do like 1 minute of research, and then there's always those outliers. But it was cool to hear those ladies, and we've got a lot of ladies in Hex too, but it's nice to have that.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool to just have they were, other than Crypty Girl, it was more of an outsider perspective. They were just unclear about some things, just like anyone would be, I suppose. So yeah, it's cool to be able to get into some other streams, some other lanes where there's other audiences, and just get the good word out.
It's really important. I mean, even yesterday with RG3, Dollar Cost, and Crypto Blood. I mean, I followed Crypto Blood back in 2017, and after a while, just kind of stopped following him, and along with all the other influencers. But it's just really cool to see people come full circle. And as far as like Hex goes, and trying to be able to have a conversation with other people that are still in crypto. One thing Dollar Cost mentions a lot is the honey versus the vinegar, right? The approach, and how can you really expect someone to like not only convert, but even just listen to you or take your point seriously when
there we go.
They're on the attack.
Jesus. Sorry, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
all
sir.
right. Sorry, I was having major technical difficulties. Thank you for holding it down in the meanwhile.
Oh, for sure.
I was hearing you guys, but you guys couldn't hear me.
Yeah, at least you didn't pass out this time.
Right. Yeah, I promise it won't happen again. That was that was a feat of grand proportions. I didn't expect to be. I hadn't slept the night before. I rarely sleep, number one, just to start off with that. I rarely sleep. So for me to even do that was just ridiculous. It was just not a smart move on my part, to be honest. But it's all right. It was well worth it, because I think everybody's going to garner some serious value from that 8-hour stream. And I think that's the important part. And I mean, like you guys were just talking, I mean, that interview with the Joker and Maddie was just, wow. I didn't expect it to be that good. It was very good. To talk about, just mental health is not talked about enough, unfortunately. And a lot of what we happen to see today in terms of like the prison system and how it works, it's actually replaced the mental health system in America. And that's a problem, right? Because because what ultimately happens is that now you have these people that go into this environment where they don't belong in the first place. And then they come out and they're just animals. Because, when you're in prison, that's what you become, right? I mean, let's be honest, right? So that's an unfortunate aspect of our society that, people just ignore for some reason. But, they don't ignore it once it happens to them. You know how that goes. But, yeah, so the Hex community, man, I just want to talk about it for a little bit, because every day I'm just, more and more shocked by it, right? And just like you guys were talking, also the Block ladies, there just isn't a Hexican that isn't impressive to some degree or another. That just seems to be the commonality, just a common theme. that I'm noticing. And at first, you see everybody, like every crypto community, every coin has a crypto community, right? We've all been, if we've been around more than a year, we've all been involved in other crypto communities. And when I was around back in the day, that didn't really exist, right? That's actually new.
Mm-hmm.
I think Richard might have been talking about this yesterday. Sorry about the background noise, but I live in New York City.
Okay.
Um, I think Richard was talking about this in his stream day before yesterday, and it's very true, right? The crypto world now is almost, it's like a toddler at this point. It's barely walking. Finally, you're seeing institutional adoption, right? You're seeing. Let me just change the screen here for a little bit, just to make it at least a topical headline, right? Not something completely unrelated. The crypto market now has something that didn't exist before, which is called decentralized finance, which is essentially the hopeful replacement for what we know and call legacy finance. And I mean, the whole thing is that for the past 10 years, we've had, basically since Bitcoin came out, clearly, because it came out on January 3rd, 2009. And I think a month or two later is when the Fed started their first quantitative easing, or whatever, commie support program, oligarchy commie support program. It's really what it is. And since then, interest rates have been zero. If you're a saver of US dollars, you have been getting hammered nonstop at a rate that's been unprecedented in history. So if you've been saving dollars, you've been getting, sliced and diced in every which way possible, right? And the funny thing is that, well, I'm not really a fan of the Mr. Saylor gentleman. I do respect a lot of his views. Some of them are sensical, some of them are hyperbolic. And the one thing that I do have to agree with wholeheartedly is the fact that if you are holding US dollars, you are essentially holding a melting ice cube. That's really a great way of describing it, because it is true, right? Every year you have this so-called 2% target that the Central Bank of the United States has, also known as the Federal Reserve. And really what that is, it's like I've detailed before, it's really just a decimation of the value of the currency, right? And what ultimately happens is that on a year-over-year basis, you need more dollars, more fiat dollars to survive, right? If you're going to pay for things in fiat and you're going to make money in fiat, then you're playing a losing game at all times, because the rate of change for those fiats that you're earning is always negative, right? It's always negative every single day. And it's not like T-shares, right? T-shares go up in value. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about the dollar going down in value. That is more dollars going into the system, not less, which is the complete antithesis, right, of what HEX T-shares does, right? So it's very important people are able to distinguish that difference, because it's critical. So
A lot of
go ahead.
Did
No,
you?
go right ahead.
I was just going to ask you. You said the Fed has a 2% inflation target per year. Is that what you said?
Right. That's the typical target number that they have typically. When
So how do they prevent like over 50 or 100 years from being completely inflationary?
they don't. That's the
That
thing.
we're on that ride right now.
Right. We've been doing it since at least the 80s.
that's one thing I tell a lot of people. They they just some people, they just look at the money in their savings or their bank, and what they don't realize, to your point, was only is that more money is being added to the supply, and it's devaluing
Right.
devaluing that value if they're not doing anything with it. If it's just sitting in fiat and it's not going into assets that can work for you, like HEX or T shares or other assets as well, then to your point, it's like the melting ice cube. That's a great analogy.
Right. Right. And you know what's interesting? If you look at just the DeFi space, right, as a whole, a big chunk of that, a big chunk of those dollars goes into the US dollar stablecoin space to earn interest, right? And Yearn Finance is actually one of those spots, those hot spots where those dollar stablecoins go to earn finance. And I actually made a chart today that I found. This guy has a website. I show his website on the chart, so you guys will see the link later. Where the gentleman essentially catalogs the returns that you have earned during this whole time in DeFi. And let me tell you, it's a shame. It's a low down dirty shame. And you guys will see what I mean when we get to the chart. I mean, it's crazy. The gentleman starts with a base number of 10,000. And let me just tell you, they don't even break the $1,000 mark. And it's been almost 2 years since DeFi has been in existence, right? Didn't it start in like early 2019 or something? Right? Isn't it something like that? Like early 2019 is when DeFi started, right? Like January or March, something like that. April.
Yeah, I think only like a year and a half. Summer was like DeFi summer, I'm pretty sure.
No, I mean since inception.
Inception,
Yeah,
2017 was like first early stuff.
Right. So it's really been like a solid 2 years. You can't just count from when everybody woke up to the fact that it exists. That doesn't count. That's like saying Hex isn't shit, right? When we all know that's not true. So that's why you have to look at things in the proper time frame. That's very important. Maybe let's see what's going on here.
I know things like Hex and Uniswap really, don't know if they're the first, but they definitely helped kick it off. I know, Uniswap was listed Hex like maybe a week or 2 weeks after, but
right. But that's when Uniswap came out, right? That's the thing. I'm not sure. I mean, we can find out. Why are we acting like we can't just Google this shit? I'm sorry. We can.
Well, it depends what day, like what DeFi product or project you would start the inception, or when they actually started coding and rolling stuff out. Like,
so let's go to DeFi Pulse. DeFi Pulse is typically okay. So it is August 2017. There you go. August 2017 starts with $4. Boom.
Yeah. Sounds. Yep.
Not much at all. So if we go back a year, like you said, there's really not much going on. It's $1 billion, right? Which doesn't sound like anything. It really doesn't sound like anything, right? But man, look at where we're at now. 35 billion, basically. 33? 32.6. That doesn't sound like a lot of money, but what we have to understand what's going on, right? And this is kind of why I wanted to talk tonight. It's about understanding value, right? Like, and where the value is found in the DeFi space, because this website is a great example of what to avoid, right? I mean, look at this stuff. Some of it, if you want to hodl, right, you want to make money to get more hex, that's great. But you're exposing yourself to some serious risk, right? And the funny thing is that a lot of these projects, and I don't even know them by name, have been hacked, right? On this specific list, right? Like, I'm not even making it up. We can Google it. I think Cover was even on here at one point. Now it's no longer on here.
Well, to your point, the Yearn Finance right there, number 13.
Correct. And they just got hacked today for, I think, a total of like $14 million. I don't know if you were kind of like that, but it was like 2.8 million in DAI and 11 million from the vaults. So it sounds like it's 14 million total. I mean, poof, gone. Right? And these are things that happen. And I mean, we found out about it because of a retweet here and there. Right? If you're not following these guys, you're not going to hear about it. I was looking just to see what the media for crypto was reporting, and it's literally the most minimal text you could find. Like, it's literally just like this. Is this it? No, this isn't it. This is it. So if you look at the length of this article, that's it. Nothing. Doesn't matter.
Not much there.
Just another hack. No biggie. Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, it was on their DAO V1 DAO side, and
Right.
I don't
Yeah, I
know
get it.
I don't
I
know
get it.
exactly what happened, but yeah, they basically it's like, oh, it happened. If
Um,
just don't look at
what
it.
what happened was, and they detail it a little. They go into it a little bit here. Whoever did it basically manipulated the gas, and by manipulating the gas, they were able to like do something with that, like lift up the line to let the money go under it, so to speak. Like
Yeah,
it's
it's
something like that. Like they jumped the line, and by jumping the line and forcing everybody to the back, they were able to like expose something. That's what it seems like, but I'm not sure either. I'm not
yeah.
like I
Um,
don't I'm not a blockchain coder. I don't fucking know.
a lot of the times it has to do with in DeFi, these exploits, they use flash loans and some type of arbitrage, but I don't know if that's how this one was
Yeah, it seems like the way
exploited.
it reads, because the founder of Avi tweeted out that later a transaction at the heart of the exploit involving numerous DeFi protocols and more than $5,000 worth of ETH dominated gas fees. So that's what makes me think that is exactly what you're saying. They did some type of arbitrage trick to fool the system into letting it do something that they must understand on the back end that we can't go in and find, right? Like we could go into that open source code because all of this code is open source, right? Like that's something we have to understand that's important because that's kind of what allows a lot of these copycats to permeate, right? That's why you have so many hex copycats, right? That's why you have a sushi swap, right? That's why you have a cream, etc. Right? You have so many copycats out there. And there's a reason that the hex copycats fail epically versus the others, right? Like it's important we like focus on like really the highlighted points, right? Because it's so easy to get lost in the weeds. And that's something I spent a lot of time learning because when you're in the capital markets in finance on Wall Street, and you're dealing with ambiguous environments at all times, because that's the most important thing we have to understand as people that operate in markets. We're operating under the assumption that we have an idea of what we're doing, when the reality is we really don't. Right? We can presume with math. That's all we can realistically do, and we can only rely on math. And that's why I'm such a believer of math, and I really do treat it like a religion. And it sounds kind of crazy, but that's it's the best thing if I'm gonna lean on something. Hey, what's going on, Kevin? If I'm gonna lean on something, I'm gonna lean on that. That's all, because that's been what's worked best for me, right? Like we all live like that, so it's fair if everybody wants to believe in whatever they want to believe in. That's perfectly fine. But my belief is in math, and that's all. And I
Totally.
have right, and I have my reasons, and that's all it is. Um, so when we rely on math, we're relying on something that we can sit down and just be like, okay, am I thinking about this correctly? Right? Like even when we're doing something that requires something like integrity, right? Like the word integrity is a word I love to harp on a lot because it has a qualitative and a quantitative bent, right? And it's a very evenly keeled word, a very evenly keeled word from that perspective. And the reason that is because when you say, um, Jesus, the word just escaped me. This is ridiculous. What's the word that I just said? I really lost it. This is
Integrity.
integrity, right? When
Integrity.
you say integrity, you're saying that at all times you are yourself.
Yeah.
Whether somebody's looking, whether somebody's not looking. Whether you're having an evil thought or whether you're not having an evil thought, you're still being yourself, because even if you are having an evil thought, you can suppress it, right?
Right.
And that's the thing. Integrity means no matter what, the number is always one, an integer. An integer is basically a counting number, a whole number. So it's a number that is represented by a digit, right? That's basically why it's called an integer. So even when we're talking about values, the values themselves have to be whole. They cannot be decimalized. You see? So even when we're talking about something as simple as having integrity, because it sounds simple, but trust me, it's not. It's not. It's very easy to lie to yourself, right? And we've all done it, so nobody can't say they haven't, because then that's a lie, right? We've all done it to one degree or another, and we don't need to go into examples of the how, but we all know, because we are all human, and that's why it's important to talk about this stuff, because we have to understand that we are human. That's the only way we can be better today than we were yesterday, and hope to be better tomorrow than we are today. So it's important, that we just focus on those little items, right? Because while they might seem insignificant, they're very critical for what we're trying to do here. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to become wealthy individuals by understanding that time is really on our side, right? Like, that's what Hex is trying to teach us,
Totally.
right? And that's the thing, right? Getting rich fast is easy, and that's why it has such a high failure rate, right? That's why it's so easy to sign on to Robinhood, sign on to Webull, sign on to all these stock trading websites. It's so easy. It's supremely easy. It takes no time. They don't do any actual verification. The only time any actual verification occurs is when you're trying to open up one under the guise of using a legal entity, right? That being an LLC or some type of structure like that, a legal structure, basically, right? That's really the only time that a brokerage house is really going to take a good look at you. And I know this because I work on that side of the business on Wall Street.
Sure.
And even if you go and try to open up a brokerage account at a TD Ameritrade or Thinkorswim or whatever, right? You go through that process and you try to open one up for an entity, you're going to see that they actually do conduct due diligence from that perspective, right? And that's fine. So then the question is, why do you think you can just step into something that's so simple and just make money and then just you're good? Because if it was that simple, right, everybody would do it. And everybody would do it to the point where you would not have to work your job, right? Like that would just be your only source of income. But it's just not that simple. It's not. And that's why Hex is so superior. Like I mean, in so many ways, it is so good. Because it removes the ability for you to shoot yourself in the foot. Because that's what trading mostly is. Because it's not that it's not doable. Because I've done it. It's doable. The thing with trading is that it's not something you can truly be consistent at unless you're a freaking robot. And most of us aren't, right? Most of us have to have this super diligent process in place and not deviate. And that's so hard for a human. It's so hard for a human to not deviate because guess what? Temptation is real at all times.
Well, to your point, I mean, humans are fallible, and humans, especially when it comes to like trading, you get greedy, right? You get all cocky that after a couple big wins, maybe now you got more money in your bank that you've ever seen. But to your point, as far as the longevity of it, even if you are like the most successful trader in the world, to Richard's point, a lot of it just comes down to like, even if you have that financial success, you might be compromising like your physical health and just staring at screens all day, and you might not be having like to keep your relationships because of that. And it's cool that we have things like Hex.
Look, just to go off of what you just said, I mean, I went through all that. When I first found trading, I was doing it 24/7. It was because I was trading futures. I wasn't even trading stocks. And the futures markets are a completely different beast. That's 24/5. You're literally trading from Sunday morning at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time through Friday afternoon at 5 p.m., Friday evening, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's literally a 6-day marathon if you're a beast.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a crazy, it's almost like crypto, but not, right? Because you just get a day and a half off versus none. So yeah, so it was an experience. And you're trading, and the thing about futures is it's how in the stocks you make a cent per share. In futures, it's leveraged naturally, so you're making at least $1 a tick, at least, right? You're not going into a stock, buying one stock and making more than a cent. You get the math. Like, there's a big leverage embedded in these products because a futures product is a futures contract that is a centralized product. It's literally only available at the exchange where that product exists. So if you're going to, say, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange to trade an S&P 500 future, that is the only place where you can trade that at. You can't trade it at, say, the Chicago Board of Trade. That's just an example. I know it's completely off topic, but just bear with me. It's relevant. So you have those two different places where you can go trade these two different products. Like, the futures markets itself is a huge behemoth. Like, the trillions of dollars, like, and all that stuff, don't get it wrong, don't get it twisted, is going to come over to DeFi, right? Because it has to. That's clearly what's going on here. Clearly. Everything is coming over here. So even with that,
Hey, you know what I noticed too about Hex is what you always talk about, Wales, about how difficult it is to find double-digit yield, and all these. What you see is all these lending platforms, like the one that just got hacked, is they basically hold on to a vault of all these different coins. Most of them suck, and some of them get exploited, or it's their own fault for doing something with them, like lending them out or using them for flash loans or whatever they do. And so Hex, you hold on to your keys, you don't expose yourself to risk, and you make yield. So opposed to exposing yourself on these platforms. And yeah, the performance is good when it's good until it's not.
not right. That's a very important statement. I mean, you really nailed it, right? I think that's really, really important to hone in on, because people just like those 3-digit APYs, man. Like, I feel you, but you don't understand the risk embedded in that, right? Like, people don't understand that when you're putting your coins into those buckets and you're letting go control, that's literally what's happening. And it's not like a market where you can see what's happening. This is going on behind the UI. You don't see what's happening, right? Like, that's a completely different dynamic that I don't think people understand. I don't think, so it's like, I remember when I first started getting into DeFi and understanding trying to understand what it was. It wasn't easy, right? I think the average person can say that. And I'm not a dumb guy, but I'm not a genius either, right? So if the average person like me finds it difficult, imagine the person that really isn't, up to snuff. They're going to be like, what the hell is this? Because a lot of it's very convoluted. A lot of it is convoluted. A lot of it is not straightforward. And that's the crazy thing about Hex, is that people try to act like it's not straightforward, but it is. That is the only one I understood right away. And it's supremely complicated.
Well, to your point about, new systems, whether it be like crypto or even things like Hex, a lot of times people are just they're so stuck in their current paradigm or their way of doing things. And, some people, that those extra couple of steps to get into crypto, or the extra couple of days that it takes to fiat on ramp and whatever it is, sometimes that can prevent people from actually taking those steps, because they've got to do a little bit extra work. And then the other thing I wanted to comment just real quick to Benny's point, and to your point, is Richard's mentioned this a lot. Anytime there's like a pot of gold, right? The 13 million, that's just asking for, if it's centralized or has keys, that's just asking for either governments or hackers to seize that and to take control. So to your point, with things like Hex, it allows us to hold on to our private keys, to our seed phrase, even in cold storage, while earning interest trustlessly and double-digit gains. I mean, it's amazing.
It is. I mean, the crazy thing about Hex is that it kind of forces you to act. It kind of forces you to act before you even realize why you have to act. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of like, when I came across it, the first thing that stood out to me was the fact that they paid interest. I didn't understand what the hell staking was or anything like that. Like, I learned about all of that, way after the fact.
Sure.
And, ultimately you learn and ultimately you figure it out, blah, blah, blah. But, just wow. Right? Like, once you figure it out, it's like you've made it to the promised land. Because you're buying something. I mean, forget big payday, right? Let's forget big payday because we're past that date. If you were around, you benefited great, right? And let's take a break to just hone in on what HEX Alive mentions here, because it's kind of central to what we're talking about, and it's important because it's happened to me. And what he says is, dude, even in technical difficulties can screw up a good trade, even if you make the perfect call and have the perfect entry. And I've experienced something like that too. And if you've day traded crypto, I'm sure you've experienced something like that also, because that's all tech. It's not that there's not a part of that plumbing system that isn't tech. So I'm sure, if you've traded crypto, you've seen that. And just to take a break, to talk about just price real quick, just because it's, we all like to know. HEX is over a penny thanks to what seems to be this transaction. Hopefully it's El Hexidente being on my stream, because everybody knows you, dude. He was on the German show the other day. Everybody knows this guy. And they're just waking up over there. Oh no, no, it's still like 3 a.m. So who knows who it is?
They're probably still drinking beer, but yeah, I've been pushing.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is the thing, man. Like, I can't talk about this enough. The HEX community, man, is just so fascinating, right? I mean, the people that stream, the people that don't stream, everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody. Like, everybody is fascinating. For me to become a quasi-public persona is a huge step. It's something I would ever consider. Like, I really only made that video to calm everybody down. That first video. I didn't anticipate doing anything else after that. So this is clearly a function of demand. I'm only here because people apparently care about what I have to say. So I'll share my knowledge, and that's all it is. I'm here to share information, and that's all, right? And if people receive it or they don't, and they take it as they may. And I'm willing, and of course I want to hear other ideas as well, because I don't know everything. So I'm here to learn as well. And that's the beautiful thing about the HEX community. You're never going to be the smartest guy in the room, no matter what that room is. And that's exactly the kind of community I've been looking for my whole life. You just don't find that randomly, right? Exactly. Like, the fact that it exists in HEX is not a coincidence, in my opinion. Right? Like, when you see other people talk about HEX that dismiss it, and you like sit there and ask them questions to see what they actually know, or if they can actually speak to the product,
right?
It's a negative, man. It's a pure, it's a joke, right? It's a joke, and it's a waste of time to the person that's asking the questions, unfortunately. But the fact of the matter is that this has to happen, right? It has to happen, because the fact of the matter is that if we don't keep, like, I didn't understand it at first, but the more I think about it, the more it makes sense, because it's a way of putting people on blast, right? It's a way of showing. Go ahead, Valiant.
You mentioned it even the other day on your stream. I didn't get to catch it live, but I definitely watched the rerun after. There's a huge holler on Twitter, but the network effect, right? And then when you and Kareem and Maddie did your stream, holy shit, that was legendary, man. Like 8-hour stream, like,
man,
damn,
that was awesome. I don't know where that came from.
But one thing I want to say real quick that Kareem and like you guys were kind of talking about when you were talking about like the function 2 or whatever it was, is that like in HEX, right, there's 3 hexagons, and it gets bigger and bigger up and to the right. Well, Kareem kind of just painted a picture in my head when Maddie was showing the random line, and that he was saying like, right now the price chart, this is just his opinion, is at like the very first hexagon, right? And then it goes up and up and up. And anyways, it's the same thing with the community. Like, same thing for myself, where I've been in crypto since like March of 2017. And, was even in like the other community is pretty in depth, but nothing actually pushed me to the extent to come out, as my real name and things like this, and actually start like making videos and joining a community. And so you really have to have like, for someone that's got like integrity, that's got values and whatnot. I didn't want to just like come out on any random like project or product even. So things like HEX and with things like Richard Hart, I knew it was legit, and it's cool. Happy I did so.
Right, and I have to agree with the sentiment, and I think anybody that I think HEX.INFO might agree, and I don't even really know him, right? Like I think Richard Hart is so authentic, right? And I think that's what motivates those that are capable of having the ability to add value in a public manner, right? I think that I listened to him for so many hours, man. So many hours. And I think we all have to some degree or another, because he's really right, the pyramid, the top of the pyramid, or the bottom, however you want to look at the pyramid.
Sure.
But he really sets the tone, right? He sets the tone. And I think that's important, because while so many people dislike him, it is merely because he speaks the facts.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I think it's important we understand that, because the reason people don't like him is because exactly that. It's not because he's a scammer, because he's not, clearly. Because if this is a scam, well, hey, keep taking my money, brother. This is the best scam ever. This is the best scam ever. Yeah, keep taking my money, because guess what? I'm getting it back already.
Mm-hmm.
I've already made it back, in fact. So, keep taking my money. Thank you.
To your point about like the code being law, right? Like, you said kind of like, not like your religion, but, the belief in math and stuff like that. Those are things that, history can prove. And,
Right.
when you look at like the hex code, the way that it's written in the lines that it's condensed down to is very linear and is very modular, unlike things like Bitcoin that, they call spaghetti code. So it's, to your point, with someone like Richard, that's one of the most OGs in Bitcoin and in crypto.
Right.
What better person to do something like programmed interest than Richard?
I mean, let's just think about this for a second, right? Because I really don't think you have to be a genius to get this.
Mm-hmm.
He sits there and he tells us, I sat there. Funny one, Joe. Very good one. I wish that was true. He single-handedly, he sat there and he tells us, listen, I sat there, I watched this dude make Bitcoin because I had nothing else to do. I was in fucking chat rooms. I was doing nothing. I sat there and watched this guy make Bitcoin. And while he was doing that, I was trying to figure out how to make it better. He sits there and he tells you this. Now, if you hear something like that and you hear this gentleman speak otherwise, right, outside of that with just one line,
Mm-hmm.
why the hell would you not take that line seriously?
Right.
Right? Because again, he's authentic. Right? And I think that's the important thing. Go ahead, HEX.INFO.
I was gonna say Andy mined, 50
right.
BTC reward.
He was mining 50 blocks of
own,
BTC. And this is what I'm saying. And that's exactly what I'm saying, right? Just like
and held it through supposedly through a bunch of up to $20 down to $1, all the beginning swings, which was most people didn't. Everyone basically got shook out. There's not very many people that held on purpose.
No,
exactly.
I mean, that's so true. I mean, the early days, it was just different. Nobody really got it, right? Like, it's very few people that understood what was going on, right? It's not a lot of people that understood that no matter what it is that's digital, it's going to operate off of the network effect. Like, there's a reason certain cryptos only go up, and it's because the adoption. That's all.
Right.
That's really all it is. It's not anything special there outside of that, because there's a lot of crap coins that go straight up. A lot of non-decentralized coins that go up, right? So clearly it's not that. Boom, right? Like, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. I'm sorry, it's straightforward. That's it. Like, how does a copycat skyrocket? You get what I mean? So clearly it's because people are finding value wherever they seek it, right? And that's kind of why I wanted to have this talk today, because with ETH pumping like it's been pumping, you know, it's the foundation of this new financial arena, right? DeFi is the foundation for ETH is the foundation for decentralized finance. So that's kind of why I wanted to talk about value today. Um, but first, before we even get into that, let's talk about this little piece of legislation that Richard shared on Twitter today. This article, I think, is
That's
important.
crazy.
Yeah, I think it's important for all of us to know exactly what the hell is going on, because it's a very important time right now that we're living through. We're living through a very historical time. And I mean, I don't want to get into the weeds on this stuff. Yeah, something like that, Patty. I don't want to get into the weeds, but it's definitely that. You know, I've been saying it for probably 20 years by now, man. I mean, I'm like a broken record, and nobody's been hearing me, unfortunately. But you know, now people are calling me out of the blue. It only took them 20 years to catch up, but hey, it's better late than never. Better late than never. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's okay,
Totally.
right? Because us as Hexicans, we already have that demeanor naturally, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, the only thing we won't accept is ignorance, right? Like
Mhm.
I will never tolerate that. If like you come across as a person that doesn't try to understand, then I'll just dismiss you. There's nothing for us to talk about, because you clearly don't have the capacity to even have a conversation. What is it to talk
Yeah.
about if you're not even willing to search to understand,
Yeah,
right?
you can lead the horse to the water, right? But like, you can give them as much information as possible and show them,
Yeah,
like Richard was saying, like hex on a silver platter, right? But
right.
if they don't have the knowledge to do their own research and to actually like understand the concepts, and a lot of this comes down to your point from ignorance and from the lack of like financial education. Even when
Hmm.
you mentioned like to the beginning of the conversation, like how does the U.S. dollar work and how does inflation work and how does devaluation work? So a lot of people need to understand those concepts before
Right.
they actually look into crypto and realize, holy shnikes, like this can actually be a hedge against the stuff that's going on. And last thing
Yes.
I'll say to this point is, even things like mixing, like tornado.cash and things like that, becoming, the
Right.
government is
We
definitely
could
cracking down,
we could
and
talk about that. We could talk about that. Yeah, we could talk. Cause I know I happen to work in that space directly, so I
Mhm.
know a lot about that. That's the funny thing, right? So exactly what you're talking about is what I dabble with on a daily basis. Like, I know money laundering laws and rules and regulations. Like, this is what I confront this daily basis, right?
Right.
On an international from an international perspective, right? So not only do I have to know domestic rules, I have to know rules and regs from other jurisdictions. And people
Mhm.
just don't get it. Like, the financial oppression is not even just domestic, it's literally worldwide. For example, Colombia is coming out with similar legislation to the FATCA laws that we have in place here. Similar laws to the travel rules that we have here in terms of money from FinCEN, right? And FinCEN is trying to essentially obliterate DeFi with their
Mhm.
ridiculous $350 limit. I mean, look,
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but I've used Western Union, and when you send money to Western Union, they basically put a freaking thumb paddle in your ass. Like, it's
So
crazy.
many fees, dude.
Yeah.
My girlfriend uses it to send money back home.
I mean, and then they even want you to take a picture and all this crap. I mean, it's such an invasion of privacy, right? Like, people just the biggest problem we really have in this country is that people just do not know the Constitution. They do not know that this is a republic. First and foremost, this is not a democracy, because in a democracy, a mob rules, and that's why
Mhm.
we have a freaking republic, because we don't need a fucking mob ruling,
Well,
right? Like,
in a democracy, half the society are losers because only 50%,
are going to be expected to hold
usually.
the weight, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you hit it on the head. I mean, this is why everybody has you on their streams, dude. You don't even need to have one.
Got some smart hexagons, man, for
Yo,
sure.
we're a dime a dozen. It's crazy. I've never been a part of a community like this. I mean, I could talk about this alone for the next 8 hours. This shit is crazy, because we can literally go down the list just going on Twitter. There isn't a single hexagon that doesn't add value just on Twitter alone. It's insane. I've never seen anything like it, and I was around for the early Bitcoin days. I wasn't mining shit, but I was watching from the sidelines at least. So trust me when I tell you, and Richard can verify, nothing like this. Nothing.
Dude.
I mean, look at what we're doing. Look at what we're doing, dude. We're talking current events. We're relaying factual information. Exactly. Hexagons are the best.
You opened my eyes, man, on the stream that you had with Maddie. You know, once again, great job. But I didn't realize, you know, after all the years being in crypto, I didn't realize that. I knew that Bitcoin had like the pizza transaction or whatnot, but I didn't realize that was like the first transaction. Like in your graph and whatnot, you know, you have like the comparison of like what is it, ETH, Bitcoin, and HEX, something like that. But the first 500 something days of Bitcoin, right? It's just a blue line. That's a cool chart, man.
Right. It's just this
very
blue
educational
line. Yeah, it's just this blue line. This is Bitcoin, you know, 416 days in. I think the first actual Bitcoin transaction happens, I think, in April 18th. I gotta look it up. You know what? I have it up on my screen because like I told you guys, we're gonna go through all those tweets. I'm actually going through. Oh, I actually want to answer a guy's question that he sent me can't remember who it was. I got the tweet favorited though, so I'm gonna answer your question, dude. Can't remember what your name is on Twitter, but I'm gonna answer it. Let's see here. Like I said, I'm putting together. Go ahead, Excellency. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good. I was just gonna say it looks like that was like about a $50,000 USD buy, like 5 million hex. I think he swapped 50 grand worth of USDC for that pump.
Joe Exotic actually gave us the deets. Let me scroll up and highlight it once again. Because
it was Joe Exotic.
Yeah, it was Joe. He gave us the deets earlier.
The details, Joe. Thank you for that context, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Joe is the best, man. His show is one of the better shows. I can't look. Like again. Oh, he went mute. What the hell's going on? I guess
I can hear you still.
Okay, I guess. Oh, okay.
Be back in a second. I gotta pee real quick.
No problem, man. Go right ahead. Like I said earlier, I'm not even religious, but I watch Joe's show because it's just good.
Oh yeah.
Right, like I'm not religious, but who doesn't like good TV, right? And that's what I mean. It's crazy. I literally live in Hexagonverse. I'm watching something Hexagon almost all of the time. It's insane, and
dude, it's awesome.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, it's not like I'm in an echo chamber.
Yeah, right? It's different stuff. It's not like this type stuff.
Right. That's the crazy thing. I mean, dude.
It's like a full school day. It's like a full school day.
All the time. It's amazing. Look, there's a reason I passed out. Like, I go so hard, man. Like, I spend all this time putting these charts together for you guys. I mean, it's just great because you guys appreciate it, though, right? Average person doesn't give a fuck. But you guys actually give a shit. So I actually enjoy. I already do it for myself. So this is just, the fact that you guys care is just enough to make it the most best thing that I could do out of my day, right? Like, it's the highlight of my day because this is what I do anyway. And I know I sound like a nerd and a geek, but it is what it is, man. What can I say?
We need all of it. And what's crazy about like the hexagons that you notice that they're super resilient, because just imagine, basically a lot of us watch Richard and you see him, and imagine, just if you put yourself in his shoes, imagine you like created a cryptocurrency and you know that was revolutionary, all these things, and basically you had half the people come out and like
shit on it.
Yeah, just horribly, and you're like and then they started elevating it worse and worse, and then it's like what? So there's like right when you step in the hex, there's like this you like basically you kind of know your back's against the wall, so you fight a little bit, like everyone kind of fights a little bit harder and kind of understands that even in a decentralized space, there's like these centralized entities that kind of are pulling strings and running the show behind, and we're not like okay with that. So obviously we're going to be a little bit more volatile, but I think we're getting better at actually creating some bridges and making some but from his perspective, I mean, we've seen him get, I mean, stream after stream after stream after stream. I mean, imagine just even dealing with that and even going back on and talking to some of the people. It's like,
yeah, I mean,
keep doing it for the people. Really, you don't do that unless you care about, you know, people.
Right. I mean, dude, let me tell you, that takes a big man.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Oh yeah.
That takes a big man. I don't know if I could do it, to be 100% honest with you. And I'm a very positive individual.
Right.
I'm ready to do big things, right? But apparently not, because I don't know if I could do that. And in order to be able to, come on, why isn't this link working? Now this shit doesn't want to work. Um, in order for you to be able to do something big like this, right? Like, you have to be able to take that kind of criticism, to sit there and defend your position like you're trying to earn your PhD, right? Like, you really have
Right.
to sit there and deal with it because you're the
Well, yeah.
face,
Well,
right? Like,
even with each other, to your point, sorry to interrupt or anything, but
no,
like
no,
to your
no,
point,
no worries.
one thing you mentioned is like, constantly listening to Hexagon content, right? And I know I'm in that boat as well. And but the point that I wanted to say is, yeah, it's not an echo chamber. I mean, the really cool thing about this community and about all of us is, I mean, we disagree all the time, right? We might have different
Yup.
opinions on this or that, but we can, fact check each other. We can, each all share our opinions and, come to a consensus or not. Like, we're all individual, even though we're all in, the similar product, which is Hex. We all have our own unique, opinions that we can help each other learn from.
Right, but that's a great thing about the Hex community. I feel like, I mean, how old are you, dude?
24.
I'm 36, man.
Nice,
Right?
dude.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
Uh-huh.
I feel like no matter who you talk to in this community, you're good. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter. Age is irrelevant, right? And that's a
totally.
beautiful thing, because we're all human beings. We've all walked different paths, and we all have somewhere that we're going, right? And I think it's important that we all understand that everybody deserves some level of respect, right? Like,
Hmm.
some level of acknowledgement that they're a human being. They are to be respected. They are to be treated like another human being. You know what I'm saying? To just treat somebody like you want to
Totally.
be treated, right? Like, I don't
Totally.
know why it's so hard, but it's apparently impossible. So let's get into the first ever Bitcoin transaction, and it was a Finnish developer in October 12th, 2009. He sold 5,000, or yeah, I guess he sold it to somebody else. Let's see, the first known sale of BTC in exchange for fiat. So he sold these 50/50 BTC. I guess he had them because he was a developer. Happened on October 12th, 2009, when the developer Marty Malmi sold 50/50 Bitcoin, which I'm sure he's regretting doing now, for $5.02. I mean, those were early days, right? I'm sure he probably had millions or more of Bitcoin, so that was probably nothing. Yeah, right. Triple five, cuatro cinco. It's everywhere we look, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
50/50, right? Is everywhere
Yeah.
we look. 50/50 for $5 is everywhere we look. But so that was the first ever actual recorded Bitcoin transaction outside of the first block that Satoshi did with Hal Finney, basically, right? Which had no
Right.
value whatsoever. That block, that value was zero. And I think here you can actually see that the value was zero, or was there was an actual dollar amount for this one, and then that one actually, yeah, see. So these 50/50 BTC are now worth 188,721,075 with 50 cents. All of
And
that
that's
from $5.
and that's
Okay.
with all of Bitcoin's problems too.
Right. Correct.
Well,
So
yeah,
it's
and that's the thing is most people, it's the exit that really matters. I mean, how many people
correct.
own Bitcoin in between those swings? It really doesn't matter if you bought it or not. It matters if you
Held
bought it and held it. And
That's
Totally.
that's why staking is so That's why staking is
Yep.
so beautiful, right?
yeah, that's like Liberty on one of the other shows. He brought up that imagine if he would have loved if he could have staked his Bitcoin from
Exactly.
5 years ago, because he ended up
Yeah.
selling all of it in 2017 and all the stuff. And if he could have
Yep.
staked it and got paid more Bitcoin to do that, it would have
Imagine.
been like the best thing ever. And that's what you have in Hex, and even more securely. So it's great.
Exactly. But
It
but
protects you against yourself.
yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. And the best part is that now we know exactly that it's like Bitcoin. That's the best part, because we know T-shares always go up. And we know that the hash rate, that's that T share over the hex value, is going to drag that hex value up. We've already seen it, and I made the chart to show it, and we'll get to the latest update towards the end. But it's a beautiful thing to know that, right? And have that confidence, right? Because now we all have that confidence because we all knew it was always going to go up, but we didn't know how. We didn't know how, right? And I think that, I mean, I'm not trying to brag. I'm just glad I was able to bring that to the community.
Dude, thank you, man.
Because look, I spent like 3 or 4 days trying to live stream, and it just never worked when I was trying to do it on Twitch. I don't know why. I think Residente might have joined one of the first ones. I know Benny Blanco was around for one of the first ones, and I think Joe might have been around too, but it just never worked. I don't know what it was. So I spent a few days trying to show you guys all these damn charts. It was crazy. But
once I seen him, I knew I was always looking for the T-share chart, and I don't know how to make charts. So I was like, once I seen it, I was like, dude, that was the first guy. That's when I listened to you, and I was like, I seen you on Twitch, but yeah, it was good, but just some of the engagement and getting an audience, it's all different on all the different places, and you can't
obviously
stream.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Obviously, it's going to be easier on YouTube, right? Because that's where everybody is.
Yeah, and you can't lower the resolution on Twitch, so it lags a lot until you get like over 1,000, or until you get like verified or something like that. So that's another issue.
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Did not know that.
But yeah, I was gonna say it's coming more and more just a reality of. I even had this with one of my buddies because he was he's seen Hex, went up to like a cent, and he was happy that he was looking at his Staker app that his Hex was going up. But I was like, yeah, that's awesome, but really look at this. And I was like, how many T-shares do you have? And he's like, well, I have 35. I have 35 T-shares. And I was like, all right, well, the T-share price was at that time it was like $150 or something. And then I told him, well, this is what your T-shares are priced at just right now at today's price. So, and he's like, oh, and it was, a couple thousand more than just the coin itself. Plus, you're getting penalties too. So I was just trying to tell him, and he kind of understood. Oh, it's not so much just the coin. Now that you have a ladder and you're invested in staking, you have these other profit flows that are on top of just what the coin does.
Right, and I think that's what makes Hex so complicated for the person that isn't trying to understand that you don't have to trade this ever so often, right? Because that's the thing. The typical person is looking to like try to maximize their ROI, and I get it because I spent a long time refining a strategy that does just that, right? And even when you work your way up to that, it's not easy because you have to be supremely precise. That's the only way to do that, right? And that's just so unrealistic. And until I got that, I didn't actually start having success making money in markets. And even yet and still, right, it's not easy because you have to be very, very attuned with what's going on with the market because the market is a big ocean, right? And that's something that's very important to understand because guess what? I'm not that big. I'm just a little guy, right? And even the whales can't manipulate a market. They can move it momentarily, but they cannot manipulate it, right? It takes the Fed a whole lot to do what it causes the market to do. It takes a whole lot of money, like billions upon billions upon billions every single day. Okay, so this is what people need to understand. Now, with that, that's another reason to just be in crypto, right? Like it seems like all of the things that they're doing are to force you into crypto. That's kind of like what it seems.
Totally.
Right? It's like a setup. And that's how I felt. And it's a crazy thing because that's how I felt from the start. And that's the reason I never bought Bitcoin from the beginning. And clearly, I was wrong because I really thought the government was just going to like sling people and just shut the internet off on them. Right? But they clearly can't do that because they benefit too much from it being on. And on top of that, it's in outer space now. So they literally cannot do it. FYI, in case you don't know. Now you do. But yeah, so it's full, speed ahead from here. And thank God, I'm not religious, but damn, Hex exists. I mean, we're so lucky. People don't understand how lucky they are. Right?
Well, to your point.
Go ahead.
It's almost counterintuitive, right? Like, to your point, like some people think that they need to like do like 100 trades a day or things like this. And then you kind of, look into like the as far as like trading goes, like the swing trade of things. But then when there's actual news and markets, Richard's mentioned, when it comes to like trading, you got to be able to like flip your I guess your outlook or your position in the instance of any like bad news or things like that. And so the cool thing about Hex is the way that it's designed, the way that it's programmed, the way that it's immutable, things like this. It's just so nice that we can, you know, stake your Hex to El Hexadente's point. You know, focus on the T shares. Like in my opinion, I stopped looking at the raw Hex number a long time ago. Like just look at the T shares and realize when you and Kareem were streaming, you know, Kareem was saying like, you know, look at the value of Bitcoin right now, and then just think that, you know, T-share value can catch up. Like imagine the amount of T-shares that you have and just multiply that by the current price of Bitcoin. Like that's very possible in the future, you know?
Yep. And that's what people don't understand.
Yeah, and that's the battle for the T-shares is just once it, like say a trader buys Hex and then they realize, oh, the maximum profit in this is I have to stake it out longer and commit to it and actually abide by, you know, the truth engine when what the smart what you told the smart contract. Then they're like, I met a couple guys that are like traders and they're like, all right, I'll do 1,555 stake and then I'm just gonna keep trading my other coins just because like you know, Hex wasn't volatile enough for them, or they wanted the next thing, or they, you know, and it's almost like you'll find some people like that, but because you are
some action, really, they just don't know it though. That's the thing, right?
They want that dopamine hit.
Yeah, because they're actually looking to make money. We're all looking to make money. That's the thing we all have to understand, right? And that's another reason why I'm just going to continue making content, because people need to understand making money is not the same thing as throwing your chips into the ring. Right? Like speculation is not the same thing as making money. Right? Speculation is speculation. That's not making money. People confuse the two.
Most people lose money speculating.
Correct.
Most people lose money speculating.
But correct. So. That's why speculating is not making money. That's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Like, that's why I'm trying to be very distinctual in what I'm saying here. Like, I'm trying to be very crystal clear. Making money via an investment and speculation via an investment is not the same thing, right? Like, you invest in a coin that's not finished, it doesn't do what it's supposed to do all of the time, that is speculation. Very important we understand that distinct difference. Now, we look at something like Hex, not the case. In fact, it is a complete and finalized product. Right? It's entirely finished. There is nothing else to do but for it to continue paying you every day based on the quantity of T. I mean, dude, I get so many Hex every day is insane. Imagine if you got this many Bitcoin. Right? Like, and that's what people don't get. Like, wow. It's just math and time. All we have to do is wait.
Yeah, say if you have a certain number, say you have say you had like 1 million Hex and you're at like 999,000 just from your T-shares paying you interest, and for penalties you're going to hit that million with just you doing nothing in the next, you know, probably in the next few days. Yeah, but if you have a stake ladder for sure, but it's awesome.
I mean, Go ahead.
Oh, you know, you mentioned like big payday, right? Like, those of us that got it. Like at the end of the day, with the way that Hex is designed and the way that you know, you can ladder, like big payday is just going to be a blip on the screen. And in my opinion, it already kind of has been, right? Like some of the people that were using it to speculate and dump, you know, fine, they've been getting out in the short term. But as far as like the long term, you know, return on I guess it's the long-term interest that you're getting outweighs big payday by a long shot, just in like a couple of years, in my opinion.
That's the funny thing, right? Like, I'll look at my stakes from big payday. All of them are basically 100% already, 100% plus, really 120% plus, whatever, right? That's doing nothing, guys. That's doing nothing. Just breathing. All I did was take the Hex. That's all I did.
And sleeping on sleeping sometimes.
And sleeping sometimes. That's right, because you got to sleep too. Right, but I mean, this is important. We understand, right? Because and I'm going to get into this later, but when we talk about a time lock, right, we have to really think about like what are we doing? We're like really just making an investment in time, right? That's really what we're doing when we're putting our money away in a time lock, and it's really no different if you really want to think about it. If you really want to get down to like the most logical thing, right, when it comes to making money, and that is making money. Everyone's ultimate goal is to earn X return, whatever that number is. And of course, we're not all going to have a number because we cannot really realistically forecast one, right? That's just not realistic. You're just trying to make some money. But that's the funny thing about Hex. You can actually set exactly what you're going to make, when you're going to make it, how you're going to make it, the frequency at which you're going to make it, right? Like you can control all of that. That doesn't exist in legacy finance anywhere, right? Like even if you have, but here's the best part about it, right? Because even if you're talking about a regular CD in legacy finance, that regular CD only gives you interest on top of the capital you outlaid. It doesn't actually go up and down in value with any variation, right? Like it's just that fixed amount of capital. Like if you're doing $1,000 CD, that's it. It's that $1,000 plus that interest, and that's it. That's where it ends. So if you put in a CD for 2-3 years and you're lucky enough to get a percent or two, that's all you're getting. It's that $1,000 plus that percent, which is like $100. That's it.
So, but if the U.S. inflation is 2% a year, so you lost, right?
Oh, you are losing. That's not a say if. That's what's happening every year.
Yeah.
And I showed that chart in the last stream, and I think I could pull it up, but we can go over that later if we bring it up again. But it's happening every year where the rate of change in the dollar is actually negative. You know what I didn't go over? I didn't go over the chart with the rate of change. That's really the chart that's good to look at. I really only went over the chart that shows the values going up versus the values going down. But if you look at the rate of change in the value of the dollar over time, it's consistently below zero, letting you know that the rate of change is always negative, meaning that it's always losing value, which is the same thing as looking at that chart, always going down from the upper left to the lower right, which is what we all saw, right?
Sure.
Do you have that chart?
I do. Let me pull it up because I didn't have it. Let me see if I have it open.
Well, I can't really visualize it, so.
I got you. No worries. No worries. That's why we're here, brother.
But that was like one of the main. That is one of the main questions I've been asked is, because a lot of these other DeFi protocols, like the lending platforms, it's like,
Right.
well, they're generating revenue by lending out these other coins and then paying you in their coin.
Right.
But
they're skimming off the top, really.
So whereas Hex is like that's not the case. You're generating yield through the T-shares, through your APY. But a lot of people say, well, how is that APY generated? Then you have to give them a lesson on inflation and Bitcoin mining versus Hex T-shares and hash rate versus T-shares. Connect the dots.
Yeah,
but they don't. But if they don't even know what Bitcoin is, you know what I mean? So
right.
It's like,
it's impossible almost.
You have to start you're telling them about mining, and it's like, well, mining, where do they mine it at? And I'm like, oh, it's actually like computer transactions.
Right.
And it gets like, so try to keep it concise, but it gets out there sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I completely get it. Like that's why I give everybody my line when I talk about this stuff. Because I try to make it so that literally anybody can understand it. And all I say is like, yeah, this is just a CD on a blockchain. And I mean, I really don't even say blockchain because people already know I'm talking about a crypto. So I don't even go that far, right? I just say it's a CD that pays high yield, pays a high rate of interest, and it only goes up in value, and it only costs 1 cent. Like, you really don't have to say more than that to the average person. Most average, like who was the guy we I think, weren't both of you guys there? The guy we rated yesterday after Hexo show?
Yeah, I was there.
You were there, right? Until I remember when I wrote that line, that's when it clicked. Because he read it out loud.
Yeah, I talked to him after, and his guys. I went and watched his stream. He's the geek guy. What's his name?
Yeah,
Geek something.
informed geek or something, or impact geek. I don't know. He was good. I didn't get to catch the stream today, but I liked him yesterday.
Yeah, he kept saying all of our hex stuff when we were in the chat. He was like doing different effects with it, kind of like
Oh,
the
really?
Zippy
Cool,
dice
cool, cool,
guy.
cool. Yeah, I mean, he seems to know what the hell he's doing over there. So
But they all have private DMs, so it's like it's kind of hard to
Yeah.
get a hold of them. But we'll see.
cool. Well, yeah, I mean, whatever. They're good guys. They'll figure it out eventually. All they really have to do is go to the website. Again, it's not that hard. They're old enough to know that this type of interest rate does no longer exist. And somebody mentioned the interest rate, and his eyes lit up. He was like, "What?" I don't know if you guys remember, but I remember that because
Well,
I'm old enough to remember.
well, yeah, it's hard to. That's what I mean. People usually say, "No, that's way too high. It's not possible to
Exactly.
generate that." But then you explain
Exactly.
it's in hex terms, but hex has gone up, so that's actually
That's
a
the
better.
thing.
It's yeah.
It's the unit bias, right?
Mhm.
It's the unit bias. The way the coin is designed, right? It has 560 or 500. Hold on, let me go because I don't remember.
560 something billion.
Yeah, I don't remember the number. It's. Let's just get the accurate number because I don't want to get it wrong. Let's just wait for it to pull up here, and then I'll just go back to the
Are you going to talk about grayscale too?
560. Oh yeah, yep. 568 billion 568.7 billion coins, basically, right? So 568. But let's think about that number. There's only 8 billion people on the planet now.
Mhm.
Only 8 billion people on the planet, right? So if you divide 8 into 567, or 569, whatever number you want to say, that's about what 70 million coins or so per person, roundabout.
And that doesn't even factor in the OA. Like what if the OA never introduces coins to the
Oh,
market? Like
I thought that was the total supply. I thought the OA held a portion of that. I'm not.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think because that's why the other websites only show a fraction of this portion.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that's the way it works. I'll confirm and get back to you guys just in case it's any different. But I think
No,
that's the way it works.
that is how it
That is
works.
how it works. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
you're
okay.
right.
Okay, cool. So there we
I
go.
misspoke, yeah.
That's confirmation. No worries. No, that's the thing. That's why we're here, right? Let's not
Mhm,
forget.
true.
We don't all know everything. We can't all remember everything. Even I forget
Yeah.
tons of stuff. So it's not a big deal, man. Not a big deal at all.
Hey, Benny's got those iron diamond hands. Yeah, I like his new logo.
Yeah.
I wa-
That shit is
wonder-
boss.
Nice.
Yeah, that shit is boss.
Just noticed. That's cool.
That's what we all have to do. That's the thing. Seriously. I cannot say this enough. We already seen this movie play. Like I cannot stress that enough. We already seen this movie play. Like people don't understand. Like the supply really doesn't matter. And Celsius is a perfect example of that. Just to bring that up. Just to bring up how irrelevant supply is, because that supply is infinite. Ethereum isn't even infinite anymore. That supply is infinite over there. Right? And that shit is literally up and to the right.
Hey, another thing that's really cool is since Hex is, a staking coin, like the liquidity generally doesn't have to be very large because people aren't doing big buyouts.
We're gonna get into that. Oh, we're gonna because that's the thing. It's all relevant. Like you hear these comments, right? And it's just from people that just don't understand how markets work. Like you have to understand how markets work. You cannot make comments without understanding what you're talking about. It's very important. Very, very important because you're going to make an assumption that's going to cause a failure in the system. That's why you have to understand things when you're building them. You can't have an engineer that has never constructed a bridge before make a fucking bridge. It's that fucking simple. We all need to learn to stay in our lanes. It's that simple.
Yeah, I was going to say something about Hex too, about using Hex and some of this blockchain stuff. It's almost Richard he made the comparison to like how a car is like there's not enough time in the day for you to learn how to build a transmission, how it works, and then build the engine, figure out how it works.
Sometimes you gotta just use what's there.
And
Yeah.
as long as you have a product that works and does what it says it's going to do, then you don't really have to understand the ins and outs. And it's almost like people have nothing better to do, so they look in weird areas like crypto to try to, and they're like, oh, the liquidity, and it's like, dude, you're broke. You don't even need liquidity. So
Yo,
it's
Yeah.
like,
straight up, like, what are you gonna be doing? You're gonna be trading $100 million a day? The fuck you need liquidity for?
They want to deny like the reality that Hex is so good. You know, they want to look for, you know,
Like,
you
what
mentioned
the
you
fuck
spent.
do you like? What the fuck do you need liquidity for? What kind of size are you fucking moving that you think you need 100 million on each side? I would like to fucking know. Seriously,
exactly.
that's a valid question. That's
To
a
your
No,
point,
no
legit.
one.
Go
most
ahead.
people
Go
don't
ahead.
know what they don't know. You know,
Right,
and
but that's the whole issue, right? Like, we need to learn to stay in our zones. Like, I'm never gonna tell anybody, yo, you suck at what you're doing, bro. And me not having ever done it. That'd be so foolish. That'd be like me telling, just for example, because I'm learning how to code and it's relevant because I'm only learning. I can't sit here and tell, for example, those guys, Steph and Firebun, doing a great job with that Staker app. I can finally actually use my link. So shout out to them.
nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Shout out to them. But I can't sit here and tell them what the hell to do. The fuck would I look like? A complete moron. I would look like a complete moron. Come on, let's be honest, right? Because I can be honest about it. I'm not ashamed. That's what it is. Those are the facts,
Well, and
right?
that's what you find in all these people that have you know, amounts of influence over people. It's like you don't know what they have in their wallets. That most of them are probably not doing very well. That's why they're doing what they're doing. It's like in all
Good
like
call.
the you
Very
know,
good
the
call.
people. Twitter is big on that too. Basically, the main crypto people that have hundreds of thousands of followers, like the no face people. You don't know, you have no idea what those people are doing or how they're doing, or but you know, you're getting your calls from them or you're getting whatever. It's just a weird, you just, you know, it's a random anonymous account that people are following, and that's what they look at for crypto, like because there is no viable news or viable, the listing ranking sites are mostly biased and controlled, so it's like hexagons are the only ones that are really about people's security and then getting correct information like to the users.
Right. I mean, listen to what we're talking about. I mean, we've been on the stream for almost an hour and a half, and we haven't really talked about much. But the whole conversation has really been around what makes sense. Why are we doing what we're doing? Right. So it's kind of been a very useful conversation because it helps you think about things in a way that's kind of sensible. Right. Like, why are we here? We're not really here to make mad gains in 2.5 seconds and then beat feet, keep it moving. We're here to make Bitcoin type gains and some. That's really why we're here. Because that's really the promise that Hex brings. Exactly.
Kareem mentions like, true wealth accumulation. You know,
Exactly. Where's Kareem at? Where's Kareem at?
Well, yeah, you see any of these, basically all of the financial people that anyone like espouses to be like or likes, what did they do? They accumulated wealth over like years of 20-year periods, 30-year periods of like delayed gratification, long periods over time, and then but then you know they make a little bit of money doing whatever, and then but wealth is different. Like Grant Cardone says, wealth is an insult to, or rich is an insult to wealthy. That's what he says,
Right.
because it's true.
I mean, let's look at the Carnegies or whatever. Let's look back in the day, right? Let's look back at the turn of the century, right? The railroad era, right? 1800s, 1900s, steel era, you know, iron, the textile mills, all of that. Um, it was prominent in the sense that it made the latest iteration of billionaires, right? Or the first really millionaires and billionaires that we know. Rockefellers, Vanderbilts, Roosevelts, because they were part of that crew. Who else? Who else? We're gonna try to get Kareem on.
nice.
Yeah, let me try to see if I can get him on Twitter.
Kareem the dream.
That's right.
I call him Compound Kareem.
That's it. But you know what? That's the beautiful thing, right? Hex does it for you, right? Like our whole objective, like there's this thing in investing called the double rule, right? Like it's one of those basic laws of money making, and it's called the double rule. And what the double rule basically states is that we're trying to, every time we make money, we make a money move, we're trying to, let me get this. Hold on, give me a second, guys. Let me get this invite link for Kareem real quick.
Yeah, I think Maddie's waiting to get let in too. I think he's in the waiting room.
Oh, why the hell did not? Hold on, I didn't. Oh, hold on, give me a second.
This might actually be my time to
I see.
let the other guys come in.
Boom. And, there we go. Hey, Maddie, how you doing?
Hey,
what's going on, Maddie?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think everybody can hear you, right?
Yep.
You guys brought up an awesome point about how many hex there are for each person in the world, but
right.
I think some of the zeros got off.
Right, I didn't do precise math, so help us out.
If there's 500 billion hex in existence, but then there's another 100 billion that have been burned because they're shaked, then that would mean that there's 75 hex per person in the world, right?
Something like that.
75,000 or is it 75?
So the number is 569 billion. Let's go with that, right? So 569. There's 8 billion people on the planet. So yeah, you're right. My math is way off. 71 and 1/8. 71 and 1/8 X.
That number will keep
going. Holy shit!
Up.
I was so off. It's disgusking. I'm sorry, guys.
You said 78 million.
You're fine. There's like,
and I have a math degree.
Says,
this is what they say.
On stream,
everybody always says it's different on stream. When you're doing math, it's like
it is different on stream. I'm not gonna lie, because you feel like you got the pressure on for some reason. I don't know what it is. It's sad.
That's quick maths.
Yeah, you're just really removing zeros. Does anybody have access to Kareem? I can't seem to get this link to him.
I just sent him the link on Telegram.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Good enough.
And then also, hey, Wells only. I'm actually gonna peace out, man. I'm gonna finish some dinner, but
no worries. Go right ahead.
I'm gonna let room in for Kareem, and also just so you know, Benny's comment is blocking Maddie's face. Just so you know, on the screen there. But anyways. Good stream, bro. Thank you for having me on. You know, if you still want, we'll still do our stream on Sunday. And
We're down.
Dope, dude. Awesome. We'll see you guys then, and I'll still be in the chat, but just gotta eat some dinner. So thank you for having me on,
bro.
Man.
No worries. Enjoy your dinner, man.
Hey, will do, bro. Peace.
Peace. Read that banner message.
Maddie has an X for it. Yeah,
because I had your face blocked and there was a fourth person and all of that. That's funny, man. That's mad funny. Joe was Kareem's in. It goes. Joe's gonna be joining us too. I just sent him the link.
What's up, fam?
What's going on, Kareem? Welcome aboard.
Chilling. Wells, I got you. Massive quick math. I'm here to get you that number.
Yeah. You know, I'm an embarrassment to the society, but it's okay.
Well, we're all mixed up. We're good.
I'm good at charts, but I'm not good at doing it live.
This is awesome. I literally just finished up work, and then I was saying in the chat, I just onboarded basically one of my friends. He was so excited. By the time we'll break it down, very simple, that it's just, he has to do the Gemini verification, whatever. And that's why it takes some time. But again, he just understand. Imagine this, guys, beyond the money, right?
Hold on. I don't want to interrupt. I actually want to help you and your friend out along with the rest of the stream. So whoever they onboard, check it out. So I realized this today. Shapeshift.io. It's an app. It just dropped maybe like a month ago. Great way to buy USDC.
Really? Ooh, nice.
Yes.
What's their fee?
No, it's the cheapest out there, and it's USDC. So the spread, like if you try to buy anything else, the spread is going to be wide. USDC, the spread is not wide.
Yeah, they have Hex, don't they? Shapeshift.
But Hex? I don't know. I can't buy it. I live in New York City, right? So I'm not allowed to get involved in DeFi. But of course I am.
Because I thought about that too. Also, the thing on the MetaMask, but it's like my friend is pushing heavy, so it's just like compared to whatever, it's the cheapest fee on Gemini. So what we're doing,
Check that app. I think that is actually the cheapest fee. Check
that.
Yeah, check
Okay.
that out. Check it out. Just check it out. You never know.
Yeah.
Check it out.
So Coinbase does a 0 fee because I think aren't they the ones that make the coin USDC?
Nah, there's a fee on Coinbase.
Nah,
Is there?
remember Coinbase
By USDC?
Maddie, the way they trick you, just so everybody knows, is that
Put 'em
they
on.
watch you on the spread. What you see in the price of the coin is not
There's
the real
always a
price.
fee.
Because
Do they? Well, yeah, I know that. That's what I was telling my friend earlier today.
always
when I was
off
onboarding him.
like
But,
sometimes 1 to 2%.
I had heard from Richard or somebody else that USDC that there's no fee on Coinbase, but I didn't check it out myself, so I can.
Yeah. Because it pisses me off because they pretend they do that. They pretend there's no fee, but it's just hidden. Again, I know this shit because I know this tactical.
You actually got to
with
read
a
the terms.
stable
You actually got to
coin,
read the terms.
Yes.
With a stable coin, if you're paying $1 and getting $1 of USDC, then you can tell if there's a spread or not.
Yes, they want good news now to some degree because the biggest pair moved to USD, so you could be like that. But my friend was also, kind of riding the pump on the Ethereum things. That was my plan because I knew that idiots will just sell down the HEX ETH pair so that it's like, dude, you get a better entry point. So again, especially for the long term, but ultimately he's going to be staking for the long term. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, he was like, Kareem, yo, whether it is a cent, 1.5, hey, what does that matter? I show him the chart. And again, I show him the dream account. Real talk, dude, this is where I'm at. This is what's going on. No bullshit, right? Well, like real talk, facts over feelings. It's literally the best play. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm not. This is the breakdown. This is the little history lesson. And boom, this is what you can do. But the best part about it was, imagine this. Somebody that worked their ass off, put money away, and they were so afraid they just keep the money in cash. Like, I'm talking about real cash. I'm not even talking about living in the bank. They didn't like the bank on that, but they were just holding cash. And then by the time he understood, right, the devaluation, to break it down, you're losing money, 10+% on your money. This is when the light bulb kicked in. I was like, wait a minute. I've been looking for an instrument like that where I can shelter against inflation.
Correct.
And if my thing can make babies on top of that, because my friend is not a trader, he's a worker. He just, they're out there working, you know what I'm saying? They want to have a family, take out their kids, stuff like that, buy a house one day because they rent right now. So this is where you genuinely changing lives. You know what I mean? Like even they're trying to do the link thing, but it's like, I know the Staker app is not fully operational right now for the link stuff, but I'm like, no, I'm gonna get my friend as fast as possible to get a good deal.
Right.
So it just goes to show how by the time Staker is fully loaded and smooth, and you don't have to do the exchange game thing, and you can just buy directly from the app, dude.
I just bought USDC on Coinbase with no fee.
Nice. Can you take
Yeah,
them?
it's there'll be a fee when you send it out to MetaMask.
Oh,
For
okay.
the ETH, right? For the ETH to process, because it.
Yeah, it's like for $1,000, it's like a $30 fee, I think, something like that.
Yo, that's some bullshit.
That's not a fee.
Venmo
That's
shit.
gas. That's not to Coinbase.
No,
That's
to
somebody.
I just got
there's a fee. I know there's a fee.
I got. Yeah,
because I don't buy it.
I just did it. Is
there a fee or no?
1,000 US? Yeah, USD, but I don't know if it's Is there? Ask Maddie. Maddie should be right there. I don't have Coinbase, but this was yesterday.
Coinbase.
Is it 3%? Is it no fee?
It's 3.87. That's what I know it to be because I remember this distinctly because one time when I was involved in crypto, there was no such thing as a stable coin. The stable coins were only XLM and XRP. This is why I know this to be a fact. Yeah. And I remember looking at this USDC nonsense and DAI and all this bull BS that they scam people on. Mm-hmm. Those are the actual scams. FYI.
Oh, by the way, there's a hack today. It's funny.
Exactly. Oh, we're gonna get into it.
It's crazy.
We just have look. I gotta again harp on the community. The Hexican community is so amazing, right? We haven't even been able to get through our first topic because we just talk about so many things that are so relevant that are just they always tie to Hex and how great it is, and we just understand it. And we just have to relay it, and that's why we end up having 8-hour streams, man.
So be careful about Coinbase. Don't get scammed, especially if you push big now, because this 3% is the same shit like Venmo. There's a reason why I told my friend not to do it, because guess what? If you're trying to move 10, 40, 50, 70K and you get hit 3%, That's
That's a
some
lot of
bullshit.
that's a lot of
Rather
money.
wait the extra day, pay the $30 wire transfer fee, you get your money. This is what I like about Gemini. It's the lowest fee. And guess what? Funny joke. When you send it to MetaMask, as long as you do less than 30, listen to me clear, 30 transactions in a month, it's free. You don't
Wow.
pay the blockchain fee or whatever because they do a lot of batch transaction. Dude, it's so underrated because too much hype about this Coinbase thing and they're stealing people's money hand over fist. So the fee is bullshit. The spread is bullshit because they don't give you the regular price. Because I look at those things. I go to the website. I look at how much is it here? How much is it there? Like somebody can say, oh, cream, arbitrage, this, dude, they've been here for a while. Okay. This thing should have been efficient. And that's not counting the whole bullshit when the price pumps like crazy, you can't log into your Coinbase account. Like this is just like, this is fucking Robinhood 2.0, and they're now about to go public. So it's just like, that's why I say VP money, right?
Basically, yeah.
But yeah, Gemini is legit.
Really is, because guess what? The Winkle guy got 200,000+ Bitcoin. It doesn't even matter at this point. They just be like, yo, let's onboard the people, and then
you know what?
new margin trading, which I like Richard said. Nobody's going to be tempted to be scammed. Less tokens. They don't have a lot of tokens. I think that's a good thing compared to other places. You know, less shitcoin to go and get wrecked on. And then you do what you got to do. You buy your Ethereum at the best price. You send it in, and you do your rotation, and you do your staking. So I think that's very, very important, and people need to understand that. And we need to be also, as a community, continue to spread the good exchange so people get a better deal, so they don't get crazy. Because what you're doing is you're compounding karma. You're showing people that you're not just out there to play games. You're not out there to like, yo, I'm trying to get you to a bad deal. No, I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to give you a good deal, because the network effects benefit everybody. People get a good entry point. They get a good deal. Now they feel good about their stakes. Now they're staking, they're chilling, and they're playing the game the way it's supposed to be playing, and everybody wins.
So Kareem, where do you onboard people who have big money? You go Gemini to MetaMask and then use.
Yes. So right now, because unfortunately, STAKER.APP is not up to where it needs to be in terms of the referral. As we know, I understand gas fee is crazy right now. So what I do, because again, that's just me. I know I feel bad, but that's just me because I don't do this for money, so to speak. So it's like, if my friend is going to get a good deal, I'm not going to wait just so I can get a referral. That doesn't make sense. I'm going to get my own referral. So I do the Gemini because the onboarding is literally almost instantaneous. If you have all your information, you can do all your verification right there. Passport, whatever, a little selfie. But they verify within 30 minutes. That's very good, because some places they'll tell you wait a day or two.
Oh, wow.
So you will do that, and then which is the cool thing if you're a first world country, when you have banks like here, you can just do the signing verification and it links your bank right away. Because I know in some places it might take some more time. But in here, if you have a Bank of America, Citibank, Citizens Bank, Wells Fargo, whatever, you just do the logging to your bank, and then it just connect you. So everything is now linked. You wait for the final verification, which happened literally in 2 hours. And now my friend just needs to move the money tomorrow. Do the wire transfer, because that's what I told him to do, because it's just $30 and you get the instant wire. That's important. Why? Because if you do the EFT, like kind of regular wire, yes, you get the instant credit, but when you buy, you can't take the money out of the exchange for 5 business days. And we know in crypto, 5 days is a long time. I mean, shit. Yeah. I was talking to a friend, it was 8,000 of a cent. We're already back to a penny. So it's just, don't play that game, because
I did a wire on Gemini, and it took a few hours for mine, but I've had some people where it was instant. But one thing I did notice on Gemini, I don't know if it's changed, where Coinbase, if you use debit card, they'll let you withdraw instantly, and on Gemini it was like 1 to 2 days.
Yes, because what it is it's an EFT. Because what's happening is they're giving you a credit. Okay, the credit is basically saying, hey, this is an EFT. We haven't got the money yet, because it's like a regular transaction. They got to make sure that the thing doesn't bounce. You know what I mean? So they give you instant credit, and they have to wait until the money actually clears so that they can let you take the money out of the exchange. So the facilitation is that, let's say, for example, there's a crazy market crash, and I have literally like $1,000 just sitting around. I'll do the instant credit just to crash to get the price, and then I'll have to wait until whatever days to then move it out and put into my account, because I'm trying to capitalize on the crash. But if I have real money, the big money, I will do the wire transfer, because I'm trying to buy, move the money out right away to buy and stay. So you don't lose that time frame of days because you don't know we're about to, that's my humble opinion. We're about to go on the next leg. So in HEX, when it moves fast. So I don't want my friend to miss on those gains. Don't be cheap. Pay the $30 because it makes sense. If you're only moving a small amount, or if you need a little gas or whatever, $100, $50, heck, I even do the thing inside MetaMask. I'll pay the 3% because it's less than $100 and I just need it for staking, for example. But when you're moving big amount, I highly recommend. So you do the Gemini setup, you do the wire transfer, and if you literally initiate it in the morning, let's say 9 a.m., because they open at 8:30, by literally noon time, you got the money ready to go. Wow. So you buy the thing and you can take the money out. That's the key. You can take the money out. Now, option 2, which is good, which my friend's going to do because he's going to continue to work and he understands true accumulation never ends. He's just going to keep adding to his paycheck every paycheck, $200-$300. I told him in that case, you want to do the instant thing because he can kind of put it on the credit card, so to speak. Get the pricing, leave it there. The paycheck comes in, pays off the credit card. So he has it on a rotation, and then as the money clear, he takes it out. But the initial investment, the initial big chunk, it's worth doing the wire transfer because the fee is relatively low in percentage. But if you're moving $300 a week, paying a $30 wire transfer might not make sense because that's a 10% of the stash. Instead of like, you're moving 50K, 70K, what's $30? That's nothing. That's negligible. And if you do that instant Coinbase, they hit you 3% on 70K. That's some bullshit. That's giving away money.
Yeah, that's 20. That's what 21 G's almost.
Yeah,
you said 70 G's, right?
Yeah, 70 G's, 3%. That's like
$700. That's $2,100.
Exactly. Like for what? That's somebody's rent. Shit.
Yeah, a lot of money for nothing, just for pressing a button.
Exactly. No, you don't want to do that. And I want to touch on something I heard when I was coming in, which is great. The game of money that people don't need to understand, which is amazing. Greg Cardone talks about it, and PBD talks about it too. Patrick,
I'm a huge PBD fan. Huge PBD.
Yeah, which is awesome.
Yeah, me too.
Literally, it's a game of doubles. That's what money is.
Yes, sir.
And I love that because I'm a numbers guy. It's really a game of double. Okay, yes, what $1 million? What's $1 million? How can you get $1 million? Well, hey, you can
break it down. Do it.
Break it down. Hey, 2 sets of 500,000, right? 4 sets of 250, and then understanding how to do the $1 million math.
8 sets of 125.
Like, okay, I'm selling a product. The product is like, $2,000 a pop. Okay, right? Then I do the math. Okay, how many units, right? I need to sell to get me to my million, right? So if you had 2,000, you had a 0, that's 20,000. You had another 0, that's 200,000, and then you multiply by 5. So you're like, okay, I need 500 units, right? My thing is like, okay, I sell solar, so how many units do I got to do? And I do the reverse math. Now, if the product is different, if the product is only $1,000, then you need to sell 1,000 units, right? If the product is a freaking a book, shit. $20. You do the math. How many copies do I need to sell? That's right. It. When you start doing the mill math, it gets you excited. You get to see what's going on. Even if it's a pen, I don't care. A $1 pen, okay, sell 1 million pen. Then you start looking at, okay, bookseller, where can I duplicate that to be able to grow? Now, when you bring that to HEX, you start to look at, okay, what's the $1 million math? How many T-share do I need to get? What is my asset generator needs to be doing? Right. So if you can compound at 40 to 50%, and you can get literally just on the stash, you can get another 10x on the stash. Then you look at, oh, I only need about less price appreciation. So let's say somebody has $10,000, so to speak. There's multiple ways they can do the $1 million math just based on how long they're willing to stake. Right. That 200% extra bonus is really the key, because when you leverage that, next thing you know, you're getting to the goal quicker because you're like, I'm gonna keep working, I'm gonna keep adding to the position, but right now the price is leaving the station. So how can I get more T-shares, although I don't have the money to buy the T-shares right now, as I know they get more expensive? So what you end up doing is you stake for longer to get the bonus, because it's like buying more T-share with the existing fund you have right now. Let me say it again very slowly. It's like buying more T-shares with the existing fund, because you're able to basically project yourself in the future, because you know the price is naturally, because it's a hot product, so the price is going away from you, as because it's exciting, right? Oh, price go, everybody get rich, whatever. But guess what? That means you buy less units because it becomes more expensive. right? I love the days when I could buy a million hex when it was like, you know,
Yeah.
$4,000. Now it's like,
Right.
you know, 10 G's. That's okay. That's a legit, you know,
Yeah,
monthly
it's
income
a
right there.
problem to have when you already have the million hex, right?
Exactly. But guess what? When I came in, I was like, yo, people will get a million hex for like $100. You feel me? So
Yeah, I know,
what do
man.
I do? Because I'm just being quick. I'm like, okay, well, 555 is the way to go. That's it. Because you get the bonuses, which helps you catch up. So my $1 million math, what I've told people many times, is that I looked at it like the income generator machine, and I'm like, how quick can I get to $10,000 a day? I know it sounds crazy for some people, but that's my goal. I told Maddie,
Sure.
win well in training. So two options. Either we get to 10K a day with price appreciation, or price just do whatever he wants to do. I don't care. I'm gonna go get my 10,000 T-shares just on the dream account, put it away, and then we just keep it on rotation every 6 months, and then we just leave off the gains. That's just what it is.
Right.
To the point where when the first 15 year kicks in, I literally mapped the whole thing out. First 15 years done, I'll be 45, ready to go. Dude, I'll be kicking. I'll be chilling. I'll be RG minus 5 years. So it's just like, what, remember how many times I've said to people, like, dude, it's like by the time I get my 401k money, this is the joke. I can do two. And by the way, let's be real, guys. They keep raising that bar. So by the time 10 years from now, they're going to tell you
you're going to have to work to 80 to get
retirement is
that.
75 years old, right?
Yeah.
It started at what, 55?
So you're
Right.
wondering-
It used to be 55, then it went to 59 and a half.
Exactly. But I want to remember and remind everybody, if you read the premise, and then I was on the previous stream with Gary, and I think that was Hex Monkey that posted, which is cool. That thing was created in 1935, and it wasn't supposed to be created to make you retire. It was just for the people that were like so bad or in disability to not be like basically.
It was a different time. It was a different time.
Exactly. And people confuse that into, oh, this shit's going to take care of me and pay my bills. No.
Correct.
It's a supplemental. It's something that you don't.
That word is actually in the name.
The original Social Security was designed so that 50% of people would be dead by the time they started collecting it.
And that too, because it's like a mini Ponzi scheme, because the people collecting are not supposed to all get it. Yeah. And then if you're the new guy, you get the short end of the stick because you keep feeding into something. By the time you get it, it's bankrupt. It's already bankrupt.
It's been bankrupt since before we were all born.
Yeah. There you go. Because there's not a people adding to the pool versus the money being coming out. But the worst part is that I tell people, you have to shift the mindset. This thing is kind of there, but don't rely on it. Like it's just done. Same thing with the 401k bullshit. Like, no.
I would be surprised if anybody in this chat right now sees a check from that.
Mm-hmm.
I would be surprised.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like to me,
yeah, they'll send us. They'll airdrop us some Fed coin, dude.
Yeah,
I think that's coming soon.
Yeah, by the way, which I just said to inflation will be worth garbage. I mean, you're gonna hear about, oh wow, you're gonna get $2,000.
Yep, it's coming.
1,000. Now you get 2K. Yeah, but it's worthless. You can't even buy anything with it.
Only what they let you buy. Only what they let you buy. Look, I saw this. I don't know what it was. It was a documentary or something. I can't remember what the hell it was, but there's some province in South Korea somewhere where the governor ran a universal basic income type program where he gave the local residents, like students basically, that were out of work and unemployed because of, the virus. And basically there was so many restrictions on the money. It was ridiculous. And it's not even the fact that like the restrictions, and not even the fact that the restrictions were sensible or not sensible. It's the fact that there were restrictions on the money in the first place. Yeah. Because what if you needed the money for something else? Right? That was an emergency that you actually needed the money for. You would have been screwed. That money there, you can't use it anywhere else. What are you gonna do with that? Nothing.
Absolutely. It's literally a gift, but that's disguised to like putting you into shackles. And this is the thing to be careful about handout, because they take away your personal sovereignty, because they're telling you what to do and they scare you with that. And what end up happening is that if you're not careful, you become so dependent of that, and literally now they control you because you are relying on that. They're going to create this little grace period where it's like, oh, all this free money, I don't have to do anything, when you should be working on yourself, personal development. If you lost your job, dude, go find some other place. My brother lost a job too, but he was out there, but like, yo, I don't care about the stimulus. I get it, but it's like, let me figure out what can I retrain? Can I use this money to learn a skill? You know what I mean? Like, because it's going to get to a point where it's like that money is going to be even more worthless, so you can't buy anything. Or you're just going to wake up one day and they're going to tell you, hey, Wells, we decided that we're in the recovery. So all this money that you got, no more.
Exactly.
It's
That's
going
cool.
to
I mean,
be
it's either
unpopular,
or.
but we decided not to print anymore for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And then you're going to be like, what were you doing all this time when you had all this free money?
Nothing.
Or worse, were you just relying on your crypto or whatever because you like your gains? And then when the bear market hits, you're the first one to get liquidated because you didn't learn any skills. You don't have any other ways to generate income. And that is actually very, very dangerous because you're just relying on that one type of income / skill as you pretend it's going to be there forever, which is not the case.
Yes.
So it's very important people remember that.
You know what's funny? That's a very good point that you bring up, Kareem, because in investing, right, if we look at the past 100 years, right, because we're here to build wealth, all of us. We're here to build wealth that is unimaginable, right? Because if you have 1,000 BTC, you're freaking wealthy, right? And if you have 10,000 BTC, it's even unimaginable, right? And a lot of us have more than 10,000 HEX. Will it be worth that much? Who knows? But the odds are in our favor if we're alive long enough. That's for sure. Right? But the question is, how quickly is it going to happen, right? And that's the funny thing. It could happen so quickly, but the question really becomes then, is it a good thing that it happens so quickly? Or is it a bad thing that it happens so quickly? Right? And that's kind of like the thing that a lot of people just like, yo, these crypto games are gangster, right? Like, but there's a reason this market is taking off. There's a very good reason.
Exactly. And I think what it comes down to, this is where wisdom really comes in. And there's a saying in sales, we always say, you never want to let your high get too high and your low get too low. Don't let people blow smoke up your ass, tell you how great you are, this and that. That's great. But remember, just like in sales, you're getting paid today. I'm going to say it slowly. You're getting paid today on the work that you did weeks ago.
Right.
So you're able to bang this thing because of the work you've done in the past, especially in my work in sales and in solar. Dude, the shit doesn't get installed until 3 months from now. So the mad gains come from the work that happened 3 months ago. And when you understand compounding and being consistent, you can go on vacation. You know, when I went to Miami, and I was still getting checks because I've been compounding for a while and I get the referrals and I'm aware I'm still getting checks. As soon as I come back, I go back on the wheel quick because I know you only get so much time before you do. So this is why it's important to understand that you're getting this energy right now because of what you have done. This is a signal indicator that you need to double down. Again, rule of money, rule of doubling, right? Double down on what works, cut down on what doesn't work. It's one of the easiest.
Don't buy HEX. Buy T-shirts.
There you go. You buy T-shirt, it's winning. That means, hey, you're doing the right thing. Double down on that. Right? Let the winner run because they're not done running. Because it has nothing to do with the money. I want everybody to understand this. It has nothing to do with the money. HEX is pumping crazy because the product is that good.
Yes.
It solve the universal problem that people need. And if that thing continues to solve the problem, which it will be, because it is immutable, it will constantly go up. Because at different time, there's always going to be people that are going to be seeking a product like that. You're going to have people that just got a new windfall, win the lottery, whatever, made a lot of money in a shit coin, and be like, oh, this X thing, I came up late, but hey, I got this $1 million. I don't know what to do with myself. Even if I get freaking 10%, like, yeah, let's just park it over there. And then so this is what it is. It's like we said the other day, it's an instrument. And this is one of the most sought instruments in the world in an area where freaking bond market gives you near zero, which is garbage. But by the way, let's be nice. That's fucking US. You go in Europe, it's fucking negative. You're losing money.
Yeah.
So they're gonna jump on it before we jump on it. I mean, if you talk to all the people from HEX Germany, they'll tell you. Because they're very disciplined. They just do. We're losing money here. The bank gives us negative. Literally, we're losing money every day.
And the bigger, and hold on, here's the kicker. Well, Joe, welcome aboard. Joe Exotic has just joined us.
Good to see you, everybody.
The kicker is that the bigger your pot in the bank, the more they take. That's the kicker.
Because of percentage. It's disgusting.
It's insane.
It's disgusting. And you know how they scam the little guy here in the United States is if your balance is less, I think it's like 1,100 or whatever, certain bank, they charge you a fee.
Yep.
Monthly $12 fee to hold your fucking money.
Yes,
like
sir.
How disgusting is that? You know what I mean? Like, and my friend had to tell me about it because like I never usually have balance below a certain amount because I don't see that. But I said, no, it does exist. 1 month just for fun, I empty the account, just like whatever. And literally the next month I did get the fee.
Yes. Kareem, you need to go all in crypto so you can pay that $12 fee. You know?
Like, but just imagine the audacity, right? checking account. It's your goddamn money. After tax, you paid everything.
It's really
and
not.
They're like, you know what? Nah, bro, you got to pay us too.
It's really not your money. That's the thing that people don't understand about banking.
Exactly. It is liability. Yeah, exactly.
It's
It
really
really says in the bylaw that if the bank goes under, they can take your capital to recapitalize themselves. It's disgusting.
They
People
do
don't
take
read,
your
you know?
capital. They do take your capital. They do take it. They've done it already.
Yeah.
In our lifetime.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so gangster that they take it directly from your company. Because you know when we do direct deposit, right?
Uh-huh.
So technically speaking, you never actually really touch them.
No, nobody ever touches their money.
It's controlled. And this is why the Ponzi lasted so long, because this is why, like Wells were talking about, it's important to understand velocity of money, because they can print trillions and kind of pretend the inflation is not there because they control velocity, right? The same way we told you in HEX, listen, don't worry about the outstanding coin. Worried about where the coin is. If they're not hitting markets, it's like they don't exist.
Right.
But that also means the scary part with the Feds is that anytime that money is flooding. There's a reason why when you live in New York City or watch this, every city that has a big Federal Reserve, it's the most fantastic, weirdest thing. But my brain just catch those things, right? It's weird. San Francisco, Boston, New York, all those big Fed area, the OG ones, this area within 30-mile radius, I kid you not, the inflation is insane.
Yep.
Well, back me up on this, dude. In New York, you buy a sandwich, it's like $20.
Richmond, Virginia. Let's talk about Richmond, Virginia. Okay. Let's talk about the DC area. The DC area has the most expensive homes per square foot in America.
Yep. Only second, maybe will be like San Francisco and some shit like
that.
The
highest. Hold on. It gets better. We're just talking about the homes. It gets better. VA, DC, Maryland, whatever. DMV. That's right. Pretty close to what I'm talking about.
Chevy Chase. That bullshit.
Yo, yes, exactly. I hate that area. Anyway, I got lots of friends that live down there. I love them. I love the people from down there, but just the whole demeanor is weird. So the incomes from that area are the highest in the nation.
Yep.
Now you got to ask yourself, how the hell did that happen? How did that happen? Yeah, exactly why I'm not a fan of those areas. And I'm getting to it, Freddie Quotes. I'm getting to it. We're gonna get there because it's all related. This is why I had to come public, man, because HEX just allows me to talk about all this great stuff that people just need to know. Right? Like, I bet you the average person thought the highest incomes in the nation were not in DC. They probably thought it was either New York or California, but no. It's Washington, DC area. The DMV area of Maryland, right?
All the lobbyists, lobbyists and everything.
It's off the chart. And then
the lobbyists, the politicians, all of those folks.
They're all in contractor, bro.
Yep.
Forget about that.
I used to work for one.
Yeah.
I used to work for one.
Exactly. Military.
Again, there's a reason I know so much. I used to be a part of the beast. And I didn't understand it until I was really trying to be a part of the beast. And then I really started understanding it. The things that they do, the money that they spend, you guys cannot imagine.
It's disgusting.
You guys cannot imagine. You really couldn't. And that's why I highlighted and I brought up that $1 trillion loss before 9/11 on that 8-hour stream. It was important because people just don't. And this was in 2001. It's 20 years later. $1 trillion is still a lot of money today. Imagine back then.
Insane. Yeah, this is the inflation. If we arguably shadow stats say we're inflating at 8 to 10%, so that means that 10 years ago it's probably 2 trillion.
Yes, it's probably 2.5 by now.
Easy.
It's 20 years ago, so it's probably 2.5 by now because they just printed 30% in 2020.
Yeah, of total available supply. So you got to compound that, people. You need to understand that some shit got printed over almost 200 plus years, and whatever the stash was, the total number. Then you take 30% of that.
Yeah. Like, people don't understand that inflation is when you take one thing and you slice it into smaller pieces. It doesn't grow. It contracts. It contracts so that more of it can exist. So it's actually weaker in structure. If you think about it like that. It's like taking a bridge, right? Building a bridge and making it weaker. That's exactly what inflation is. Building a bridge, making it weaker.
And they do it on purpose. That's why you got people when they hear currency war and stuff like that. They do this on purpose because a strong currency is also bad for commerce and whatever. So they do that on purpose. And then because they compete with the other currencies, this is the reason why crypto is easy to understand, because all those ratios, it's literally like Bitcoin is like USD, Euro is like, you know what I mean, Ethereum, whatever. So those ratios, you don't see it because they coordinately print almost at the same time. So the parity stays the same, but we all go worthless compared to the main unit, right? And this is what I made this analogy about the airplane, saying all the currency goes on the plane, and then crypto stays on the plane, and then every other fiat get throw off the fucking plane.
That's
now,
right.
Some of them, like the US dollar, may have a little parachute, and then some like Venezuela, they just go head down. But the parachute or not, we know where you're going. It's a one-way ticket down. We need to stay on the plane. That's what I'm trying to tell people to understand. They need to visualize, to see, because those trillions that they're printing, it's insane. And again, people need to remember too, budget of the government, the major part of it is those defense contractors, the military budget. So it's the biggest, and it constantly grows. Back in the day, billions was like a big word. Oh my God, how much we're spending? The deficit spending? Now it's in the trillions.
Look,
and
the U.S. spends more than China, Russia, and Europe on defense alone.
Yeah. It's just the whole world of the bag holders, 67% of world trade is US. So that's what I was telling my friend. Oh, but Venezuela. No, bro, we print 10 times more. I read a stat, we average $100 billion.
People have no idea.
Per month. Let that sink in. 100 billions a month. Print.
And that's now. And we don't know how much faster it's going to go.
Oh, yeah.
Because people think that this is about to slow down. It's only about to speed up. Because guess who's about to get into the hot seat of the Treasury?
Janet
Yellen, Miss Printer herself.
That's right.
The moment the bond market blew up in 2019, that was over. That was the signal. That
happened on my birthday. It was the best day ever. I made so much money that day. It was crazy because I was actually long interest. Like I was long the price of interest rates. So it was like literally the best day ever for me.
Oh, wow.
I mean, yeah, it was a great day. I mean, that's kind of like the good thing about like actually learning what these clowns are doing, right? And that's kind of why I want to really be able to teach the HEX community, because I know the community is willing to learn. You know what I'm saying? So I'm more than willing to educate. And these people are just out here trying to blow the system up. That's what the Great Reset is all about. Strictly. It is strictly about blowing the system up. They're already protected. Straight up. And if you go, and here's the thing now. Here's the thing that I want people to understand. This is not my opinion. Again, they literally came out on the weekend of Halloween and made a public statement. Like it was on YouTube and everything. Like I'm not making this up. You can go look it up. World Economic Forum.
I watched it.
You watched it? All right.
Yeah. They literally stole the name from the crypto people. They call the Great Reset. We've been calling it for a while. Jeff Berry's been calling that shit for 10 years.
Exactly.
They stole the name.
Exactly. It's what they do. It's what they do, though. I mean, it's funny, but it's what they do. What was it? No. That's the name that people have been using for the change from fiat to crypto. And they took it, and they're calling the Great Reset essentially the destruction of the world as we know it is what it is, really. Because what they intend to do is essentially reset the economic structure of America to the tune of Amazon, for example, right? And I don't know if people know what Amazon is doing. Excuse the tin in the background. But basically, Amazon is forcing people to either work with the robots or get fired. They have to essentially work around the robot schedule or work with the robot. That's essentially the option that people have. And basically what that means is that if you don't take the job that they're giving you, you're gone, you're bye-bye, right? So you really essentially have no option. So they're essentially robotizing the workforce to the basically however they want to do it, right? A lot, a little, whatever. We already know what it's going to be, and their ultimate goal is to essentially eliminate the human workforce, because now they're even talking about taxing robots.
Did I see Jeff Bezos quit his job yesterday? Or something?
Actually, yes, he did. We can talk about that. I wonder what's going on there.
It's a transition because he's gonna be doing the thing with the space. But again, they put out those satellites there for a reason too. They're gonna be monitoring a lot of the people. That's how they're gonna be doing the 5G. And again, listen, I'm not blaming technology. Technology is great, but it depends on how it's being used.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Optimization is a good thing. Robot is a good thing. Technology is deflationary. So human being could do better, greater things being on stream. Because guess what? If you're good about what you do, if you can do something that a robot can't do, and I literally want people to understand this, right? Don't do the traditional route. Don't worry about the math, the engineering, the whatever, because guess what? The computer can calculate faster than you. The computer will have a better memory than you. You just can't compete. And now you literally just have the tool, the phone, the whatever, Wolfram Alpha computer. It just does the thing for you. What the computer can't do sometimes is certain, what I would call, logic, which is like when real math is in words, when here's the problem, how to derive what's going to happen logically to then put into the computer to then.
What about GPT-3? That's a language model that's advanced. And I think, like, just as a point, whenever Hex does take over the world, then I'm going to make Jeff Bezos pay local sales tax for everything he skipped out on.
No way.
And it's going to be inflation adjusted, by the way. Real inflation.
Real inflation, not that fake shit that they report in CPI.
Yeah, right. That'll be nice. Yeah. So they're literally pivoting him because this is what Amazon was allowed to grow this big. Guys, come on, think about it. Like all those contracts they've been getting, defense contract, and the fact that they want to be everywhere because that's how they're gonna control everything and they'll sell your data the same way kind of Facebook sells your data to the government. That's when they want to be best friends with the government and indirectly kind of do what China is doing, but they still kind of maintain the face. Like, oh no, you have privacy. We're not spying, and no, you do. And then again, the way they do it, just like in the past, it comes in the ideal of convenience. Like, oh, we just all in one.
Everything happens on the guise of convenience.
But then, if all is one is so centralized, if one day you wake up, they don't like you no more, they can just shut you off. They can, because everything is connected, right?
I mean, look at what they're doing today. Look what they did on Twitter. Look what they did the beginning of January to all these people on Twitter. They literally cleared out half of Twitter.
Too. I mean, that's crazy.
What'd they do on Twitter?
The censorship, basically a washout. And I mean, I think it's going to get worse. I don't think it's actually going to stop. I think they're going to continue doing it.
Yeah, those people that they dare to call deplorables or whatever, they're trying to like make those.
I mean, they're out here literally making people like us out to be terrorists. Literally.
What, the company of Twitter blocked people today? I'm not familiar with what you guys
so essentially what's going on, just to make the community aware, is that the mass media, the mainstream media, in conjunction with the tech powers that be, and we're streaming through one of them right now, so we have to be careful what we say because the video could just, could just be zapped altogether. It can. And just for a little chuckle, please check the screen. Would you rather have a million Dogecoin or one Bitcoin? That's a hell of a question. And what that makes me think of is it looks like the pump for Dogecoin is over. Because that's one hell of a question that you have to ask yourself. What the hell is this person thinking?
Exactly.
I like how you pronounce that.
You dodged like the car.
Dodge.
I don't even know if that's the right way. Is that the right way? I don't know.
You know what's funny? It means you have to dodge the coin.
Yeah. No, that's why I like it. Yeah.
That's what I've always thought about it. Like, I'm never buying this crap.
We need to meme that. That's gold.
But what's epic here is that he's trying to appeal to the unit bias, saying, don't get the, I don't know, point, whatever. Or the one who's a millionaire, right?
Yeah.
And then Doge goes to $1. So
right.
But then that's the double-edged sword because
group.
Exactly.
Because Dogecoin keeps printing indefinitely at a very rapid pace. So
is that true?
Yep.
Well, you have to understand what's going on. The only pumpamentals that it has is Elon. So
exactly.
Not much of a use case if you ask me. I'd steer clear. But hey, what do I know? I'm just some guy on the
it's perfect for the DGen pump and dumper, but like Elon pump, boom, boom, before. I hate to say it, but the pros, they're gonna go murder those.
Oh man, that's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be ugly because the funny thing is look, I can't really find a way to trade a derivative product in crypto for whatever reason, but it seems like many people can. So with that, you kind of have to be careful because exactly like you just said, Kareem, the pros are gonna come and they're gonna slam it. They're gonna
Because
come and
people
they're gonna slam
don't understand. It's a perfect transition for another important topic. The AMC and the fucking GameStop. That shit is already down here 40-some%. People need to understand. I told my brother, yo, thank God, put the fucking stop loss because there is narrative. There is narrative and there's reality of trading.
Right.
Nobody can beat me on that because if I really, really wanted to, and I'm just high, but I can really hype shit up if I really, really wanted to, but I don't do that. I'm just high, but I can bring it to another level because some people can get hurt. So some people, they hear, oh yeah, we're going to stick it to the man. But guess what? You missed the pump. You missed the fucking pump. And guess what? In trading, we call it, you become the fucking liquidity.
Yep.
So on the way down, because the other bitch hedge funds, which was helping pumping that price, left the building. And now guess what? It goes back to real motherfucking valuation, which means, they started to short that thing at $25. It went all the way to 500 and it was hanging around 300 for a while. That was your time to exit. Yep. Because if it's not doing what it's supposed to do, that's a dead cat bounce. That's what's called. So you need to exit. And then the sad part is there was a first 50% drop and people are like, oh, no, we're going to come back. We're going to come back. Dude, but you need pricing power from the other hedge fund. And those people, they're ruthless. They were scavengers. They play the narrative. They play the good guy. Hey, they'll be like, yo, Wells, we can put a Billy over here real quick, make 50% gains overnight, show the motherfuckers, and then we out.
Easy.
And then we out. And then when the price corrects, people think, oh, the guy's going to come back and help us out. No, and they don't. And guess what? Now you get liquidated because some of them also did options and whatever. And now the price goes down more.
So let me explain the technicality because Kareem explained it properly, but let me explain the mechanics behind it just so people can visualize it. So think about it like this. Basically, you couldn't buy the coin you couldn't buy the stock anymore, right? Like they stopped people from being able to buy the coin. They blocked you, right? They blocked us from being able to transact on the app, on the website, through the brokerage, however you want to call it, right? We could no longer buy that stock, right? So what was causing the price to go up wasn't just the fact that people were buying the stock, right? People got to understand that because the stock market is different than the crypto market. You can have a two-way market in a stock market. So with that, you can also sell things to the downside, right? Like you can short a stock, right? You can't short a crypto unless you're going to some swap exchange that's tracking some crypto. It's not actually the crypto, right? Like you really can't short a crypto. Like I think Bitcoin is maybe the only one you can maybe short, but you're really not shorting it because again, you can't borrow a crypto to then sell it short if you don't already own it. So you're technically not really shorting it. And it's confusing. So I'm not going to get into it, but trust me, you cannot.
It's all paper dollar.
Right. You can't short a crypto. You can't do that in this market. So that's really why, this only goes up. It's a one-way market. Like I showed you guys that function. That function is very true because it is force equals mass times acceleration. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. And that's why you have coins that don't make sense that go up the way that they do because it's a one-way equation. And when it's a one-way equation, there's really no room for a curvature to happen, right? Like it's just going to take that linear move, right?
Is that because people have to buy in? Because
they can't. So that's a good question, Maddie, because it highlights a very important thing. People have to buy, and the only time that they can sell is when they're exiting. They can't stay in and sell, right? So they're either transferring ownership or they're dumping it into the market, right? So that's a very critical aspect to understand. And the reason is as follows. If they're transferring ownership, that means that they sold into a level that just basically gobbled up whatever they just sold, meaning the price didn't go anywhere.
Yep.
You get it? So if you sell something and the market literally doesn't go anywhere, like what we saw with HEX the past few days, where it was trading in the 7/10 area, right? And it just really wasn't dropping below that. And I mean, I was waiting for it because I really wanted to load up, but there you go.
Support was strong, and he's heavily
shouldn't have pumped it on stream.
Yeah, it's my fault. It must have happened once I fell asleep, right?
epic.
The snoring. So yeah, so you think about it like that, right? It's a one-way market, right? And the stock market is not a one-way market. So when they stopped people from being able to buy, there wasn't any reason for the people that were short to actually continue buying, right? Because they knew nobody else was going to be able to buy because they stopped the people they were buying that were actually buying.
Yep.
So
yeah, that's why it went from like they were quoting like an 11 billion loss, and it was only like 11 or 3 billion or something because they shut all that off, and you know, they're able to absorb what they could.
They had to save the homies. You know, they won't save us, but they'll save themselves for sure. And you know, I get it. I guess if I had
greedy to fail.
Yeah, I mean, look,
not too big to fail.
It's not Maddie beyond that. It's straight up illegal.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
What they need to go to hell.
Because let me explain something. When you take the Reg 7, it's a securities licensing exam. It's called the Series 7 exam. And they changed the structure. It's a little different, but let's just talk about that one because that's really the most basic one, right? When you take that exam, that's one of the first things that you learn is that you cannot front run a customer. It is called what is it called? It has like a funny name where they try to make it sound jingly or whatever, but I
payment
can't.
for order flow?
No. That's what's happening, right? That's exactly what's happening. That's what's happening. But it's called like you know what I'm talking about, Kareem. It has like it's a regulatory term. It's a regulatory term. That's the thing. It's like
it's like conflict of interest.
Yeah, it is something that is a clear conflict of interest, but this is term.
It's worse than spoofing. It's like what's the term?
I can't. I don't know.
Front running. Front running is a technical term, but they call it something else. It's just a regulatory phrase that they use for it. It's basically like the broker does by the customer, basically, right?
Is there arbitrage?
No. It's a phrase that they use, a regulatory phrase. It's like a layman phrase that they made up. That it explains it a whole lot better than I'm doing, and I just can't remember it because it's a jingly sounding name, and I'm just not good at remembering that kind of stuff. That's all. So I can't remember it. But long story short, is that it's illegal for them to do what they did, just like Kareem said. And if I would have gave you guys the name of that little jingly phrase, you would have looked up that jingly phrase, and that regulation would just pop up because it's like the only phrase that goes with that. And that's the thing. It's a very unique situation that is extremely illegal in all markets, not just in the stock market, but in the futures market and in the FX market as well. Right? So this is something that if I was to do it, I'd be in jail.
Straight up.
If any of us were to do it, we'd be in jail.
The next day, bro.
No.
Are you talking about insider trading? Insider trading?
Negative. We're talking about the stuff that happened with GameStop and how they stopped people from being able to buy the stock just to help the hedge fund that was blowing up out, even though they still failed. But that's beside the point.
I'm trying to find the term.
It's some type of conflict of interest, but it's like a obstruction of I forget the term. But it's so bluntly obvious that it's
front running. The term is front running. A broker cannot front. So think about it like this. What happened was that they stopped the client from being able to buy the stock. So what that means is that the other side now knows that they're safe.
Exactly.
So basically, they could even sell more if they wanted to, and it'd be okay.
Which they fucking did, by the way. There was proof on Twitter. They reloaded that day. They literally planned an attack. Like literally, the confluence was flagrant. They blocked the thing, and then they reloaded some shorts, which ended up pushing the thing back down. And then when they got caught, they reopened the thing. It bounced back up. But again, they were able to unload some already. And then after that, they just keep doing that because the next day when they tell you, oh, we're opening, they were doing a lot of what's called rate limit. So they were now opening for the full market. So they lie once again, saying, oh, we're going to reopen the next day.
But it was only for a certain amount, for certain people.
Certain amount. So the buy button did come back, but the joke was you can only buy about a limited amount of stake or share, like 5 or 10.
It was like 8 shares of one and 5 of the other and 2 of one.
Right, it was ridiculous. Yeah,
like what? You're gonna?
I got on there just to see how it was really going down. So I bought $3 worth of GameStop at the top, and that was right before they cut off being able to buy. And then I got to see apparently over 50% of Robinhood participants bought GameStop.
Yep, they were involved.
50%
They were
FOMO'd
making
in. And then what? They sent us a couple articles about what is volatility. And then they said, oh, we're shutting down buys only. You can still sell. And they said you can buy one share only. And then they raised it to like 5, and they cut off like the
that's so illegal.
like
That's not even funny, dude.
borrowing stuff.
It's
and then, but the thing I'm confused about is there's a podcast called All In, which they stole my name first of all. But there's like a bunch of billionaires on there, so I don't know if they're allowed to or not. But like Chamath is like this guy who I'm just like starting to pay attention to a little bit because it seemed like he was spitting truth because he was calling out this other guy who runs the podcast, saying, you know, you invested in Robinhood, so you're, you know, but what they did is illegal. They're going to pay for it, all this stuff. And then they get on Tuesday, this last Tuesday, and Chamath is like changing his story, saying it's okay and stuff. And I'm just like, what?
Well, you have to understand how these people speak. And by these people, I mean the billionaire class, right? Because when you get paraded around on TV all of the time, there's a reason for that. So it's important that we understand that, especially on CNBC. Because as we all know, CNBC doesn't provide any value whatsoever to the viewer. It does not. It merely pampers to whatever the narrative is. That's all that it does, right?
Keyword right there, narrative.
Right. It pampers to the narrative because I started watching it. I've been watching I stopped watching CNBC probably like 11 years ago. When I first started learning finance, like everybody else, we find that channel, we use it to learn whatever we need, and then we basically let it go. Move on to Bloomberg, whatever have you, right? You just find whatever information to learn. And that's how I came across, CNBC, like everybody else. And long story short, it sucks balls, right? We all know this. It's not anything we don't all know. They parade the same people around all the time. Think about it, right? And every time they bring on or they have a market in turmoil special, guess what? That's like the end of the turmoil, right? Anytime they pitch a stock, that's the stock that they pitch it to buy. That's the stock you want to sell. You know what I mean? So if you if you pay attention to the dude, you know what I mean? Or not to the dude, to the channel. You see how they operate, right? You see that they're really not there to serve the viewer, right? And that's why you have now all of these alternative streams for financial media of any type. I mean, look at us. We're streaming for 2.5 hours so far. And people are watching because people want real live information. They don't want nonsense. And that's a function of that. Otherwise, nobody would even be watching.
Right?
How many people are watching?
Yeah, they're catering to a special audience, and there's a lot of double talk and double speak.
Correct.
So
Hey, double speak is the key, and that's exactly what I wanted to bring up. Go ahead, Kareem. That's how the billionaires speak. That's exactly how the billionaires speak.
And the take about Chamath, because I've been following him for a while. Matty, you're right. He's spitting a lot of truth, but people need to understand that he's only one billionaire, although has money, but there's many, many others. And the thing was, on the previous week, he was basically going out to say, yeah, we're going to stick it to you. You guys are scumbag. Because so he got that opportunity to spit that truth. And the really thing that I think he did, which was great, is he's basically saying, you motherfuckers that like to short over 100%, guess what? The world is watching. And so as crazy as it sounds, you're going to find a way to get away out of this one. But moving forward, people are going to be literally looking, because remember, all this is public information. They literally show the retail investor where to look when it gets crazy. Get ready for the opportunity, and we're going to run that bitch up like crazy. You know what I mean? Because let's not forget, some people have been longing that since $3. So even right now, when it's at 50, whatever.
I got a friend actually that discovered yesterday that he was longer from 3, and we were all like, "Oh shit!"
There you go. So
they're
still making mad gains, and some of the pros they have a stop loss, whatever. Here's my problem. Here's my problem. My problem is, unfortunately, the retail investor that only heard about the narrative and whatever. And again, shout out to Maddie. Shout out to Joe and the Hexagon, warning people. Listen, and I've been telling on plan, I'm not buying this thing. I'm watching it for fun. I give some education, help my friends, but I let them understand. As much as you like to play the narrative, the little guy against the big, all that stuff. Remember, it's still trading. It's still charts. It's still when the thing loses the gas pedal, it's time to exit. The worst part is when people get really, really wrecked. It's on the dead cat bounce. When the hopium, oh, it's gonna come back. It's gonna come, and it never does. And even after the first pullback, well, oh, it's gonna come back, and then it did another 50% because they remove again the buying option. Number two, that gave confidence to the short guy, like Will said, because again, they don't even need to do the short covering because that's going to create a buy action because they know that the buy action is being stopped artificially. So they know the price is not going to go up more. So now the roles are reversed. Time is working.
They can see all the orders ahead of time.
Exactly. So now time is working for them, not against them, because no, the price is not going up. And even worse, another illegal thing they did, Wells, is crazy. They were forcing closing position for some people. Yes. So literally, they took away the buyback.
Liquidating longs.
Liquidating longs. Yes,
hold on, Kareem, because I forgot, because this is insane. Because let me explain something. There's something called a margin call.
Yep.
Okay, in legacy finance. That only happens when your position is going against you.
Yep.
Against you.
No way.
So you don't lose all of your money. Because what's happening is that you've reached X% in real time, and the broker is letting you know, hey, you need to meet the quota. That's all.
Add money. Or
we're going to close the position out. Right? That's all. So what we're talking about now is the complete fucking opposite. Now, this is insane, okay? Because I have never heard of anything like this, and I'm glad you brought it up because this is insane. Talk about being up in a major way and having somebody close your position.
10,000% up, by the way, to some cases. Insane.
I mean, imagine having your fucking big payday stake that was staked out for 555.
Chilling, working, cooking every day, and then somebody just come in emergency end state.
That's exactly the same thing here.
Just cause.
Just for the hell of it. Yes.
It's insane, Matty. It's insane. And this is why I was telling my brother to understand those motherfuckers are crazy. They got money. They're gonna do something unexpected. Again, they rigged the game. That's the whole point. And when that happened, I told my friend, dude, this is the time to exit. Put the freaking limit stop, because it has nothing to do with your thesis. We're gonna win it. No, dude, they're rigging the game. They're not letting you stay long. You understand that?
It is a casino.
It's insane. It's almost literally like a casino. You start winning so much, and then they call the security. Yeah, he must be cheating. Or they're like, sir, you need to leave. Like, what do you mean? I'm up. I'm like, no, you need to leave. We need to close you in the door, and then we need to, like, what? So and then this is the side part I want people to understand. The one on the other side of the retail investor that didn't know anything, that came weeks later, that doesn't know anything, that got in. I need people to understand. There's some people that got in at 350, 330. And I mean, nice. Some people probably even waked up at 400 because they're like, oh, wow, we're going to 1,000. And by the way, that could have been the narrative. That could have been the story. I'm not saying the Wall Street Big I was lying, but you underestimate the amount of shadiness those people will do. So when the market goes against you like that and you start hearing those illegal stuff, again, I'm going to make them make clear, it's illegal. It's time for you to exit because there's no support. And the big hedge fund guy, including Shamav, they're like, well, we're trying to help the little guy, but the little guy is being censored. So it's like, dude, we just left holding the bag. No, we're not going to do it. So at least he was honest to say, hey, listen, I went there, I made a statement. He turned 500K. He literally said, which I think is honest, I closed the position. He clearly said on the call, I closed the position and I'm going to donate them the money to some school or whatever. That was the message to tell you, listen, they're going to find a way to push back. Be careful. The lawsuit will come. The class action will come. But make no mistake, don't lose fucking money now because it's going to take months, if not years. And a lot of you already know, dude, we're going to be sued up the ass. We're going to find somebody's going to go to prison, whatever. But guess what? Guess what? We're about to lose $70 billion. That's more than anything. Those people are so greedy. They'll rather go to, listen to this. They'll rather go to jail. Listen to me. They'll rather go to jail years, 3 to 5, whatever, than lose $70 billion because that's what it is. It's $7 motherfucking billion. Some people can never see a 1,000% of that money in their lifetime. That's real talk.
Yeah.
So for them, they're breaking all the motherfucking laws. They don't even care because it's like, no, we need to stop this thing one way or another. We'll deal with the consequences.
And let me explain how serious.
It's serious.
How serious it is. How serious it is, right? It's so serious that the SEC is not investigating the people that broke the law. They're investigating people subscribed to Reddit, to the subreddit Wall Street Bets.
How backwards is that shit?
Yeah.
How backwards is that shit?
The financial regulator for the United States of America, okay? Just to make this crystal clear in case it isn't.
It doesn't get any more rigged than that.
Is investigating the regular people that might or might not have $500 in their bank account.
Exactly.
And not the people that actually are the ones with the billions of dollars.
Insane. And we're talking about Redditors that talk openly, that told you what they're gonna do. So there's no conspiracy, there is no whatever.
No confusion,
and they show you public data. Listen, this thing is overshorted, over 100%. And they're not even talking about that public. By the way, they're not even talking about that. The fact that something is allowed to be shorted more than 100%.
Right. It doesn't make
like that.
Like why? Like how did you not expect to get reamed? That's what I want to know. Because again, I was even tracking this trade for over 2 years, and I forgot about it. That's how long I've been tracking it. I forgot about the damn thing, and all of a sudden it's $250. I'm like, well, shit, I missed that one. But it was $3, and I mean, literally a year ago.
Absolutely,
literally a year ago, it was $3.
Insane. And for the people in the community that understand crypto, you know what it is. When the parabola goes, it goes, it goes. But then when the parabola is broken, when the retracement becomes more than 30-40%, you know human psychology is going to kick in. People are going to panic. They're going to be like, oh, people are selling. When the reality is a fucking scam. The people were not selling. They got forced shut off. So now you confused because you'll be like, what happened to the army? No, dude, the army got like fucking
booted.
You feel me?
They got booted. They can't even fight
the army. They just went to shut down the whole thing up. And this is where now fear kicks in, and then after that, it's just watch out below. Like we'll talk. It's just
I'm down 85%
on your $3 buy?
On my $3 investment in GameStop.
Wow. Thank God.
I'm down 85%.
Oh my God, you almost scared me.
There you go.
I want like you know,
happens when you trade.
Put it up there with the pizza, you know, with the Bitcoin pizza and the Hex pizza.
So what's
how much is Maddie's $3 loss in Hex terms going forward? You know, that's going to be a lot of money. So
yes, and be very careful of narrative. I want everybody to understand those people are not bad people, but you got to understand narrative can only take you so long.
That's the reason I bought, was to set an example, you know, to play around with it with $3, right? And kind of as a joke, but also to show you what happens when you know, when you buy at the end, because that's I bought and then they didn't let people buy anymore, right? And I wasn't buying because I thought it was going to go up. I was buying because I thought it would be a good talking point, basically.
And this is what's scary right now, because they're doing what's called controlled demolition. So because of the rate limit buy, which is very important, they never allow. Listen to this. This is a very important part, and Will's going to be able to explain this for people too. They never allow the price to go up so much that it will hurt the short. So they're doing rate limit buy so that price goes slightly up, give you fake hope, let that bounce. We smack you down. Intraday, price goes up a little bit, which, by the way, is them unwinding the shorts. So the price goes up. You think, oh, let me go in again. And then they smack it down again because they literally unwind the short, price goes up. You get the fake hope. They allow you to buy a few because they need people to hold the bag. So they let you buy it. And then they short it on your head again.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. And then they block it again to short it on your head.
I don't understand the unwinding green.
The position, they open it again.
I'll explain it. I'll explain in a minute. So think about it like this, guys. When a market is topping out, people are essentially selling out of their position, right? So they're getting out. Somebody is not necessarily buying it to the tune that it's going to continue going higher, right? So what's happening now is we're having an equivalent exchange. That's typically how a top happens. It doesn't just go up and then down. So I want that to be clear. It's typically a broad distribution that happens. So it's an equivalent type of exchange between buyers and sellers. Doesn't mean the price is going to, roll over, but it doesn't mean it's going to continue going higher either. So we don't actually know until it actually breaks. But then when it breaks, what ultimately happens is that it does a nice little puke, right? It goes down like very fast. And then what ends up happening from there, it retraces to retest that area from which it broke.
Double top, baby.
It happens every time. And that's a good call. It either does a double top, like he said, or it retests like an area of support somewhere before it gets to that top level. So it's going to be either or. That's how a top happens. Distribution, break, retest, basically. That's basically what it is, right? So the thing that's confusing when you're thinking about selling something down, right, which is what Kareem is saying, because it doesn't make sense because we can't do that in the crypto market at all. It just does not exist. A rate limit buy. Now, when you're selling something short in the stock market, you have to borrow it because you don't own it. You cannot, if you own something and you're shorting it, that means you're selling it, right? So in order for you to actually be able to sell it down, and not own it, meaning you're not selling out, you have to borrow the shares, right? And that's the only way. So you're borrowing them at X price plus a rate of borrow.
Yep, interest.
Right? And that is called interest in this rate. And that's called the short interest, right? So your shorting price isn't just what the stock costs you. It's what the stock costs you plus that rate of interest, right? So when you're selling that stock short and the price goes down, you're going to want to cover because you don't want to have to pay more than you have to pay because of that interest, because you don't know if it's going to change the next day because it's a variable rate. And that's the kicker.
Yep.
So you're dealing with a variable rate of interest and you don't know what it's going to look like the next day. So if you made X% and you expect it to make X%, then you're going to take that X%. You're not going to stick around and wait and see unless you feel like it or unless that's part of the plan, right? So most of the time, people are going to have those buy orders in. So that's how these markets end up bouncing when they're actually being sold down, because you have people that are short the market actually executing buy orders and it's driving the market up, right? So you have people that are selling that were short at X plus 1, right? Let's say they were short at 100. And now the price is trading at 65, and now they're covering because the market just dropped 35%. So it's a good area to cover. So what they're doing when they're covering their short is they're actually buying that product back, that stock, right? So if you're buying the stock, it didn't matter that you were short. You're still going to drive it up because you're buying it, right? So because you're buying it, that's just what's going to end up happening. It's going to go up because it's a buying action. And since the market is leaning short and it's already gone down 35%, the odds of somebody being a seller down there are very slim. So it's a good area to buy. And the market is going to more than likely bounce. And it does, right, in this case. And that's why we're talking about a so-called dead cat bounce.
Yes.
Because it bounces just enough to make you think it's going to keep going. And then swoosh, the rug is pulled.
Banking comes in. Yeah, that's what they call the relief rally.
Yeah.
Because they shorted it so much that they get scared because, oh, wow, we just made 35%. Because another simple way to look at it is that literally you went long, you bought the thing, it went up 35%, and you're like, I want to take profit. So you're closing the position. And when you close where you sell and the price kind of go down a little bit. So the short is the same, but inverted. So the price went down 35%. They made some gains, but they want to unwind the shorts because for everybody to understand and remember, they still were over 100% short. So they had to find a way to unwind the thing. So they push the price down, then they unwind a little bit. And as they unwind, it creates a buying pressure. But the little retail investor has this illusion of thinking that the investors are buying. And they don't understand that they've been blocked. They cannot buy, which means the price going up has nothing to do with them, has nothing to do with their allies, so to speak. It's just the short being able to be unwind. So then they hop on that train thinking, hey, price is going back up. And of course, those assholes literally knows that. So they unwind with you. And then when you think you're going long again, and then when they short it again, to make you panic. And then when you panic sell because you're now down, you're actually adding to the sell pressure. You see, the reason why the second day it went up another 44%, I firmly believe it's those people that bought at $300 or $250 or whatever. When it got to 100 or below, they got margin call liquidated. It's the most disgusting thing ever. Now momentum is going against them. And then they're adding to the sell pressure because they're the one being liquidated, which the short people knows, and they're living on that shit. And now they're making another 44%. They're going to unwind that bitch tomorrow, and you're going to see a little mini pump. But again, that's nothing to do with people buying. They're just unwinding the shorts.
Yeah.
And
I'm
as
never
this is
selling.
happening,
I'm never selling my 0.008 shares of GameStop. I'll leave it to my descendants.
And another scary thing is by the time this thing is done, just like a parabola crashing, let me make something clear. The GameStop may never go back up again the way it went before. I want to make something very, very clear. Yeah. Because number one, fundamental valuation does not back it up. I mean, maybe a $12 to $15 stock. Because remember, they started to short it from $25. Yeah. All the way to 12, it makes sense. They were doing some trouble because they're not the best company out there. $3 was undervalued. That's why they got short. But it's still at what is it, $60+? So I want everybody to understand it could drop another 50% to go back to the price that it was.
I mean, yeah, it could easily go back down to $3.
So and then at some point, the GameStop
right
people got to take profit because they gotta be like, yo, okay, this thing might be the top. So I need to, secure our future.
I mean, look, people have to understand that what drove it up was not the buying. Not the buying from the people in Reddit. That's not why drove it up, because the people that were shorted more than what was existing of it.
Yep.
So they had no choice but to buy that shit. So that's why it had to go up, because there were 2 times the number of buyers than there would have normally have been.
Yep.
You get what I'm trying to?
Yes.
Yeah, like they were short more than 100% of the existing float of the stock. Okay. So what that means is, think about it like this: if there's a pool of water, and you got a let's say a random piece of rubber that fits exactly that size, and you drop it over that pool, and it slides on into that pool of water, right? Like where that water would be, that rubber would just slide in there and push it out. That's essentially what happened here.
Yep.
Essentially what happened here. You had 2 times the number of buyers, actually 2.5 times, right?
Yeah.
Because they were short 140, 50% of the stock.
Mm-hmm.
So it was it's a math equation. Once again, it was the perfect storm. You cannot be short 100% of anything and think that's not going to happen. There was a reason I was tracking that for over 2 years. It was only a matter of time before this happened.
And I want to remind somebody something else that is scary, which I did saw on the weekly call put option on the exchange, because I saw mine through my Fidelity account because I just wanted to just look at it. The bullish side was the $800 call, which could have happened, which would have been insane. Those guys would have been mad liquidated. But again, they fucking cheated. They need to go to jail. I'll keep saying that over and over. But guess what? Time has changed. They did what they needed to do. And now, guess what? Momentum is going the other way around. There's not enough juice. There's not enough buying power. And there is some insane put, aka short, GameStop at $12, guys. $12 by the end of the month. So what that tells you is that, again, the scavengers, the swing traders, the other hedge fund that don't care, they're just here to make money. When they see, oh, the party is over, the Wall Street big guys are going to crypto, rightfully so, because it's a scam the other way. That means that nobody's going to defend that stock anymore. Even the GameStop people are going to cash out because they're like, yo, this is it. We need to
They're definitely going to try to press it.
Shit, something got worth like tens of billions of dollars, which we know it's overvalued. They're going to be like, yo, you got cash out.
That's free money, right? Like people don't understand.
It really is free money. So
that's free money.
That put call may come back slowly, because they learned their fucking lesson. They're not going to overshort because they're going to get squeezed again. But this is the toughest part, guys. This is the slow dying. This is the toughest part, because I've seen people lose their life savings over. It's insane. Oh, it's gonna come back up. Well, it's gonna come back up, dude. It's down 50%. There's no way it's gonna be down more, and it's down another 50%. Dude, win crypto. We've seen that.
Right. That's average.
I told my friend, get your fucking money out. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to do it. The move is done. It's done. The parabola is broken.
Man, that's so crazy. And that's the funny thing, right? Like now they're trying to talk about what kind of regulation could we come up with to limit people from running into this kind of problem and all this nonsense. And it's like, yo, look, it doesn't work like that, because guess what? That's how you learn, actually. It's by making those kind of stupid mistakes. That's actually how you learn. Did you know that? Probably not, because you get a 6-figure salary for saying this dumbass shit. So you probably did not know that, because you don't have the need to invest. You entitled schmuck, right? So when you point out shit like that, you know, that's when people got to step back and be like, damn, makes a good point. Why the hell would she know? Because she's just paid to say that. That's the only reason why.
Exactly.
Because it makes no sense.
And the majority of people that really got the bad deal, other than like these GameStop, is the one, like Kareem said, they rode the wave. They heard about it at like $100, 200. They bought it 200, 300, and they're like, oh, it's gonna go to 1,000, whatever. Hit 400, and then they just got dumped on all the way back down to where it is now.
50,
so
damn,
it's very sad, because some of those new people, because remember, they're non-crypto people, which means they never experienced true FOMO before. And then you have those other people, the young people, you know, promoting the shit out of it, you know, kind of rightfully so, because they're like, look, I'm up 1,000%. You're gonna be next. But you see, but that's what they don't understand. It's about the rate of the parabola. And then when the room gets sucked out, and then the musical chair, right? And guess what? It's FOMO reverse, which means it's like, get me out as fast as like whatever. Yep. This is what the price crashes so far, because it's
get me out now.
It's limit order on the other way down, and the short people still need to buy it because they need to exit. But they're gonna be like, "Oh, you panicking, dude? I'm gonna give you half the price. Yeah, you want to get out? Yeah, right here, right
all the way down here,
all the way down. Give me back some of that money. Yeah. Because this week is my week. But again, the frustration is it's done out of a scam. I can't stress that enough. They literally lie, cheat, steal. But that's what I want to remind people. The market is that brutal. The jury's out, the class action lawsuit, whatever. But bro, if you got bills to pay next week, you're not gonna be good until that lawsuit comes in. That might not show up until 2023.
If you're lucky.
If this doesn't get thrown under the rug somewhere. But it's just this is where you can't confuse narrative
with reality.
With the reality of the trading. You need to understand what's going on, and you need to know where the stop is, especially if you're doing the trade. Again, and which is why I don't promote trading, and this is why it's so dangerous, because you could be right and still lose money. Let me say it again. You could be right about your assessment and lose money. It is the most frustrating thing. And then you start to do the revenge trading. I'm right. I'm gonna buy some more. Nah, you guys are stupid, man. I'm gonna buy the dip, man. I'm gonna buy and then you keep dipping. It's not like Hex where it's like, dude, I'm not buying the dip. I'm buying cheap T-share that I can stake for the future. What are you talking about? So
you guys, Kareem,
what do you think, Joe?
Did you see the chat? Did you see what Loki wrote? I never thought about that. Actually, it saves some people with what Robinhood did, that perhaps there was a bright side to them removing the buy button, that a lot of people, you know, like you and I that don't know, Maddie, if we would have got in and spent a couple $1,000, like just riding it up, you know, maybe
all
my money's locked in.
I only had
$3.
Half his money. You get what I'm saying?
And that's how they're trying to spin it. They're trying to spin it to say that they're saving people, but really, what they
framing.
You know,
it's framing. Yeah, it's framing. It's
bullshit.
They took money from the people who bailed out Melvin Capital. Like, that's who funds Robinhood and makes the trades free.
Yes.
Yeah, and Citadel and all those. If they didn't have ties to these other companies, then
the moment you play foul play, you're a scumbag. Period. Full stop. End of story. Because those people were actually to some degree smart. They were not everybody was just forming at the top. They did the assessment. They're like, yo, this shit is still over 100% short. So like Well said, it's a pool, but the size of the short is as big as the pool. The water's gonna have to come out. Shit, you're gonna.
What were they calling it? Like a gamma squeeze or something?
Exactly. It was so about to be brutal that because the loss also exponentially grow as the price goes up. So because the value of the share goes up. So yes, you're unwinding the stock, but it exponentially goes up in price, which means although you just unwind 10 to 20% of the short, but the price went up 50%. So what you owe actually goes up, not down.
Right.
Because people are very smart. They did their research. They're not selling. And they're putting the limit. Oh, you want my stock? Okay, go buy it at 800. That's why I'm willing to
and they
sell
tried to use the media to FUD them to sell. And they got on Reddit and said, look, this is a lie. This is a lie.
Yep.
This is a lie.
This
and
was
they posted the
at
truth.
its highest. If anything,
And so their old trick didn't work.
Yep. Because you saw all their play, all the bullshit that they do.
That's what they always do. Exactly. That's what they always do. Like, if you've been trading longer than 2 years, you're on. You're pretty much caught on to the BS. You know what I'm saying?
And what made it insane is they did all of that in a span of 2 days.
Yeah.
Like literally, the whole book. They took away the buy button. They unplugged people. They force you to sell, which you're not supposed to do. And they ran the scam on you in the media. Plus talking shit on the Reddit. And my favorite is they even went to beg on Twitter. Oh, we're just trying to make a living. You did that. And they went to cry to the regular little bitches.
So to utilize the media, that had to be Kareem and Will. So utilize the media. That had to be to get the Reddit group in, right? I mean, as soon as I heard that on major news, the mainstream news, I couldn't believe that the story was on there in the first place.
Exactly. When do you ever hear? But that's how you know it's a setup, right? Exactly. When do you ever hear about a stock trade or anything? Never.
The first news that I heard about, they were already framing them as like some type of rogue pirate.
Yeah.
People. Like the picture they were posting automatically were like the swear words, the this, the that, the DJ, like
all the negative aspects of the group. All the negative aspects.
It out like that.
Don't you think it induced more FOMO? That's the point, right? No,
they were trying to make them. They were trying to frame them as a negative group. They were trying to make them seem like they were some type of bandit, type of marauder type situation.
Yes. And then it backfired on them because people were tired of the bullshit because we just came out from an election and whatever. So it backfired on them, and then they ramp it up and went to unplug stuff.
Yep.
Because that was Joe, you're right. That was the play, but then it backfired on them because the guy was able to post it.
Oh wow.
And then people went. Some of the other hedge funds, they went to the forum because that was the attraction. Oh yeah, the swear words, but what else is there? The real analysis were there, and obviously,
people kept digging.
They don't do their research. It's all superficial, so they thought it was just all bad kid stuff. So you bring the lights, and guess what? The hedge fund, and when they read it, and they're like, "Shit, those kids are right." Yes, there's curse word, but who cares about that?
Yeah, the actual information that was on there that was good came out. Like it came out to public.
Exactly. So that became data for the hedge fund, the other side. Because remember, shark always trying to eat some other sharks too. Yep. And that's why created the FOMO buy. And then they had to do the illegal play. Literally.
They had to stop people from buying. Like, dude, you guys got to understand. And Maddie, please hold the thought. You guys got to understand. This has never, ever happened. Like, not even in Chicago in the gangster days. Like, never. You understand? Like, this has never happened, man. This is that bad. Guys, this is supremely bad. I cannot.
And the freedom of trade.
No, could you imagine somebody telling you, no, you can't have your paycheck this week? Sorry. There's no difference. There's no difference.
I mean, it's not funny, but you just remind me some crazy shit that happened to my dad way back home in Africa, literally.
But that's what I'm saying.
Build roads, and they're like, "Oh, guys, thanks for building the road, but we're just not gonna pay you."
Yo, it happens in my country all the time today.
We're not gonna pay you.
Like it happens in my country still today. People got to fight for their paycheck, man.
Thanks for your service for your nation. Thanks for the free road, like literally. And of course, they tell you that after you spend millions and then, well, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, we adjusted.
It's crazy.
It's insane. It's insane.
Mm-hmm. What were you gonna say, Maddie? I'm sorry. I just had to say that because it's really.
Oh
crazy.
yeah, totally. So I think Robin Hood basically got margin called. Themselves, the brokerage,
basically.
This is exactly what it is,
right? And so like it was like $3 billion that they had to post, and so then all of a sudden it exposes that they're actually the ones that are beholden to whoever will bail them out, and who's going to bail them out except for the people who are pulling all the strings and stand to benefit from the short being unwound.
It's like the help came with some severe footnotes. Say, hey, here's your $3 billion, but you better unplug that goddamn plug or no money for you.
Exactly. That's what happened.
You're gonna have all this thing. They have to talk. I'm telling you, real talk.
business model. Their business model doesn't check out because they should have gone out of business if they had a $3 billion margin call, and the only person who would bail them out is the person who's going to stand to like benefit from illegal trading. It's that's what it all comes down to.
It's clearly collusion between a broker dealer and another broker dealer, right? Because Citadel is essentially like a centralized broker dealer where a lot of order flow routes through for a lot of exchanges, right? And what they do is that they buy this order flow. I don't know. We'll see. And what happens is they buy this order flow. They buy this order flow, right? Because guess what? They're right at the heart of it. They have the co-location set up with the exchanges such that when a trade is put into the system, they see it immediately. There is no delay.
That's called level 2. It's so sick. Everything, even the shadow trades, everything.
You see everything, right?
Some expert trader can have access to that, but you have to pay crazy, like $5,000 a month.
It's expensive
to get that thing turned on. It's just an indicator. It's insane.
Maddie, did you have come up with these guys over the past couple of days? That what David told you that Ben Bernanke works for Citadel? Did you guys all discuss that?
Yes, he does work for Citadel. Actually, that's very true.
They all know each other.
In fact, Miss Yellen, the new Treasury, she was just
ex-Fed.
No, she's ex-Fed. Yes, ex-Fed. Next Treasury Secretary. She was just confirmed by the Senate. She just recently made around $800,000 to $1 million
low-key
from this same firm, Citadel, over the past year during the lockdown for speeches. Now, I'd like to know, why would you get paid that much for Zoom calls?
That's $10,000 per
Zoom
word.
Call. This is crazy. I mean,
$10,000 per word.
We provide as much quality content, but you know.
Yeah, I mean,
she only said 400 words.
Yeah,
it's mind blowing.
That's how they get away with it.
Bribing in plain sight. I don't know what else to call it. I don't know. Crazy. And by the way, all the funds are from big banks. Of course, it's like talk good about us, please.
Right.
Pay to play, right?
I don't know about you guys, but I wish I got paid $10,000 a word.
You know what it feels like when you readjust this to crypto, guys? Watch this, visualize this. It's like the same thing. How like you'll be talking to a big exchange, Binance, or like CoinMarketCap, be like, yo, list us. Here's a 2% supply. Here's 100,000. This is literally, we're watching this shit live, just in crypto, but at a world stage. Oh, you work at the Feds. You still got the contacts. You used to be X, Y, Z. That's what those ex-banker, this, dude, they hire you for the connection. You're like, hey, dude,
crypto is just as bad.
Yes.
They've rebuilt the same system in crypto. And they said they weren't going to do it, and then they did it, right?
That's what Richard said. We got to go decentralized. It's the only way. It's the only way. Cutting the middleman, the real middleman. Shit, I want to be the AI. That's
and it's very disappointing. It's very disappointing.
It's insane.
I mean, we're gonna get to it in these charts. You know what? Let me share this chart so we can start talking about this stuff.
No, we're only 3 hours in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all right. Let's start the damn stream.
I'm gonna take a nap before the end.
I can do this every night. It's funny.
So we were talking about the dollar earlier and how it loses value over time. And basically, this is the rate of change on a yearly basis. And the red line is the rate of change for the dollar. The blue line is the rate of change for GDP.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want you guys to notice something very important. Notice how the blue line is consistently above that horizontal black line, which defines the zero level.
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is that every time there is a price change that's marked for every quarter or month or whenever, let me see. I think this is actually every year because it's a very long-term chart.
It goes back to the 30s and the Great Depression.
It goes back to the 30s.
We're about to go blue line of Great Depression. It's insane.
Right, exactly. I took everything because I knew something wasn't adding up. Like I've known this information since college because like I told you guys like at the start, like one of my first streams is that I really wanted to go to grad school, become an economist or whatever because I really, really liked economics, right? Like I was really into it. But like the more I learned, the more I learned, right? And the more you know about something, the more you hate it, I come to discover. And well, about the normal stuff, right? This is a little different. This is like Hex is one of those things that nothing applies to Hex in the normal sense like it does in the regular world, right? I think we all know this. So, but you know, just the field of economics itself, right? They use mathematics in a way which is just false, right? And I have a math degree, and I had to learn all of these crazy things, and I just know it's false, right? Because I can sit here and show you guys how to prove 1 + 1 is 2, and it's not just because we know it to be true, right? Like there's a logic behind that.
Exactly. Keyword right there, logic.
Yeah,
because that's how they trick people. They change the logic. So when you check the math adds up, but the logic is wrong. This is why it's not the calculator's fault. If your logic is wrong, you would derive the wrong answer. And this is what people need to understand. Logic.
I mean, this is what Common Core, right? We all know what Common Core is, unfortunately. That's what it's all about. It's about changing the logic in people's minds and making them dumber. Literally, that's what they're trying to do to our kids, right? If you have kids, this is what they're trying to do to your kids. If they go to a public school or a private school that's part of an archdiocese, right? Any kind of private school that's a part of the regimented, regulated system of any type, they're subject to this type of information, right?
Absolutely. And a perfect example here, real quick, guys, I want you guys to understand this, right? Quick math. In this chart, what I love the most is that the blue line is a leading indicator for the red line. And here's the simple justification of that, just logic. Because when the GDP crashes, the gross domestic product, right? When it crashes, which economy is bad, they need to go into printing overdrive,
right,
to compensate. And when they go into printing overdrive, the red line goes down, which is the negative rate of return on the dollar, because as they print, it gets more worthless, right? And if you track the chart, look at the one right before the 50s, right? In the 40s to 43, you see when the blue started to really tank, it went first, and then the red followed hard. Guys, we're talking about negative 15% inflation rate on the massive currency. To print 15 motherfucking percent, it's insane.
Yep.
And remember, every time they print, it's jet fuel for crypto, especially if we inflate at 3.69 or way less than that, less than 2, and something goes 15. That means in the opposite way, without you doing anything, just staking, you're getting a 5x rate of inflation in your favor, right? Because from, let's say, 3% to 15, if we go to 15, which I think we will, because we're about to reach Great Depression level, because this COVID thing is bad. Because again, just like Robinhood, guys, they turn off the fucking console. They say you can't go out. It's this. Even if you're safe now, COVID, we'll shut it down. They literally block the economy, kill the quarter, GDP tanks, and then like you saw, the red was starting to kind of go back up, and then COVID hit the big tank. And you're going to watch how in the following months, as the blue continue to go down, red's going to start to follow. And when red follows, just Janet Yellen printing the money and then letting it hit circulation. And this is what, again, you see how what I just did? It's just logic. Blue is the GDP, the domestic product. So when that tank, it creates a reaction, which is money printing to compensate, which is what the logic is. So one letter moves the other one. It's kind of the Halen, I forget the word, dialectic or whatever, problem, reaction, solution. They literally cause the motherfucking problem.
Yeah, problem.
Then they destroy the whole thing.
Solution.
And then they're going to show up like with the hero. Here's your basic UBI.
Hegelian dialectic is what it's called.
Like what? Which
Hegelian dialectic.
Yeah, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. It's literally what they've been doing. That's the play.
That's what they've been doing since before we was born.
And by the way, this is global. It's worldwide. Look at London.
Yes, sir.
Fucking
okay.
It's insane.
Let's think about this for a second, guys. Where in the world can you go and live like you can in America?
Not
that many places.
Nowhere, pretty much. So
some place of Europe, and then after this crash, dude, I hate to say it,
nowhere.
Some price looks like
Europe's bad right now.
My friend will send me pictures every other week.
Like, and you guys got to realize what they're doing, right? It's not about a sickness. It's not about that, right? Because again, I want to get the information out. It's not about that. It's completely about control. Clearly.
They print the money. They don't care about your money. They can print whatever trillion they want. The machine
They can
worth
print
more
whatever
than
they
the trillion.
want, but yet they're trying to essentially double all taxes. I don't know if you guys are aware, but that's what Biden is trying to do.
Yeah, 49%, baby. Shit.
He's trying to double capital taxes. He's trying to double payroll taxes. He's trying to double income taxes. He's trying to double everything.
Because they're about to moon that bitch, and then they're gonna
corporate
taxes,
gains, everything.
They're gonna moon everybody's gains until you feel good about yourself, and then they're gonna take half.
Yeah, 52% capital gains tax, by the way.
Yeah. What you notice is all these corporations have grown. They're like, you know, GDP has gone up.
Yeah, right. No, right. You're right.
But all small businesses
bullshit,
been
20x
killed.
multiples doesn't make sense. Overvalued up the ass. It's insane. They're just money printing. It's papered over.
But all the small businesses have been crushed. So it's just, you know, you got these Amazon,
I mean,
Walmart,
that's a good question, right? That's
ones.
a great question, HEX.INFO. Yeah. Why is Walmart, Target, etc.
essential business, my ass?
They're able to stay open, but yet the local pharmacy had to close down. The Rite Aid was able to stay open. The way you read, right? Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what it is. It's controlled demolition. Exactly. So, you know, this is the kind of stuff people need to be aware of that's happening. You know, they need to understand that they need to learn what the U.S. Constitution says. If you live in America specifically, you definitely need to know what that document states, because that's really the only law that applies here. And the only reason that a lot of these jurisdictions, whether local, state level, or whatever have you, get away with anything more is because we don't know our rights. It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately that simple. And it doesn't seem like it is because, you know, societal contract and all that. But let me tell you something. I served in the military. That shit is not real. The only thing that's real is the Constitution. And the only duty we have is to each other in keeping this country free. Literally, that's the only duty we have. Mm-hmm. And people are failing in a major way. I mean, it's very, very bad because I'm here talking about something that's literally so easy to read and understand that there's no excuse.
Because the brainwashing starts so young. It's crazy.
It does.
You know, they steal your rights before you even knew you had any. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And this whole, like, you know what I mean, birth certificate, this and that, they literally indirectly own you the moment
from the start.
And when your feet touches the ground, right? Literally, that's when they got like legal binding that, and that's why they give you your name, all this other stuff. It's literally tied to your social security number. I hate to say like this guy, it sounds crazy, but that's your slave number.
Yeah, no, it is. Well, think about it like this. Let me explain something to you guys. No, hold on. Let me explain something to you guys. It's actually true. I'm going to explain something to you guys. This is something you might not know because you're not in finance. But in finance, every financial product has something that's called the QSIP. Right? It means this very specific thing. It doesn't matter. Basically, it's a tracking ID for that specific instrument. That's what it is. It's a QSIP. Yeah, it's like an ID. And guess how many digits it is? Take a wild guess.
9.
Bingo.
Guys, they're trading your fucking social security on the Wall Street. It's insane.
Yeah, because when we're born, they say like this person's gonna contribute this much tax.
Exactly.
And so that's why
on the plantation. I know
that's what the birth certificate is all about.
That's why it's all in capital letters. It's like it's your corporate name or whatever.
It's your corporate entity. It's your corporate entity. That's your legal entity.
Remember what Malcolm X said? People thought he was crazy. He was exactly talking about that. That's why he said, I refuse to be called by the name. That's my slave. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I told you. USA is a corporation. That's why I like what I forget her name, but she's in the trading chat. She was posting the pictures on Twitter, which is cool. Like Donald signed the thing. The corporation, United States, bankrupt because they're trying to hide the country.
It is bankrupt. The corporation is bankrupt. It's been bankrupt since I was at least 18.
Yeah.
Since at least 9/11 has been bankrupt. I mean,
so we might have a shot to freedom. This is why they do the control demolition, but we have to exit the system. And that's why crypto is so important. Because if you keep repeating the same thing, we're going to get enslaved again.
Right. Well, look, there's a lot of things going on. Just to give you guys some solace, because you guys might not know. I was in the military, so I know a few of the rules and regulations because of the things I had to go through in there. So there's this technicality that happened on the day of the inauguration, right? So while people think one thing, it's something else, right? And that's what we're living through right now. I can't go into details, but that's exactly what we're going through right now. A lot of what we're living is a facade. It's not real, right? So what's happening right now is complete exposure, right? A lot of people that used to believe in the people that are doing a lot of the things that they're doing now, they're actually starting to see that, yo, these motherfuckers are actually crazy. Right? Because the things that they're doing it at light speed. They're not doing it in inch increments like they used to before.
Exactly, because they're that desperate, because the system is crumbling. They don't even hide the stuff anymore.
No,
It's like,
not
yeah,
at
we're
all.
gonna do it. What are you gonna do? And the
No.
population, sadly, is also a little bit too much submissive. So they're just like, hey,
Yeah.
whatever. When the brainwashing is so strong, there's nothing you can do. Sadly,
Yeah, that's a problem.
What do you
And I
guys think about AI?
Oh, that's a problem, right? Because the thing
Yeah.
about it is, you have to understand humans rely on technology. They rely on it too much as it is. AI would only compound that issue. It would not fix it, right?
that's what those search engine optimization is. AI can be so good that he can control your thoughts because he knows your pattern. The
Exactly.
same way it's like, Maddie, you go here, you do this, you're within 20-mile radius, you go to work, you see your friend, da, da, da.
I
Next thing
mean,
you know, you just start controlling your thoughts. I mean, it's all fun when he sells you ads and funny thing. And yes, you run out of toilet paper, so you have to go get more. But it's a different story when they start pitting people against each other. When they start like create all this you watch so much news, so much feeds, your feed just gives you that negativity. And you're like, what the hell is going on? And then just say, dude, close the freaking thing, go outside, talk to your neighbor. You get a total different experience. Like, this is what's dangerous, because AI is not just robot, this, that. No, that's the easy stuff.
that's part of it.
Real AI problem is those algorithm.
The neuro linguistics.
Program.
Yeah. So AI is. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, once they have Neuralink, but you can just YouTube like Boston Dynamics and see a little bit of it. But once they have,
I see
they're
them
gonna
on-
have.
It's
Yeah,
beast mode. It's scary.
They're gonna
Elon
have
already
the
tested
Neuralinks.
Neuralink in pigs, and he did
Yeah.
it on a
Yeah.
live stream.
Oh, right. Elon's doing that too. That's what I forgot.
Yeah.
But basically, whenever the AI gets to a certain point, whenever the AI starts creating itself, and then you
That's
have
the
these,
best part.
yeah, you have these factories. they just start building their own factories and gigafactories, and they're just like, basically, then they see us as a threat at some point or something like that, and then we fight them. Something like that happens.
The cool thing is that's okay. When Elon got the big robot making faster, better car, I get it. That's productivity. That's efficient. That's so human being can do better things. The problem is when the AI started trying to start controlling your thoughts, tell you how to think, how to act. This is when we have a problem. You see, because there's different type of AI. There's the general purposes. It's just like the dumb task, right? He can just do it for you, repetition stuff, calculation,
like
quick
simple
computation.
scripts. Like simple
Yeah,
scripts.
but it's when they start to control the thoughts and literally dictate what you should see and what you should not see, control the information biases. This is when we have a problem, because your information is not basically kind of like one of the decentralized.
You know what's funny?
Curated.
Google kind of already does that, right? Google kind of already calibrates your searches, right?
Yes.
If you record your data, which most of the time you don't even know you do, right? The average person doesn't even know that they do that. So let them record your data, which most people do. They're calibrating your searches. So you're really searching in an echo chamber and you don't even realize it. Until I stopped using that, I didn't really realize it, because then the searches and other search engines are just distinct.
You have to work very hard to get out of that. You have to manually search. And when you find a good channel, you got to not just subscribe. You got to hit the bell, hit the all, because sometimes you get lucky, a random video, but then, no. That's too woke for you. No.
Yeah.
Literally, you have to literally check regularly to make sure that you still subscribe. So unless you're very self-conscious, because the information is still there, you're just kind of hitting it softly. It's kind of like the shadow ban. That's how they do it. Oh, we're not blocking you. What are you talking about? Your video is up. But they make it increasingly difficult if you start to go viral and they don't like the content. That's how they censor you. So that's why you got to be very careful. And also you got to be very aware where you get your data and make sure you have multiple sources. That's the only way to fight it. Like, that's where you get the real truth. You have to tough it up and listen to people you even disagree with, because the truth is kind of in between. Although you disagree, he has some truth because he has a different perspective. It's like when you got two eyes, right? You close one eye, you see one way, you close the other one, you see it slightly different. And the truth is the intersection, the trajectory between the two, right? You got to have both eyes open.
Right. And
Because
that's why
left, right, it's a joke. They're all in cahoots. You know what I'm saying? They coordinate with each other. At the end of the day, they make $150K a year. They don't care about you and me. It's just like, show must go on. I mean, literally, real talk.
No, I mean, that's exactly it though, right? And that's why, but that's the funny thing. That's, it's like, again, when I was learning economics, I started realizing how things just were not adding up, right? And you start learning a lot of things in macro, which they lean so hard on Keynesianism on, right? They teach you all about that. And that's how you end up learning about GDP and all this other nonsense, right? And now the main thing I want to focus on is just like when you look at the red line on this chart, which is, again, the rate of change on the value for the dollar, you see it's constantly below the zero line, right? So because it's a rate of change and we're looking at it over a series of time, we have to understand that rate of changes over a series of time, they compound, they stack.
Negatively too.
The fact, yeah, exactly. The effect stacks on the previous effect, right? So it's a compounding effect, like Kareem said. So it's important that we understand that this is exactly what we battle when we invest, right? This is exactly what we're fighting, literally. So if you look at this line, I wish I had an average on here because, damn, it looks like the average
about 3%.
Yeah, it looks like it's 3 to 5%. I was guessing 5. You're guessing 3. 3 to 5 is fair. So it looks like
over the last 20 years, I
was looking all time. But whatever.
All time is easy 5%.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. The whole point is it's freaking negative. No matter what, you're losing out the gate. No matter what, right? And that shit is wild, bro.
You see this chart, you like crypto and the story. Like this is all you need to see. This is all you need. This is really what sold my friend today. Literally holding cash liquid for many years, just watching this value.
Crazy.
Again, less equal more. That's why I like what Will said. Easy pitch. They look at this chart, rate of return. This is your money. This is what's happening. We don't get that problem. And it's inversely correlated because typically that means that the more printing, the more pumps you get on the crypto side. Because again, especially after Ethereum goes deflationary, hopefully with EIP 1559, it's going to be insane. Up into the motherfucker right, and HEX with the stake stuff. So it's just like we got literally you stake more than average stake length, you got zero inflation. Heck, you're positive. You're making gains. So you're like they're in the negative and you're in the positive, and every year you just win.
Wales, can you let El Hexadente back in, please?
Oh yeah. The hell he do? Sure. Boom. No problem.
My camera just froze for a second. Hey, I wanted to say something about you guys are talking about AI, but we'll go on to HEX and everything. But yeah, Elon was saying that they'll be able to record dreams with the Neuralink, which is like crazy because imagine someone get it and they like play some crazy dreams.
Well, here's the thing. It's not that crazy when you think about it. You got to understand what the brain is or what the body is, right? We're really electrochemical. Well, it's kind of weird because we're really electrobiochemical, right? We're not really just blood and guts. We're electrobiochemical. So how the Neuralink works is that it taps into those electrical pulses in your brain, right? And that's how it can record what's happening. So it's really not out of this world, but it's like
in like little branches in your brain to create. And the craziest part, like 90% of your 85 to 90% of your thoughts today were recycled from the day before. This is the reason why habit, especially positive habits, are so strong, because literally what you're thinking about today, 80 to 90% of it, you thought about it yesterday. And then every day you either create positive reinforcement on the good side or on the negative side. This is how procrastination kicks in. This is how if you do all the right thing and you use that to your advantage, this is where your goodness compounds, because you do all the right things, you're getting better, you're getting that positive feedback loop, and you just double down. And then next thing you know, you start to figure shit out because your brain do all those neural pathing, right? You start seeing the log chart. It's like, oh shit, pattern, fractal. It's like, because your brain is so sync into that you become like cutting edge. But that can work against you too. And the brainwashing can just be crazy. You start becoming paranoid. Shit that doesn't exist. You start, like, because you're in that different base.
Have you ever seen Black Mirror?
I've seen some episodes, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty wild. I think the guy stopped making them because he said reality became even weirder than what he could make on the Black Mirror.
I bet.
All those are based on true stories.
Really?
Like the robot dog one where it's like the army has those robot dogs and it's chasing the guy down. And it's not that far away in the drones and stuff.
Yeah, the
miniature
drones.
drones.
They already have it, bro. They already have it. Shit.
They got little ones the size of like honeybees that fly around.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Little
Yeah.
tiny
When
ones.
I looked into it, it's not just like a metaphor. It's like actually stuff that's
sometimes those things that
being
you see in
developed.
those really sci-fi movies is just to prepare you, bro. So it's a little image. They already have it. Some of them.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, let me tell you guys something.
Truth
is stranger than fiction.
Oh yeah.
And that's not just a saying. That's a fact.
Yeah.
The dissonance just hits you hard. You're like, what?
Dude, I was always told that like the military was 25 or 30 years ahead of what we know about.
Oh, hell yeah. I can confirm that. Look, let me tell you guys something. When I was in the military, I saw the movie Manchurian Candidate.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if anybody's seen the Maddie. Clearly you have.
Did you see the original or the remake? Which one are you talking about?
The one with Denzel. So I'm guessing it's a remake.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a remake, right? I haven't seen the original. And I always recommend people watch the original of every movie. So I will definitely cast the original of the Manchurian Candidate because the original is usually better. But this movie, I saw it while I was in the military and it didn't click. It's crazy because you got to really understand how fragile the human mind is, right? This is what I'm trying to highlight. I was in the military. This movie is about a person that wasn't really even in the military. He was brainwashed into believing he was in the military.
Mm-hmm.
He was brainwashed into believing.
This is some Inception next level shit. You know,
this is
that movie you gotta watch it 2-3 times to really.
It's
like, yo.
I mean, yeah, I was super young at the time when I watched it. I was definitely like 18. I mean, I was not really adept at all. Like I was a dumb little kid, right? Like when you're 18, you're a dumb little kid. Let's all be honest. And I was just that. And man, I did not get it. I was in the military living it, and I didn't even get it. It's the craziest movie ever. But that shit is real. It's real life. That is more real than I ever thought Hex could be. Straight up. That's more likely. That's more likely than Hex. That's what's crazy.
You know what's crazy? Another perfect life example, right? And I use this all day with my customer, and it's so sad because the older they are, the worse it gets because they get beat up by life, so much negative experience. And this is what I start to even empathize with people that even do me wrong or they're even racist because they were so caught up in their bubble, they never see somebody like me or every interaction that they had or they heard or the TV that they saw. It's bad.
Right.
Oh, kids from
they live in a world that doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you heard about Africa. Okay, it's National Geographic. It's this, it's that. They'll literally think, oh, you live with the lions or some shit. But it's just like, at first you get, it's funny, right? But at first you get offended, but then you realize and you start to be sad because I kid you not, when I was in my country in Africa, like I knew more about what's going on in the fucking world than when I got to the United States. People don't understand that. Like in other countries, when you get the news, it's the world news. You get your local, you get what's going on in Europe, you get what's in China, in Brazil, and whatever. You get world news. In the United States, think about it. You don't get none of that shit. You get a lot of sports, a lot of entertainment, this and that. And if somebody's trying to sell you some shit 24/7, you have to go outside your comfort zone. Just listen to this. You have to go online. You have to do research. You have to really want it or connect with your people overseas to get some information on what's going on. This is literally like issue number one. Issue number two was related to my work, where it's like when I show people like, wait a minute, you're gonna save me 30 to 40% of my electric bill, like cognitive dissonance. It's like, nah, too good to be true. No upfront costs? No. How? Like, and you just smile. They take a deep breath. I know. Now let me show you the logic. Let me break it down. Boom, and then I go very simple. Less equal more, right? Most people didn't know the grid is literally just
so true.
They do all the billing cycles. They make you think they do everything, but they're not. They're buying the power from somebody else. Then they add their fee, which is the delivery charge, and they push it onto your house. And I said, sir, what we're doing is simple. Your best interest is our best interest. We make money by saving your money. We're using your roof as a power plant, generate the power you need, so that in return, we can cut the middleman, the delivery charge. So you get what you need without the delivery because the power only travels 10 feet. That's it. End of story. You're not losing anything. We're not changing the will. You used to pay an electric bill. That's not going to change. Ha, ha, ha. We're not Mother Teresa. But it's just for the first time, and this is the kicker, with that get out of jail free card you never had before, literally. Your light's not getting any brighter. Why do you have to pay almost double for the same thing? And then you pause, and then light bulb just kicked in. It's like, whoa, logic. Wait, are you telling me that? Boom. And then you go and you show them the cost. It will blow their mind. They look at it and they're like, wait a minute. And literally automatically that cream, get me out of here. Let's go. And that's it. And that's the sale. There's no, it's literally, you're just showing them how they've been screwed for so long that when you show them something better, they don't get it. They think it's a scam because it's too good to be true. But then when you break it down and you explain to them that no, you actually being scammed for so many years, you didn't realize. I'm actually getting you out of that because that's literally our business model. Because that's how, the efficiency was so bad that literally solo company were created, billion-dollar solo company were created just out of that to fix that efficiency. And this is literally why another perfect example of what's going on in the world. There's a lot of facade, there's a lot of repackaging, there's a lot of, but once you get to the nitty-gritty, that's when you get to find the truth.
Yeah, I mean, like I said the other day, man, there's this Maddie called it layers. I called it the rope theory.
Oh yeah, I love that when you said that.
Rope theory.
Yeah, but it's
the
basically
middleman, man. Everywhere you go is the middleman.
Yeah, exactly, and that's really just all it is. That's just the rope theory, right? Because when you think
it's like,
about,
yeah, we're gonna change the world. Yeah, that's great. But by the way, how do we stay in the middle?
Right. But this is exactly what crypto has become. I mean, it's sad to say, but it's true.
You're right.
And I mean, and that's why I'm such a proponent of HEX, man. You know what I mean? Like HEX is so phenomenal because it solves so many issues. Like you have to go through the hassle of dealing with a centralized exchange to get the HEX because it's so good. Because they don't even want you to have access to it. Right? Exactly. They don't even want you to know it exists.
Exactly. Ask yourself that. That's a good question right there.
Yeah.
Why they don't talk about it?
Exactly.
And by the way, when they talk shit, they don't explain why. You see, their logic is flawed. They have a lot of
look, to be honest, I don't know what shit they talk about it because
it's just a lot of yelling, and bullying, but no factual evidence, no explanation.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Scam. What is a scam? You don't even know what a scam is, and you
like
can't even prove.
Twitter's a great example. Right, like somebody was coming at me on Twitter yesterday, and look, I appreciate the backup guys, but I don't even acknowledge the nonsense because we all know the mathematical truth. It's right here in this chart. Like the only person that's confused are the people that don't look at the numbers, and we're not confused because we're looking at the numbers. There's no
ignore reality. Dissonance. They live in their little bubble. Mad gains. Oh, this is not supposed to happen because you see, and this is the selfish part. Because it's like, oh, it didn't happen to me, so therefore I gotta deny it. I gotta hide it. It's crazy. Instead of understanding that the math is so great that it will just go up in perpetuity up in the long term. This is what I understood right away because it's beautifully balanced to the point where it's like,
yes.
I kid you not. I mean, timestamp what I'm about to say.
Look at this chart, man.
Forever. Like literally, it's perfect.
Look at this chart. This chart is telling you what's going on.
Can you guys stop pumping the price? I want to buy more.
Seriously, wait, you're kidding? Is the price going up?
Oh wow, it's almost near the high. This is crazy. It's it's at and Uniswap V2 through the Staker app. I have it up. It's showing at 1.03943 cent.
Oh wow, we up like 10% then.
16.21 to be precise.
Oh, cool. Sorry.
And the high for the today's session so far is 1.044.
Wow. Damn, I feel bad for my friend. You got to put the money tomorrow. Shit. Oh man, he's gonna be pissed when he wake up.
I got some people that I haven't onboarded yet too, man, because these gas fees have been crazy, bro. I'm not gonna have them spend all that money on gas fees.
Oh man,
I guess they're not gonna have a choice.
Matter.
Yeah, I mean they're not gonna have much of a choice after the day because this shit is going, baby. Yeah. And it ain't coming back.
But you know what's amazing is like my friend said the best answer today. He said, dude, what you just explained to me, just the simple fact that I don't have to watch my money piss away, that I can plan for the future for my kids because he has 2 kids and he wants to buy a house in 5 years. You know, again, hardworking guy, like no nonsense, no like we're gonna get rich tomorrow, willing to work. He just needed a vehicle. You see, just that alone this is one of the reasons why I love HEX so much. Like I keep telling anybody, if nobody gets on board, I'll just use it for me. I don't even care because it's just like what. I get all the great properties. Literally, I get to shelter away from dollar. I get to have some. I love what Richard said. Accidentally good store of value because it just gets stakes and the less Ethereum available.
It's
EIP
such a
1559 just
no-brainer.
give us jet fuel on top of that.
Oh my
So you get
God.
all this property. You get free security from the miner from Ethereum. Thank you so much. I mean, literally, it doesn't get any better than that. It's just,
I mean, this thing just. I mean, okay. Let's look at this chart, right? Like, if you look at this chart and just stare at it, what stands out? It's supremely clear to me, right? Like, it's not confusing at all what's going on here. It's literally going like a ping pong ball inside a channel. The return streams, okay? Because these are return streams. And the reason we use return streams is because we want an apples comparison in terms of price action, right? Because HEX doesn't cost what Ethereum costs. And it's really that simple. That's exactly why we use return streams instead of prices.
yeah.
So that's something that people might have not known, and now they do. So that's why we use return streams, right? So when you look at the return stream for Ethereum, which is the orange line, the latest data point for yesterday, because I do it with a 1-day lag, it's 12,054%, basically. I round up, or 1,254%, sorry. I round up. And HEX is at 4,906%.
And by the way, Wells, I have a caveat for you. Literally,
What's
it just
that?
hit my brain the yesterday after I was watching. My eyes just caught that. The return stream actually of X is so gangster that it's actually mimic almost double the one of Ethereum. Let me explain. You see how the orange line played the log game, right? 80,
Yeah.
160, back to 80,
Yep.
then 160, and then do a 160 to 320. See, it's just doing one step, one log to one log, right?
Yep.
Then look at HEX. HEX is saying, no, F that. We're doing
HEX is doing
we're
multiple
doing
logs.
double the frequency. We're doing 40 to 160, retrace to 80.
It's
and then
really
we go to
geometric.
320, and then we go. So it's actually doing Ethereum double, which means if Ethereum is at 12,000, whatever, by the time we get there, we'll be double. And that's not counting the decoupling with the T-share, because this guy said, oh, I'm going to leave you more because I'm going to go even higher.
I
So
mean, look at
it's
the
really-
T-shares, dude. That's 6,917%. Who knows what the next stop is?
Because the Ethereum one, ping pong.
We do.
From So literally, just look at it. Everybody on screen, look at it. Look at the orange line. It ping pongs just from 1 to 1, 80 to 80, 80 move, like 80 to 160, 160 to 320, like very slow but steady.
Yep.
But HEX is like, not F that. We're doing double. We're doing 40 to 160, retrace to 80, and then 80 to 320, not 80 to 160. We're just, and then 320 goes
I
double
mean, you know
again.
what's crazy? I'm starting to realize exactly what you're saying, Kareem.
Yeah, my
If
eyes
you
don't
look-
catch shit like that.
Yeah, look at these waves, right? You got 1, 2, 3,
Our
4,
frequency is massive.
5. I mean, this here is basically where we're at right now, right? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's long drawn out, right? It's really just 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's a long drawn out move, and now we're about to go.
Yeah.
Ethereum got there back here. We're just getting there now.
Yeah, and if it mimics the same thing, you see the long drawn out of Ethereum when it was around like 160 to 320 for a while, and then he went to the 1280 when he did that big move. And if he does the same thing with the double frequency, that means that we're about to go to 20,000 in the return stream.
24,000 probably.
24,000, yeah, which is because it looks like it's doing the return multiple of Ethereum times 2. That's what my eye is catching, because one is doing.
Oh boy, you guys are about to make me pull out Excel. Oh man.
Hey, how much is it? How much
literally,
is the
just look
T-share
at it.
right now?
I'm just staring at it. It just to me, it pops up.
I'm supposed to be asleep right now.
Hey, what's the T-share price
Bit
right now?
Finesse. Hold on, let me add this gentleman to the stream. Welcome aboard, Bit Finesse.
What up,
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's
What's
up?
going on, brother? Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Excellent.
Great charts, man.
I'm about to give it to
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right.
It's
The T-share
almost
price?
16,800. It's at 16,798. And by the way, that's still big I think it's an always stake. That big 700 million is still standing, but at any time when that thing just literally just end state, it's about to be massive.
Oh yeah.
I mean, wow. Look, yeah, look at what T-shares are doing, right? T-shares are kind of getting ahead of everybody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
T-shares have this weird shape, right? Where they're like leaning up now, right? And Hex is leaning up with it, but just with a lag. But Ethereum is like trying to catch up,
Yeah. No.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But look at Hex and the T-shares. They basically just said, we're done going down. We're just gonna snap. And
Jesus, I get it. Well,
you see it now, right? You see it now, right?
It's supposed to do the doubling, like I just found the reason why. Because, like Richard said, it makes sense thanks to Uniswap because it's a function of the square. Remember what I used to say all the time: every time Ethereum double, we quadruple because it's a function of square. That makes perfect sense. This is why Ethereum is doing the 80 to 160, but we do 80 to 320. We double because it's a function of the square. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to watch what Ethereum is by year. By 400 to 600 days,
well,
because
I don't have to get it. I don't have to get it. At least I don't have to get Excel out anymore.
Oh man,
yeah. So the USD that you put into Hex, you know, it went through Ethereum originally, so that USD is still in Ethereum in a sense. But then you traded the Ethereum for Hex, so it's kind of
the compounding effect, the double.
Yeah.
It all makes sense. Oh man, see, brains is working.
Damn, dude.
Damn.
Fucking
you can track Ethereum return stream. See, I'm already doing some deduction in my head.
Yo, it's too easy. It's too easy. But look, it's already 3 times basically, right? What's 12 times 3? That's 36. We're talking about 4,100 once you round up.
There you go.
That's 2.5. That's basically 2.5. So what should continue to happen is that Hex should continue to basically maintain some type of pace away from Ethereum. They should never come together. If they come together, that's a legit Hex bear market.
Facts.
Like they should never come together because it's just math. Clearly, right? This is what this chart is showing us. Like, wow.
And doesn't the liquidity, the move into the USDC side more cause some of that too?
So let's talk about that.
It will help with decoupling, which is good. Yeah.
Let's talk about liquidity, okay? Liquidity is essentially, can I get in or can I get out? That's all liquidity is. It's not anything else. It's not anything more. It technically does not add or take away any value, right? Because the reality is it's a market, it's a market, it's a market. There's going to be liquidity of some sort. Otherwise, the shit would not exist. So the notion that liquidity needs to be X is asinine. It doesn't need to be anything. It just needs to be.
That's why we said the joke. You can't trade liquidity. You can't chart that. It doesn't mean anything. If anything,
you can't trade market cap. You mean?
Exactly. Well said, Maddie. And I think what's awesome is the decoupling is going to get faster and faster because also let's not forget what Hex does. The tokens are moving from weak hands to stronger hands, which means the velocity.
We just hit a new high, guys.
Oh shit! There you go.
Yeah.
Because what ended up happening is, again, velocity of money is slowing down, which allowed the pump to be even more severe with a little bit of money, because you got 2 functions going up. You got the people staking, you got the early people realizing that, hey, this is actually more valuable, so they're restaking also. So a lot of money is not hitting circulation, and it's a feedback loop, because the more you realize how valuable what you have is, the more you want to keep it, which then increase that price valuation to the upside. So some of the kind of legit almost bear market we got in the early time is because, well, let's not forget, 500 million token was distributed every freaking day.
Yeah.
And those days are gone.
And you know what? Let's talk about that. That is liquidity, folks. That is liquidity. 2 billion motherfucking tokens hitting the books every damn day, suppressing price. That is liquidity. That is what people are asking for. FYI. Thank you for bringing it up.
Launch phase.
Thank you for bringing that up, Kareem, because that's very important. If you're an OG Hexican, meaning you were around a year ago, you know exactly what the hell I'm talking about because I saw it in the charts. I saw it in the charts. And you saw it in real time. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
And
very
if
low
the
velocity.
OA bought some of that, which we think it did a little bit, but if you go deep into what that really means, you know, and that's how the OA ended up with 85% of the supply, we could guess. I mean, all that means is that it didn't let people buy HEX at lower prices so that they're not able to dump on the market easily. I mean, that's what the big payday was about, but you can see the design has been even earlier. And now what's happening to that greater than 51% of HEX that's held by the OA, it's getting paid to the stakers at a rate of 40% a year APY to 60% APY, right? And so the distribution plan is just genius.
Absolutely. And then let's not forget our good friend Emergency Unstake, which helped also too, because he helps literally make it more, scarce. I almost dare to say almost deflationary, because those tokens are in quote unquote circulation, but they will never hit market. So to me, it's almost like they're literally, to me, I feel like they're like their stake. So when you readjust and you understand it's only about arguably 5 to 10% of actual token float, and you realize that, oh yeah, market cap this and that, I can easily argue saying that we're actually, in terms of pushing the price up, we're like a nice 400 million token, ready to go another 100x. Because why the hell not? So because once you realize that how low it is and how fast it could go, and it gives you a return. And again, as it gets more valuable, that's the psychology now. Now we're talking beyond the math, the logic, which brings the psychology. It becomes more valuable the less you need to sell. Maybe you were thinking about selling 1 million HEX, hypothetically, you had a bunch, whatever. And then the price was 100x. You're like, well, I don't need that. Maybe I'll sell just 10,000, because what I really needed to buy or whatever gets done with the 10,000 HEX. I don't need to sell the million, which makes it more deflationary. So now the price is holding on more. And then you do the next logical thing, which is, well, since I'm not selling because I got what I needed, let me turn the rest of that HEX into more T-shares so it can go to work for me. Make sense? So this is where price is going up, APY is going down slightly because more people are staking to the pool, but that adds more support.
Right. So let's talk about the order book, right? Because it's kind of relevant to exactly what Kareem was just talking about, right? When you have an order book, that implies that there's orders on both sides, okay? Yeah. Otherwise, it's just, I don't know, just something that goes one way. I don't even know what the hell you call it. But in this essence, right, we're talking about an equation which I discussed previously, which I think we're all familiar with because it's basic physics. If you're not, look up the Newtonian laws, the basic 3 laws, and the one I'm talking about is the second law. That means that being that force equals mass times acceleration.
Yes, sir.
And in words, that is that an object in motion stays in motion. An object at rest stays at rest. Hex is in motion. It's important we understand that. Okay? So when something hits the order book for HEX, it's going one way. Because you have to understand the only time that you're going against buying is when you're exiting HEX. Yes, you are not adding to the liquidity pool. You are not suppressing the price unless you are bigger than the pool. Okay?
Wow.
Yeah,
it's math.
Those people complain, those little plebs, dude, you're not moving that much money. What are you worried about? Like, and I said it in previous stream too, the liquidity in ETH, whatever goes down, but people don't understand it's a dynamic number. They remember the old number, but like, dude, that's when ETH was like $300. When ETH is $2,000-$3,000, the liquidity actually is going up. You're not even realizing it.
Yeah, the quantity of ETH has to actually reduce by 4. It's simple mathematics because it went up by 4.
Exactly. Oh, thank you. There you go.
Right? I mean, it's basic mathematics, folks.
This is why as the price goes up, we'll go back to 10 million plus liquidity with less token because the unit of that ETH went up. This is why I tell people, be very careful with those crazy number of stakes you're trying to do, because when the price goes up, you're going to see a crazy number because you used to do that 0.00 whatever one Ethereum transaction fee. But when the price was like $200, you're like, oh yeah, it's just $5. And then when the price is $2,000, you're like, oh my God, the fees are so high. No, you should have known it from the
It's
get-go.
a whole nother number.
Exactly. It's just like security. It's just like understanding that those HEX, I'm looking at HEX like they're going to be $1 or more. So when I look at the number, I'm like, yo, this is like, I'm getting mentally, I'm saying this is the money. I'm treating it how valuable like that. So I'm like, it pays as if this was $1. So that's how you have to understand. So you don't over, crazy stake and gas fees and this and that, because Ethereum could be and should be one day 4 digits. You got to think about that too. So why would you want to have so many stakes and you're returning all those gains when you could have just stack up? So
people get so freaked out about liquidity. I think especially the noobs and the plebs out there, they don't. Most of liquidity is a vanity metric, but people don't think about the fact that liquidity only matters when you're getting in and when you're getting out.
Correct.
Like I think most people still think that when you buy a stock in the stock market, that money just goes somewhere and sits there. I think most people think that when you buy a house, that money is just sitting somewhere. Like, you need a buyer for every seller.
Hold on, that's a good point. That's a good point, because I remember when I first started watching Richard, and he would mention like the OA nonsense, and that they would ask like, "Where's all the ETH going?"
Oh yeah, dude, that's
like, what the fuck does that even mean? Do you ask Apple where the fuck all your dollars are going?
Walmart, where's this money going?
Do you? Like, do you ask Nike where all your dollars are going? Like, what the fuck kind of question is that?
And again, it goes back to that fallacy and the lie that the rest of the community and the exchange are saying.
Crazy.
Remember,
do you ask the exchange where your dollars are going when you're buying ETH? Like, what the fuck?
Because let me remind everybody, like Richard said, liquidity only matters for exchange, so they can get more fees. So when you see trading volume and shit like that on high liquidity, they're making money, not you. They're doing all those microtransactions, scamming you out of your money.
It's like, it's not even hilarious when I hear it, but now when I'm talking to you guys, it's like I can't help but laugh because it's so asinine.
It goes to show how bad the propaganda is. Again,
oh my God, yes.
That's why we're seeing that, because the exchange dude, it's a crazy company. They're spending millions of dollars a year talking about that number because they want to propagate their semi-importance when in reality they're not important. Like real talk. Besides onboarding and, like Richard called it, regulatory arbitrage. That's it. Everything else than that, you don't need them. And they're already panicking, bro. That's the reason why they're buying the Uniswap token and this and that, because they already know that they're about to be exited. Like Vitalik wanted to get them out from the get-go.
Really? I didn't even know that.
They're not going to be relevant in a year or two, especially as the term gets more scalable. So they're already afraid. That's the end with the sushi. That's the reason why they listed Uniswap right away, because they're realizing that they were not getting it out and they're about to be out of business. So they had to make the investment and the sacrifice and be dumped on and get all the tokens, because without that, they're going to lose relevance. But no matter what, they're not going to be making the same money as if they were to control their own exchange. Period. Full stop.
Because these two is going to change things, right?
Exactly. Unless people's going to get scammed, the wealth will actually go to the user and not the garbage. Because you know what exchange love to do? And freaking front running and spoofing and changing the price and locking out your account when it's a major pump, so you can't get an action in the pump. Like, it's just insane. So we got a little more step out of freedom. So I'm excited about that.
All while feeding you to death. Let's not forget that. It's very important. I have to say it again. all of this while feeding you to death. I mean, it's just an abomination what they do. It's crazy. So let's look at this great table that Maddie provided for us. It's a table that shows the price of HEX whenever this chart was made, and it's showing
February 3rd,
right? Happy birthday.
2021, last night, and it's showing a price of 0.009938 of a dollar, right? That's what it's showing. So 9.9 tenths of a dollar, almost a cent, almost a penny, basically. And the ETH price is 1,620. The total pool for HEX is at 1441 ETH, and that's between ETH and USDC. Now, the first order of business is talking about what is it that's going to move price to 10 cents from 1 cent, which is where it's at now.
That's 2.3 million worth of ETH.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's nothing.
Hey, anybody who doesn't have this picture saved in your phone, save this shit in your phone, guys. Like, save this as a picture.
This is the cheat sheet.
It's so helpful.
This is your background. Take your significant other off your phone background and use it.
And by the way, just because I can't help myself, but just to put it in perspective for people, oh my God, millions of dollars. Now, forget all the millions of dollars. Just focus on the ETH. At some point, let me remind everybody, when I got in, the bid and ask, whatever, the liquid or whatever, there was over, I remember seeing over 8,000 to 12,000 ETH just sitting in the order. Which means this all this stuff, just look at it, okay, it's just 3,000 ETH, which is literally a fraction of what used to be there. Which means if 3,000 ETH goes in right now, easily, we're 10x the price. And all the people that sold, they get priced out, literally. And guess what? Like I said yesterday, and the world is doing it. And shout out to Juni Sake, because he went actually and looked. One of the big, almost $1 billion stake that's coming at the end of the month, that's OA stake. And everybody knows OA does not, most likely, is not going to sell. And just a little pop quiz, if you watch the previous stream, every time the big stake goes up in the chart that Wells has, the yellow line goes up. So again, logic, well pumps the price, end stake, share rate explode, and then you just got boxed out. You sold your token. You can't dump anymore because guess what? You can't short HEX. You don't have any. So it's just literally one of those things I need people to understand. This is the reason why.
Let me share this chart because it's relevant to the conversation right now. And we're going to go back to yours, Maddie. So please do not get rid of it. It's going to be a chart of the liquidity. And I really need to go back and just get the labeling. I'm very sorry. But the price that we're looking at on the y-axis is the price of ETH versus Ethereum, versus HEX way back in the day, right? So this is, and what we're also seeing here is in the dots is a representation of the amount of ETH in the liquidity pool. So the bigger the dot, the bigger the liquidity.
Shit, I saw that shit live because I was buying during that time. Shit, I made that up. Dude, there was at some point there was almost 15,000 ETH in the thing.
Right. The bigger the dot, the bigger the liquidity. I mean, you got to understand it's a completely different market now, right? And the thing about it is like the only reason. So let's talk about the OA. People have to understand that the OA is literally there to support the system, right? And it's just like any other entity, right? You're going to have a product. That product is going to have a backer. It's just like any other entity. You're not buying Nikes from the street. You're buying it from Nike. You know what I mean? So,
facts.
Yeah, I mean, it's really straightforward. And the OA is there to support the system, right? And not let people take advantage of it and do whatever they want. I mean, do we have to go over that year in finance situation again? I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah.
It's a joke. And the excuse is V1. Nah, that's not an excuse. That's bullshit. People have money on there. That was 2.8 plus 11 million.
Yep.
That wasn't 2 cents.
Scamming people and then sending an article, hey, we're sorry. Yeah, we'll do an investment. Keep it moving. Literally, by the end of the week, it's going to be old news.
Oh, yeah, it's already old news. You kidding me? Yeah, I showed an article early on in the stream. It wasn't even 200 words, brother. Not even 200 words. It's beyond ridiculous. Beyond ridiculous. So now we're looking at what the liquidity is looking like presently, right? And presently, it's essentially, I don't know, maybe a 20th of what it used to be.
Yeah, dude, a joke. A
tenth. A tenth is probably a good number. A tenth.
If liquidity goes back to the old number, you're getting that 100x move. No bullshit.
Exactly.
No. Again, facts over feeling. Maddie has the chart. It tells you. I have seen that number. I was there. I was buying.
We were just talking about 15,000 ETH liquidity pool.
Yep, I saw that.
Just talking about that, right? And that number, that 12,000 number, gets us to $1 basically.
And let me remind something else for everybody. It moves as a function of a square.
Yeah.
When it was 15,000, we were getting about like, there was like 1.9 to 2 million hex on the other side. Now, guess what? If we go to 15,000, you'll be lucky if you get literally 500 because what is it? It's like 80 million, right? On the bit. Yeah. You'll be lucky if you get like a couple mils there, because it's just going to move a function of a square. So it's going to go from where it's now, it's going to double. So you're going to get 40 million. Then it's going to double. You're going to get 20 million. It's going to double. You're going to get 10. And then people are going to be like, wait a minute, you used to be able to get 1 million hex? How? Yeah. That million hex that you're just throwing around like it's nothing. Next thing you know, getting 100,000 hex is going to be like, oh my God, it costs like 20 grand. Yeah.
You guys are gonna love this. So I just did a side calculation because I want to know for a 10x price how many people can become a shark, right? So how many sharks, and it's so I calculated
everybody moves a class.
How many T-shares you would need to be a super shark, and it takes a little bit over 10,000 T-shares to have 0.1% of the 10.8 million T-shares. And then if we use the rate, if we just assume that if you're putting it, you're buying 15-year T-shares only, which are the ones that cost the least amount of hex, then it's going to be about $56 per 15-year T-share.
Absolutely.
Because it's 5,000, let's say 600 hex to buy that.
It's insane. And one other thing,
so it's $600,000 to have one new shark. And so that means only 8.3 sharks can get in for $5 million before the price 10x.
And here's a positive
that's
feedback.
Not accounting for anything.
Hold on, Maddie. That's right now?
Right now.
Wow.
Without slippage.
So this shit is already
probably less than that.
Yeah, because as it goes up, it becomes more expensive. But here's
so
the one
low liquidity.
The one good news for the entire community, which is awesome, is that Hex is so cool that every 10x move, everybody moves a class. So everybody wins. So what do I mean by that? Is like everybody go look at their rank right now. Literally, if you're a cool crab, when the 10x without you doing anything, you become a tinkering turtle. When you're a tinker turtle, at 10x, you become a swift squid. If you're a swift squid and dolphin is so hard, when the price 10x, you actually, in terms of net worth in dollars, you become a dolphin. Because remember what it is. It's a ratio of percentage, 0.1, 0.001. So wherever you were, and then it 10x in dollar, your account may say swift squid or whatever, but you're getting the money that a dolphin used to get.
So
Kareem, I think it's relative to all of us. So I don't think that's true.
Exactly. So everybody wins, and this is why it gets insane. Because now, if you are not a believer, like Richard said, you can't hate the gains. Your account is showing too many gains. You're gonna have to convert. Dude, this is the best marketing tool ever. Every 10x move, the community gets.
Let me ask you guys a question. Because you guys been here from the start. So into the end of the year, it ran up to basically a cent, cent and a half, 2 cents, right? Fine. Mm-hmm. And it started at basically zero with like 5 zeros in front of it, or 4 zeros in front of it, whatever it is, right? So it basically reduced 3 whole zeros, right, in 1 year, right?
By the way, guys, quick announcement. I'm switching to my phone. Sorry, my computer's about to die.
No worries. Go right ahead. Kareem. So we went 3 zeros, right? We obliterated 3 zeros on the way up from the low. That's why it's 350 plus times, right? Because that's 3 zeros, poof, just gone. There's no coincidence. Oh, all of our faces are going. Yeah, we just got the chart up, guy. We don't have any faces on. We just got the chart on because we're talking about the most important thing, which is fundamentals.
All right, switching to my phone right now.
Go ahead. So, what we're talking about here is basically very straightforward, right? It's going to be what it's going to be. Like, liquidity is what's available when a transaction is about to happen. When you go to a bank and you go to a teller and you go to the ATM, right? That's a teller nowadays, ATM. You're going to get the cash, right? Because the cash is there, right? That's liquidity. right?
Depends how much you're trying to take out.
Right. Depending on how much you're trying to take out. Well, depending on how much you try to take out, you're going to reach a limit, and that's called capital controls.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what we're dealing with. Right. That's really what we're dealing with when you're going to deal with an ATM. But that's another conversation. So what we got here is basically a way to figure out, because this is a thing. This is just a conversation. Right. This is straight up. Boom. This is the equation. And we already know what the equation is. It's force equals mass times acceleration. And the mass, in this case, is whatever you want it to be, because it doesn't matter, because it's a linear equation. Because it's going to be hex and whatever other pair you're swapping hex for. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the force is going to be that liquidity number, which is a dollar figure at the end. Go ahead, Maddie.
So I don't even know if you could get one whale in.
Right. I don't think that's possible anymore. I mean, they're going to need a shit ton of
They're
money.
going to have to redefine the definition of a whale. That's just the reality.
Yeah, because they would push. Because wouldn't it be more than 6 million? So it's 600,000 to get in as a shark, but then you 10x that, and it would be 6 million. But the whole 6 million you're putting in, you're pushing the price against yourself over 10x. So you're not really. Is this saying that you're able to buy 5 million? Dollars
the
worth?
the slippage is going to be so crazy. It's going to be in red. You say, literally, you're about to lose 10% or some crazy number.
Yeah.
Because again, it moves as a function of a square based on what's available. Guys, again, public service announcement. This is the reason why the T-share is the single most important thing. People may make fun of some other people right now. Oh, you don't have enough T-share. Oh, you stay for too long. But guess what? That T-share end up being the reason why you're going to jump classes. Because as people end stake and get out of the pool, as the price becomes more and more expensive, the value of those T-shares, when you do the multiplication, like we told you the other day, T-share multiplied by the price to tell you how much your mining operation is worth, that's the truth. And that number constantly goes up at a rapid pace.
And there's a reason
so that's really what you have. That's why you get to jump. It's like the story, right? The tortoise and the hare, man. It's how you finish, man. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Yep, that's a fact.
15 years from now.
I mean, I don't want to harp on price, but this is crazy. It just keeps going up.
Hey, so yeah, has anyone been looking at, are they buying on the ETH side or are they buying on the USDC side right now?
I have no idea, but we're going to check shortly.
They're both going up because they have to find the price medium between the two. So if USD goes if it goes on the USD price, a bot's going to buy on the other side just to regulate. But again, people are not understanding important things, which is it's just the only sell person that's happening is either from the what I call the non-believer, the early claimer people. Remember, because he blocks it for 350 days, right? So those people are the only one that can push the price down. But guess what? Eventually, the price just stopped going down. You feel me? Eventually, more people, like my friend I'm onboarding tomorrow, they're coming in with real fucking money. So the little pleb that's exiting $2,000, $5,000, he thinks he has money. You're not gonna matter. You just don't.
Yeah, that's
and then true accumulation never ends. So we keep buying, we're pushing the price up. So it's literally one way, up and to the right. That's it. That's it.
And that's the thing that people don't understand. There is a lot of people that are still yet to come to this party.
Exactly. The biggest whale hasn't showed up yet.
There's only 20,000 people in HEX.
What's that?
There's only 20,000 people in HEX
that are staked.
Unique
address. About 30, almost 30,000. There's like 200,000.
Yeah, 30,000 unique addresses that have some level of stakes. Yeah,
it's about 29,000 or 28, isn't it?
There you go.
But I mean, I have a lot of accounts, so.
Yeah, but Maddie, understand something. The number of wallet that touch HEX at any point, they're in the hundreds of thousands. Let's make something clear. What STAKER.APP did, which is cool, is they focused on somebody that has some type of active stake. Yeah. It doesn't have to be 100% stake, but active stake to a certain number. I forget the exact number, but at least it's like 10,000 HEX or something like that. Like above a T-share, you feel me? So to make it so like, okay, this is the potential real person. You get what I'm saying? So this is where that's the number. But whatever it is, it's still very low.
Yes.
It's nowhere near 500,000. It's nowhere near $1 million. It's just like, and people don't realize it's literally like
15,000.
selling
It could be
Bitcoin at $8
30,000. But
because he
it's
pumped from
nothing.
a cent.
It's nothing.
Literally, this is literally where we are.
It's
You're
nothing.
selling Bitcoin at $8 because he went up from a 1 cent, not understanding that he hasn't even reached critical mass yet, and the price pump harder, faster. At the earliest stage, like Richard pointed out many times, there's so many gems, so many clues. People just need to like pay attention.
I mean,
there's going to need to be a support group because a lot of us OGs understand what teachers are. Look, there's a lot of people out there, guys, who still don't. There's a lot of people out there who still don't understand what a T-share is. A lot of people are staking for 3-5 years, and they're going to sell all their coins when they're staking.
Oh my God, they have no clue.
And they are fucksville. They're not when they realize what they've done and they have to buy back in.
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna need a legitimate support group to go to and talk about this.
And the next blaming game, is not gonna be about the HEX. And be like, man, I used to have 1,000 T-shares, man. That's crazy. What did I say in the early days? I said 1 T-share over Bitcoin. If you really get this, it's so important. This is where Richard said, this kid is smart. because that's the key. That's the key. Treat it the simplest way. Treat that T-share like it's a Bitcoin. Would you want to get rid of, if you're an early adopter, would you want to get rid of your Bitcoin? So it's better than Bitcoin because it prints interest. It makes more. But it just goes to show, we're about to cross $200 T-share very, very soon. And after that, 10x move. Next thing you know, we're at 2,000.
$400 T-share was 2 cents, and we're already at 1 cent. So we're probably close.
Very close.
Yeah,
very close.
And you guys were analyzing before how much you could, if it was possible, to become like a shark or a whale in just one market buy, right? Because if you dollar cost average over a few months, some big buys, you could, I think you could still attain one of those ranks.
If you're lucky,
good point.
Because dollar cost average doesn't mean that the price is going to wait for you because everybody else is trying to get in too. So you got to understand that you need selling pressure to help you out. But people don't understand that most of it is gone. Guys, big payday is done. The major dumping got done, so to speak. People that got, the 3-day 30-some%, let's not forget, they got paid. Even with the way, like, people got handsomely paid. They pushed the price so down and they got rid of it. And they were like, our liquidity, thank you very much. And then the second wave was the January wave when the what I call the early marshmallow people that just can't help themselves because they only stake for a year or whatever. And they're like, oh my God, the price is up, 100x since I bought it. So let me sell. That's cool. But as those people go away, you're left with what? You're left with the true believers. You're left with the real support. You're left with liquidity went down 4x, which means that we actually valuation-wise went up 4x indirectly without the price moving, because then that means it's 4 times easier to pump the price. That's what it means. And then when the whale, again, public service announcement, when the whale decide to close the door, say, see you later, you're going to be that first one crying, be like, man, how much was HEX before? And then you didn't buy it? Yeah. And then you're going to FOMO back in. And the next thing you know, all the bots goes in. It goes crazy. You rise in market cap, and trading view is seeing that. Make no mistake, the scavenger is going to come. The haters that used to hate, oh, yeah, I was always a Hexican. Yeah. They're all going to show up. Just like the Gamestop, right? Nobody cares. Short squeeze comes in, and at $110, that's when the big people come in to do the final push. And this is when HEX go to $1. Because it runs to 20 cents and people started talking about, wait a minute, only on 4x and then you're $1, right?
Let's talk about $1. Let's talk about $1. What's $1 from here? $1 from here is 100 times, right?
100x, easy, 12,000 ETH, no sweat. I've seen more.
That's 100 times from here.
And that went in a day in the AA.
Look, so let's I'm gonna get into that. Let's talk about liquidity, right? Let's talk about how an order actually happens, right? For somebody to come in and completely obliterate the book with 12,000 ETH is pretty asinine. Like, it's just not realistic, especially with ETH at 1,200, or I'm sorry, 1,600 plus, right? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Why would anybody trade against themselves? Only a complete noob that doesn't know how a DEX works and doesn't know that that number down there matters something is going to be the only moron to do that, right? Because
hedge funds looking for a yield aren't going to know that.
I don't know about that.
Exactly.
I don't know about that. I worked at a hedge fund. I wasn't stupid. I mean, you got to be
Wales.
stupid.
Hey, you'd be surprised in crypto. They're a little bit. You give them too much credit that
We're
they
talking
deserve.
about
Trust me.
$20 million, you guys.
At that same time, that person can provide liquidity and protect their investment, right?
Exactly. Because
So we're
remember,
talking about moving it a whole dollar.
Yeah, so they move it. They move it all the way up.
In one click.
Yep.
Yeah, but understand something, Wells. This is something
that's
that
a
I
good point.
witnessed live, because that's literally the day I got in the next day, is that the way the DEX works, which is better compared to the traditional market, which is why it's not your fault, is that when the major buy comes in, it automatically just sit there as bid support. So to push the price down, you need to have the same amount of money that the whales put in. So when the guys back in April last year, right,
So I'm
breaking
under
news.
fucking estimating is what you're telling me?
Yes, sir. Because when that big whale came in, he did a 10,000. Let me listen to this. He did a 10,000 ETH market buy. He literally almost 10x the price in a single market order. And guess what? The
2x the price,
retracement
right?
came, but he barely went down, barely, because people didn't have enough to actually push the price down. Because remember, we're still early in the launch phase. But guess what? We're in similar time right now because all the tokens are already out. The only people that get paid is the stakers, and the stakers average length is 5 years. And the majority of that token is for the real believers, which are averaging 8, 10, 12, 15 years, which means we're about to hit the drought. So when the big market buy comes in, if you don't have enough force to push it back down, it just sits there. And then when the day goes by, just like regular traders are like, wait a minute, it's not retracing. Is this really the support? Then they're going to come in. And the trader's going to love it because low liquidity, they can pump the price, FOMO more retards in. Dude, that becomes their, listen, this is their favorite trading park. You feel me? The expert ones.
That's a really
Because they know
good
how to
point,
pump.
Kareem.
They know how to pump. Trust me. They're going to come in
Hex,
and play their game.
Hex has the opposite of what Bitcoin has, right? So in the dollar, the inflation goes to the banks and the corporations. It goes to everybody but you, right? In Bitcoin,
Yes.
the inflation goes to the miners. And in Hex, it goes to the stakers. So you have this tremendous selling pressure that Bitcoin has every single hour for miners having to dump their coins on market to pay for those ASIC miners. The electricity is insane. Hex has the
And you got
opposite of that.
scammer like
So-
S2Poo dumping 40,000 Bitcoin in 3 days just for fun.
Yeah. So if you want to get the inflation in Hex, you have to be staked. And those coins don't come out of inflation until you're staking. So we have the
Exactly.
opposite. So just think of those dumps that Bitcoin has, those 85% dumps. I really doubt that when Hex gets over $1, $10, $100, $1,000, unfortunately you're probably going to see more people stake because it's going to garner a lot more attention. People are going to start looking into Hex in a way that they're just not doing right now. But I don't. The amount of support that Hex is going to have by people staking and the inflation not coming out until people end those stakes is going to be a massive game changer for all of crypto. No one's going to have seen anything like it ever before.
Yep. And flash news, by the way, kudos a hint. We already have the future chart is going to look like. You guys remember that cool post Richard posted for fun sometime about the Amazon chart? This is literally the opposite of controlled demolition. This is controlled structure on the way up. You're controlling the funneling of the tokens that's coming out. You provide support. It's literally, we just up and to the right diagonal. No pump and dump.
Controlled blast off.
Exactly. No pump and dump, just slow and steady, winning the race. It just keeps going up nice and easy. Boom, 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 boom. As people exit, less liquidity, price just goes up. And he just does his diagonal. And it becomes like a really cool housing market and under normal circumstances where nobody's selling at the same time. People sit a little bit, get the interest, boom. They sell the interest, they leave off the dividend, the principal stays working in the machine. And the new guy comes in and says, oh, I want to get some of that too. Then he buys. When he buys, the price goes up. So he sees, wow, it's been a couple of days. My investment is already up 20%. That's pretty cool. I like this thing. Let me buy some more. Oh wow, this staking. It's been a week. I got like $100. Oh wow, this is cool. Let me buy some more. Positive feedback. And since the true believer, which created the supply, we don't worry until year 15 anyway. So it's just beautiful from there. And again, go back to look at that post that keeps going on the Telegram for fun. Look at that Amazon chart after the big dump, up into the motherfucking right, like a diagonal, right? This is most likely the control structure on the way up. That's my educated guess. Unless some serious FOMO tarts comes in, and then we're gonna get a hockey stick. There's only two ways. There's only two ways.
Hey, did you?
It just seems like when
seen...
when the price pumps, it just can't dump hard enough. Like that's the thing that sucks about Hex. Like Hex has got a big problem. It's too good. The fucking price won't stay down.
But it's fascinating.
Just quick.
Hey, have you seen who or what that big stake coming out in March? Have you looked at that at all?
Yeah, we did. Junior Star found it. It's an OS stake, 949 million out of the billion. So, what does that tell you? That's about to freaking skyrocket share rate, and then you're gonna get boxed up. I've been telling that to people. They don't listen. Look what happened February 1st. Oh, the billion stake. What's gonna happen? Well, guess what? Price went up. See ya. You sold it thinking it's gonna go down to 6,000, 4,000. I heard some nonsense like 4,000 of a penny. Yeah, good luck. And then, so it's just understand what it is, because again, it's logic. If I was that level of a whale, remember, I'm just in training. But if I get to that level, that's what I would do. It makes sense. I keep pushing share rate as high as I can, creating support. Again, stock to flow model. Wells did the chart for you guys. Literally, it's a blessing to visualize. I can't thank him enough, because people needed to see. I think that's why I also created the pump. People got to see what we've been talking about for a while, but like in a chart.
Oh, yeah.
Because it will follow that. The same way stock to flow does it, it will follow that. So when massive massive end stakings are happening and that yellow line goes up, that's a signal to tell you price is about to go up in the foreseeable future, right? It just that's what has been mimicking. So when you see that, and again, it's just logic, because a T-share becomes more expensive, and then you pump in the price, which makes it even more expensive, because remember, it's a two variable function, right? It's share rate plus price. That's why it's up, at some point it was up 500%. So just in terms of, it was like a 60 cents, was it, right? The low, all the way to like almost 300, that's like 500%. So we're going to, by the time we do a new all-time high and it's $400 for a T-shirt, it becomes even more. And that's what people need to understand. That's what we've been saying. The T-shirt is the most valuable thing, because whatever the hex gain is, you got to take that plus add the share rate on top of that. As a multiplier, not an addition, a multiplier. So if something goes up 1,000% and then the share rate went up another 70% on top of that, you have to do the multiply. That becomes 7,000%. That means your mining rig, your operation is worth 7,000% more.
And you're talking about the 15th, right? I'm actually going to the HEX.VISION page.
Yeah, nice. Yeah,
so we can pull that up.
Yeah. And those are my indicators.
I'm going to get a few hours of rest, guys. I'm out of here. Maddie, Joe, El Hexidente, Kareem, Wales, your charts are fucking amazing. Dude,
thank you, boss. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Amazing. Fantastic. I'll chat with you gentlemen later. Have a great night.
Have a good night.
Be safe,
later, bro.
Good to see you.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you.
Absolutely, brother. You
That's awesome, man. Business is cool, man. Dude, I'm having so much fun. I'm gonna make myself a quick drink real quick.
Go right ahead, man. No worries.
Yeah, chill. Dude,
yeah, it's like
we're here to talk the talk. Not nothing else.
Look at this. Pick your poison, right? Selfie.
That's many T-shirts, bro. That's all you got to think about.
Dude, that's a lot of T-shirts. but again, personal discipline is the key, right? A lot of it is just looking at it, and every now and then, you make a little one. But this is the cool part.
It's nice to have it. It's nice to have it when you want it.
Yes, for special occasion, or once Mexicans come through to visit.
So, I just noticed something amazing, and I want to share with you guys, because this is why we do this, and this is why these streams go so long, and this is why you have to watch every minute, because you just never know what's going to happen. All right. Now, I'm about to blow your guys' minds because this shit is wild. Because it's just like Kareem said. Notice what happens to the share rate, to the shares every time a big stake ends. It ratchets up a little bit, right? Like, look at the date of, what's today? Today is the 4th, right? Yeah. And this is yesterday, basically, or 2 days ago. The share rate went up pretty much, right? But then now we're going to go forward to basically the 9th, right? And on the 9th, we're going to check to see what the share rate is relative to today. Let's go to, what's the name? GRAPHHEX. I like checking that website. So right now, look at that. T-shares at 174. We said it'd be closer to, and that's exactly where it's at.
Exactly. 174.
174, just like it's supposed to be. The share rate, 167.96. Basically 168. It's a hop, skip, and a jump away from there. Now, let's zoom in a little bit. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Yeah, not too well. That's what I was worried about.
Another cool thing is some of those shares are Genesis, what we call Genesis T-shares from early day one stake, big stake. So they're gonna really ratchet up.
Yeah.
Because the system, again, our favorite tool, which is award-winning, right? One needs to make sure you can't restake and make more money, so he has to make sure. So dude, it's amazing. And let's not forget that big stake from the first or the second is still hanging there. At any time, that can just literally just end stake and then ratchet the prices up. So some of you guys that are still sitting debating, oh, should I stake? Should I not stake? Well, guess what? At any time, share rate could explode again.
I'm starting to realize that I'm just missing an element to HEX, and that's that end staking makes the price go up too.
Oh, dude, hell yeah. That's my favorite thing. I told you that's my
I hadn't realized that too right now.
I only got a few favorite chart, and hopefully one day you can make my next favorite chart. Favorite chart number 1, I told this again, right? T-share in dollar, and it was made. It was awesome. Favorite chart number 2, HEX.VISION. All you traders out there watching the stream, you know who you are. You know that's the chart you want to kind of eyeball to have an idea what's going on. But again, favorite chart number 3, I'm playing the future, made by whales. It's going to be the T-share price versus Bitcoin. Man, I need to see this. I'm going to start promoting it. Be like, yo, where's Bitcoin? And we're coming for you. Literally, we'll do like an update every other month. Well, you were here. We're not only we're going to beat you in terms of how fast we're going to get to where you've been, which is already cool, but I want to watch it, catch it up, and pass it. That's going to be insane. That's going to create some serious FOMO. Be like, wait a minute. This thing that came up 10 years, 11 years after Bitcoin is starting to catch up to Bitcoin. Again, T-shares, guys. I'm talking T-shares. I'm not talking HEX, the price. So, and I've said it, and I'm going to say it again, a T-share over a Bitcoin any day. Right? Within the next first 15 years, probably even the first 10 years, a T-share will be more valuable than a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Send this, whatever, put on Twitter, say Kareem said it. Right? It's literally going to happen. So, well, that's the chart we need. That's the chart we need, bro. And we even let Bitcoin have its 10-year head start and watch it catch up. This is gonna be the most FOMO shit ever. People are like, wait a minute, what is this thing? Oh, how do I get a T-shirt? Oh, okay, yeah, go buy some HEX. That's what's gonna be cool.
Yeah. That's why I've been talking about them more. I've been talking about the T-shirts more, just shifting the conversation more every time I get a chance.
And that's gonna help everybody because they're gonna really understand the most valuable thing in HEX is, which is T-shirt. So
yeah, really, because the T-shares is what's generating what you're getting paid on a daily basis.
Exactly. You know? It is the what we call in business. It is the income generating asset. The thing you want to. Everybody that play Monopoly or play what's the name of that Robert Kiyosaki game? I forgot. Cash flow. Yeah.
Oh, the cash flow
It's
conjuring
the
or whatever.
holy grail. Is the cash flow, and here's the best part, because my Grant Cardone, which I follow a lot, like it's the same holy grail of real estate, but with no hassle. Imagine you're having $10 million worth of property that just yield every day, and you don't have to deal with tenants and bullshit and this and that. It just pays you. Click a button. It doesn't
Exactly.
get any,
Oh
it doesn't get any better than that. I don't even need $1 billion worth of real estate. I just need $1 billion worth of t-shirts. That's it. Life is good. So this is what we need to understand. And because T-share is a true variable system, like Wells just realized, is there's the price going up, but then the HEX.VISION chart is key because it's the function mechanism that's going to help ratchet up the price. Because let's be real, nobody got more coins than the OA, and OA wants share rate to go up. Make no fucking mistake. It's like, yo, I'm here to protect this shit. So the faster share rate goes up, the more we're gonna. And I wouldn't be surprised if it does another billion stake somewhere within the next 6 months or whatever, just to keep ratchet up the price, to be like, yo, get on now or you're gonna miss the boat. There's certain train that leave station, they don't come back. And the T-shirt train, it goes one way, bro. One-way ticket.
Yeah, that's the thing, dude. And look, you were talking about the chart. Let's just pull the chart up real quick. I mean, just looking at this chart right now, you can see that the T-shirt only goes up, right? So we keep just scrolling through this set of charts. We'll come back to this one. We'll come back to this one. We'll come back to that one. We'll come back to that one. We'll come back to that one. Let's talk about this.
Nice. That's a sweet one.
Yeah,
Right there.
let's talk about this one, right? Because it's kind of like not a definitive chart, but it's interesting to look at. Because you got the T-share over hex rate, right? And it's just constantly going up. It's constantly going up. And that's the thing that's going to drag the price of hex higher, right? Because that ratio is what's going to determine the amount of hex you need to get one T-share.
And it goes up exponentially. People don't realize that. They don't understand how it works. It doubles very, very slow in the beginning. But imagine year 5, year 10. Guys, this thing is going to start flying. You're going to be like, every day that goes by, you're going to be so thankful of that early T-shirt that you got, because it becomes more valuable than the diamond at the speed of light. You're going to be like, yo, what? How? Yeah. Because T-shirt doesn't need price to go up. Let me say that again. T-shirt doesn't need price to go up because it will just keep doing the force multiplier at a faster pace. So you see how it's already pointing up again, ready for another move. So it's just gonna trend like that.
I mean, that's the thing though, right? Every day. Hold on a second.
Yeah, because just to put into perspective, it took almost a year. You see the yellow line to barely move. It took us almost a year.
Yeah. And look at where it's at now. It went from 10,000 to 16 in one lockstep. That's it.
Yeah, big payday definitely helped, but what's important is that it really lifted up the parabola. I want everybody to remember that.
Yeah, but hold on, right? Because that's a good point. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
It's literally a parabola in formation. First, you get the impulse, and then you start to curve, and then the stairs start to come in, and the stairs get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Because that's the thing, right? All it is going to be dependent on the staking action. And that's what people understand. That's the added convexity. Because I really thought it was just the staking on the front end, but no, it's both. I wasn't getting that. I got that now.
Because this is a massive, big picture. This is a parabola that if everything goes well, the parabola will never break. And when I say parabola, it's over 15 years. So because of parabola, when you zoom in, it's a set of stairs, and the stairs get higher in a shorter period of time.
You're seeing it right here.
It took us a whole year to do one stair. That's cool. But it's going to start being shorter and shorter.
But here's the question I got. We know where the T-share rate is going. We kind of see what happened with the APY, right? The pink line is the APY. The yellow line is the share rate.
Overhead. Yeah.
The latest APY reading as of 0-100 UTC today is 37.65. I mean, where you gonna find that at?
Yeah, exactly, which is insane, which is steady. Now,
Right.
this is the part where math doesn't help. This is the part where logic comes in and psychology. We got two options that can only happen. Option number one, people are still clueless, and that means that I have failed, literally, because I love the community so much, but I have failed, and they don't realize how valuable it is, and then they just keep cashing out and selling. And what's going to happen is that the early adopter, if you thought you were making stupid gain, forget about it. It's going to be savage. We're going to get triple digits. You heard it loud and clear. We're going to get triple digit interest. Because what's going to happen is,
I agree.
yeah, because what's going to happen is that the price is going to keep going up. They're going to cash out, which means that, remember, when they cash out, T-share leaves the pool, the total pool. Right. And when the T-share leaves the total pool, the ratio gets better because the daily payout constantly goes up because inflation continues every day, bigger and bigger on the one-way parabolic rise. So it's a ratio of what you're getting paid that keeps going up every day divided by the total T-share. So meaning if I fail my job, people don't understand how valuable the T-share is. People are not staking, or worse, they're staking for a short period of time. So total T-share keeps going down, deflationary, and then which makes the numerator over the denominator bigger and bigger and bigger, which then makes your interest rate goes up. And I know it sounds crazy, but for me, I feel like I have failed. I'm going to make stupid gains, because I'm staying 15 years. But as a community, I feel like I would have failed. Because it's like people don't understand and they're going to cry and, oh my God, I wish I were. No. Option two, which hopefully happens, but again, either way, we're going to get paid. Option two is people realize how valuable a T-share is. They stop fucking around. They start to stake it the way it's supposed to be staked. So when the Genesis share comes out and then the new share costs 68% more expensive, because people are smart, they're staking longer, they're getting the bonus. This is what we're experiencing right now. It's not going deflationary. It's holding the line, barely by a thread, but it's holding the line because people are learning, they're staking longer. So that's what total T-share pool is hanging around 11 million, but it's not going down, which is good. And then as he gets even more knowledgeable, it's going to start going up, 11 million, 12 million. And then when that happens, interest rate goes down. We're going to get less, okay? But no crime. The price is going to 100x. But at least I think it's more stable, and it's. I don't want to use the word fair because at the end of the day, we're master of our own destiny. But I think it's going to be better for the community because everybody's getting paid. Exactly. Yes, interest rate goes down to 15, 20%, but dude, your coin went up 100x. So who cares? You do the math. You take the 100x times the freaking 15%. So that's 1,500%. But the wealth is spread out, which is what I want. I want everybody to stake. I want everybody to get paid. That's the free marketing. That's like, nobody's going to talk shit. People are going to go talk to their family members. They're going to talk to a stranger, be like, you need to listen to this. Look, I made 100x on the money. It works. Instead of just a few smart people get it and then the rest don't get it. And then they become bitter years down the line because they sold something that was so valuable that they didn't realize. And then they're going to go get scammed on the next coin because they're going to hear about, oh, we can do what HEX has done. Like, no, bullshit. I want my Hexicans to stay in the fam. I want them to understand how valuable it is. So I'm willing to lose money in the games for them to understand. There's plenty to go around. This is not a fucking zero-sum game. We left Wall Street for a reason. Everybody can win. We can pump this fucking price. Everybody can win. Just don't kill the goose. Dude, play your game. Stake what you need to stake. Leave off the interest. Let's roll. Life is great.
You take good care of that goose. That goose better have the finest things.
That's what I mean. There's always incentive for people because if you come in and stake the average, 4.8 years, you're still getting that yield, and
and you're
always getting yield. Yeah. If you're staking,
So ultimately, Will, that's the answer. So there's only two probability here, and it's all based on psychology. So I hope I don't fail my staker class because again, I elected myself as the leader of the staker class. and listen, if you go back to the HEX.VISION, it's working. The top line on the 555 is going up. Like back in the day, it was a blasphemous thing. For 15 years, you're crazy. You did it. I'm like, dude, just keep quiet. Do the math. Like, listen, understand what we say. And people are listening, so that's a good thing. But again, we can't predict the future. We got to watch it unfold. So, but I take it as a challenge. That's what we need to do as a community. And thanks to everybody streaming and Maddie and all stuff. So, giving us platforms and stuff. So that's good. That's what we enjoy as well.
I mean, I wanna highlight something, right? Let's look at how this chart, like, let's just look at the progression of the increases in the T-share rate over HEX, right? Like, Big Payday was an obvious hockey stick help, right? Thanks. Give me a second, guys.
Yeah, but again, just kind of like that early chart that you have about the GDP over the thing, it kind of tells you the inverse correlator. As yellow goes up, red should go down, which is actually normal. It means, again, in logic, simple words, it means T-shares are getting more valuable. People are realizing how valuable it is. Therefore, they're staking for longer, which lowers the APY interest. Again,
I mean, just look at the change in the slope.
It's exactly, it spreads out like that.
Right. The change in the slope is becoming very apparent versus before Big Payday.
Yep. It's that
meaning shit's about to accelerate, because look at where we're at now. We're already on the next leg higher. And we have not one, but multiple big end stakes coming.
Yep.
Multiple.
Repeat fractal right around April and March.
I mean, this thing is about to fall harder than we definitely thought. I mean, I'm wrong. It's crazy.
I don't know how many clues I can give people to realize. They get so obvious. It's just funny at this point,
I have a question for Joe.
But again, you can't control psychology. People either listen or they don't. So,
what's up, Matty?
I have a question for you. So, are you gonna sell your thrones for HEX?
I'm not sure. I might be keeping my house. I'm trying to figure it out now. I haven't put it up for sale yet. So if I do sell it, though, absolutely.
Because, like, you got some valuable antiques. You could probably sell them for HEX, and then you could buy them back, when HEX moons.
I got them, like, a day one foam. No, not day one foam. I got the thrones for $200 each. Wow. So I don't know if I'd ever be able to purchase them that low again.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could sell those now for $2,000 each. Now that they're iconic
definitely.
Symbols.
Absolutely.
I mean,
it's amazing.
That's crazy.
I mean, I'd say they're worth about $1,000 each.
You've got other stuff too, though, right?
Yeah, I got a lot of antiques. My whole house is antiqued out.
Wow, that's crazy. So the interior is more valuable than the structure.
Even the house itself, it was built in the 50s. It was an old Italian family that hand carved all the wood in the basement, in the breezeway. So like it's unbelievable. All mahogany wood. It's beautifully done.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hand carving, you don't hear those words anymore.
Yeah, the detail's incredible. I've never seen anything like it. That's why it's hard for me to want to get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't advise that. So you know what? That is a great way to break into our segment, which is value, right? Let's talk about value. Where the hell does that come from, right? And it's a really convoluted question, but at the same time, it's pretty straightforward, right? Because CryptoKitties is an example. NFTs are an example. Value comes from anywhere, right? And the question is not so much is there value here, but does this make sense for other people? Is there actual value here outside of my head? That's the real question, right? Because what's valuable to us isn't what's really important, because we're hoping that others come to join us in the party. So what matters here is this going to be valuable to everybody? And that's kind of like what the obvious thing to me is about HEX. It's obvious that the answer here is yes, because it pays you to just own the damn thing. And
that's why we call it an instrument. And this is what matters.
Yeah.
What price doesn't matter if you have a long enough time frame, because the instrument is to create the yield trustlessly. And people don't realize it sounds so simple, but it's so powerful because nothing else like that exists in the real world. And it's literally, if you just wear your business hat for 2 seconds, which I do every day, it's like, dude, it's blue ocean strategy, no competition. It's not just the first, it's the only real keyword blockchain CD because a CD with no penalty when you unstake, it's not a CD. It's a waste of time. It's a lie. It's fake. It's like a theater.
What's the value proposition? What's the value proposition? There is none.
Exactly. It's like when Glassnode say, "Oh, look at all those wallets. They haven't moved in year. Yeah, who cares? They can still dump anytime they want." We just learned the hard way, but we learned. I mean, we already knew. F2 Pool just dumped 50,000 Bitcoin and literally almost stopped the bull market. Guys, real talk. If Elon didn't do what he did to create that little FOMO chart pump, that parabola would have been broken. Real talk. That thing was about to go back to 27K. And it's mainly, we find out, F2 Pool dumping the price because they had a lot of shorts, because they can do market manipulation because they own so much. So it just reminds you that those miners that pretend that we're your friend, they're not your fucking friend. Richard told you guys that. Shout out again to Richard, man, the great. He told you they're not your friend. You can't call them. You can't whatever. Thank God some people did their research. And there's a company where you pay a subscription and you can find out what the miners are doing with their coins. And that went viral. So they're checking them. But it just shows something so powerful that HEX doesn't have to deal with. Because years down the line, when the miners are not getting paid what they used to get paid and whatever inflation, and they decide to just, hey, we're going to do one last mega pump and dump on your heads. Funny joke, Wells. You're going to love it. Remember how, like, Aramco, they did the perfect exit?
Yeah.
They pumped the price. Oh, dude, we pumped so much oil, $1 trillion valuation. And on that same fucking day, they dump on everybody's head, and then they're moving to solar. What a joke. So they created a hype, right? Everybody got, oh my God, they're about to go public. Oil is the... Dude, they were already planning
that
the
one
exit.
for a few years, too.
They were already planning the exit. They were already reinvesting into solar, renewable energy. They already knew. You see Teslas everywhere. I got some friends that live with it. Like, it's just... But if you don't know what's going on, you just FOMO in, because people be trying to get a piece of this company for a very long time. And then they hear about, oh, they're going to IPO. Dude, that was the exit, bro. Real talk. $1 trillion valuation, dump on everybody's head, and then the price just went back the other way.
IPOs are always like
exactly correct.
And then oil decided to go negative.
Yep. We're not going to hear about it ever again.
Yeah, disgusting. It's just... But you see, that's what that's good about HEX. You don't have to do all this
You don't have to worry about it.
You just, even if you're rich, just come, you stake, you get a bigger part, rightfully so, because you came with more economic mass. Shit.
Exactly. I mean, again, it's force. It's force equals mass times acceleration, right? The reality is this. This is how you really have to think about HEX. The force is going to ultimately be the economic output that you gain at the end of the stake. Right. Let's just talk about HEX, not even the order book. Let's just talk about HEX, because the reality is that, damn, this is really just all math. So the mass is the dollar amount you put in. Right?
Yep.
The acceleration is basically the length of your stake.
LPB,
right?
baby.
Because that's going to be the ultimate determinant of how much you make. Because you can come in with size and stake for a day, you're not getting shit. But if you come in with nothing and you stake for 15 years, your ass is going to get paid.
And you could be a little guy, but you stake longer than the big guy. You will make more than the big guy. I know it sounds crazy, it's contrarian, but people need
the math works. That's the way the math works, though, because we see it. When we look at the charts later on, we're going to see it because it's there. It's already showing you. The longer you stay, the more you get paid. It's simple.
Yeah.
So let's talk
people can
about
make
that.
fun of your little stake. Oh, I only got 1 million HEX. But if you stake long enough and that shit goes to, $1, $10, you got $10 million. You got more than people that got maybe 100 times more HEX, but then they exit too early.
And that's the thing. There's not going to be a lot of us left.
Exactly. This is why I stake first 15 years, to protect myself from myself. Like, literally, that's how good an opportunity it is, because the longer we'll, like a nice fine aged wine,
Bitcoin isn't going to stop going up. It's just going to float up.
Alex, are you here?
Yeah. I'm Bran right now, actually.
Sorry.
Oh, you are?
You see me? What's up?
Yeah, Bran is cool.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot.
I got Bran's picture over me.
Oh,
yeah, I'm here.
I thought you were. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say what happens a lot of times is we're just now getting like it's being revealed, but people overlook the value proposition in HEX with the T share because they just look at like coin price. They don't think staking's kind of a somewhat new thing. So it's totally different if they just do a glance at it. They're just like, coin price, supply, a few things, and they don't. The value proposition is where the value
They
is,
have
though.
to
Just like you said.
themselves from all the shit of the other crypto, the fast money bullshit, and this is why they have to go to that mindset detox to really get the value proposition. You tell somebody to wait 3 months in crypto, they feel like it's 10 years. I'm like, dude, like just relax.
Yeah, I don't know what I was watching. I was watching something today, and I can't remember what the hell it was, but the statement was to the effect that you had to wait oh no, this was earlier, Kareem, when you were talking about the exchange, when you said 5 days is a long time in crypto. Yeah, that's a fact, right? Like we see this all the time. Like, look, let's talk about what happened in Ethereum this week, right? It's freaking Friday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's look at Ethereum on a 4-hour basis just to shrink it down, right? We look at beginning of November, basically, right? Ethereum was trading around 1,300, as we can see up here. If you look up to the right of the word Bitfinex, you can see that when I scroll my cursor over a specific candle, it's going to give you the open, high, low, and close for that candle. It's also going to give you the dollar change along with the percentage change for that candle, right? So I have it hovering over February 1st at 11 a.m. And the close for that candle is 1333.90, right? So basically 1334. Yep. And after that, it was game over. HEX, we'll get there. Ethereum never looked back.
Yep, broke out.
That's basically what happened. Now, the reason I want to mention this is because we probably, some of us might not know, but a lot of us know that Grayscale basically was the cause for this move.
Facts. Dude, 75 million for people care to know. That's
they weren't hiding it. They weren't hiding it. Right. Let's look at the date. As of 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, Grayscale Ethereum Trust resumed the private placement of the shares. The trust private placement is offered on a periodic basis throughout the year and is now available to accredited investors for daily subscription. So this was on January 29th, 2 days ago, or 5 days ago, right? This was literally January 29th. That got released at 4 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
So
because those who don't know were kind of dumb because there's like you talked about earlier, there is this kind of distribution that was happening because people were catching out. They're like, oh, look, Bitcoin is
here. That's the funny thing about crypto, right? The distributions in crypto happen in a slanted fashion, like we're seeing in HEX right now is a long-term distribution, right?
Exactly.
And we're gonna get to that because it's important people understand. Like, you guys got to understand, you guys are literally holding diamonds.
Yep.
And it's printing you more diamonds. My God. You don't, and it's real diamonds, right? Because we all know the diamonds that we're talking about are really not, worth anything.
And those people didn't account it for Grayscale. They didn't understand the buying force that was coming, especially when the fund was closed for a while. So the fundamental ended up trumping the technical because the force was greater. The same way those who were shorting Bitcoin didn't realize that Elon just do a tweet and he has 40 million followers. Next thing you know, there's a massive pump that comes in. So that's why technical can only work so long, because when the fundamental changed, everything changed. And now breaking out, it's doing a bull flag and like perfectly textbook, right? It went up $300+ and then it's resting right now and it's about to do another $300+ and it's going to reach the 2K. You know what's funny? I like to do sometimes. If you invert the chart, you can literally see how it's been testing, broke to the downside, and it's doing like a bear flag. It's the funniest thing because some people don't get it. They're like, oh, it's about to go up. Like, how? But when you invert the chart and you see the other way, you're like, yeah, of course this thing's about to go down. Look at it. It's like a perfect bear flag, right? But that's a reverse pump. That means the second leg is matching the first leg. So he went up or down $300+, right? Then he's doing the flag, the middle ground, and then about to do another one. So I wouldn't be surprised if by Monday it turns $2,000. Real talk.
Yeah. Yep.
Which then, I mean, shit, I can only
it.
think about where HEX gonna be. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier too, because that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, this is gonna be. I'm looking at this chart. When you said 300, I'm looking at this chart. Like, that means 2000 is the next stop.
Yep. It's really awesome and fun to invert things sometimes, because sometimes you can fight your own bias, right? If you're too negative or too positive, just flip it over and somebody look at that. A bad guy looks at that and yeah, of course that shit's going down. Of course.
I mean, guys, you gotta understand. This morning, this was under 1600.
Exactly.
This morning.
And Friday is always the best day towards the end, because the trend is your friend. And if on Friday we're going up, it's gonna be a continuation move. Yeah. If we were going down, they would have just
worried about holding. Like, if they would be going down, like Kareem just said, you'd be worried about holding. It's
exactly.
That's not an issue here at all. In fact, the concern is that I buy soon enough, right? Because when you got these guys letting you know, hey, get ready. Now let's go to the next one.
Yep. And in the weekend, liquidity is low, so they're gonna pump the price even more. Asia's gonna pump that thing.
Here's an update. Right on 2/2, AUM is 27.5 billion. Already on 2/2, we know the freight train is already in motion. We already know, because we saw it on the chart. 2/4 or 2/3 yesterday. I don't know who this guy is. Let's see. Phil Bonello, Director of Research at Grayscale. Boom. Today on the 3rd, he basically wanted to do an FAQ about how they do their investment case and valuation framework for ETH. I mean, I don't know what else they can say besides what I said in that 3.5-hour interview or video, but good luck to them, because it's not that much more complicated than that. But we'll keep it moving on to the end of 2/3. Now, that's 1.7 billion in 24 hours.
Yep, savage.
Why do they shut down the
trust?
Oversubscribed. Too many applications. Let that sink in. They couldn't.
What does that mean?
Because remember, we have to. Yeah, they have to account for all the money that they receive. Remember, it's legal entity by law. When somebody gives you money, all that needs to be accounted for. What are you buying? At what price? What's the share? You know what I mean? Because they give the money for equity into the Grayscale Trust, right? And remember, those people know they're paying a crazy premium, but they're also very wealthy. They're like, yo, trust for them means off-tax money. Real talk, because IRA proposed you that now. You can fund through Grayscale, literally tax defer. I mean, it's insane. So people will be like, oh, you stupid. Why are you buying it? No, but like, it's money that was just sitting there in their bonds and bullshit. Money that was just not moving, not yielding. And because they have it in an IRA, they can get it growth tax deferred, getting crypto gains. I mean, you're talking about people that FOMO for just a 5% yield. Like, you need to understand, this is why HEX is so gangster. Because those people, when they see that, like, I've just been tapping to some of my network, but like, I'm gonna start talking to my customers, like the people that got real money. I'm like, yo, put that money over here. They're gonna lose their shit,
man. They're really gonna lose their shit. I got a chart that's gonna prove it. They're gonna lose their shit. Let's get to it, man. Because all right. So we see in 2 days these guys drove the market up $300 with 1.7 billion, and they weren't even shy about it. They let you know.
Yep.
So what does that tell you? Follow Grayscale. Follow Grayscale on Twitter, because they're giving you the green light. They're letting you know.
Done.
Now, I thought this was interesting. Coming in at 73 is Bitcoin Bull and Grayscale Investment CIO. With Grayscale currently holding more than 500,000 Bitcoin. One entity holding 500,000 Bitcoin.
They own a bunch of garbage too, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they're about to X that out. What people need to understand is they're about to really go heavy on Ethereum, because here's the point, which is very simple. They're realizing that, real talk, sometime this year, I firmly believe there's going to be some type of Bitcoin ETF. When that happens, Grayscale lose. I'm sorry, not Grayscale. Grayscale Bitcoin Trust will lose its relevance because the fee is still very high. When the ETF comes out, they're going to be like, yo, F that fee. Let me just buy from the ETF directly. So they're smart, as they should, preparing their exit the same way exchanges are preparing their exit, and all of that goes where? It's fucking DeFi, the holy grail. The same way exchanges are pumping like Uniswap or whatever DEX thing tokens to stay relevant because literally they're about to be washed out, but they're not going to get the same gains anyway. But also Grayscale got to play like, yo, when the Bitcoin ETF eventually comes, because it's inevitable, we need to be able to have something else that's relevant. Now, it's going to help us because we have a war chest of 500,000 Bitcoin, but we need to stay relevant because they're not stupid. They're doing their research. So they're buying a shit ton of ETH so that when they're ready to deploy that money into DeFi, they're always going to be ready to go.
Because let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Yep.
Rim, you went on mute.
Oh, was that?
Oh no, I hear you. I hear you. My bad.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Because let's be honest, right? The thing that didn't exist before is what exists now, and that's why makes Hex number one, right? Because before you could buy a coin, Bitcoin, hold it, price go up, good for you. The game has changed. Now you buy a coin, price go up, but you get more coins too. You're the fucking man, right? That's an evolution. That's why this is a financial product. That's why this is a financial revolution, right?
And you get that new coin trustlessly. Very important.
And we get the fees too, or the penalties.
Yeah, I mean, the game theory is sick, right?
It's crazy.
The game theory is sick. I mean, you can't have a single person controlling 2.4% of the float. And that's what I wanted to highlight with this tweet. That's never going to happen in Hex. Ever. Price only goes up. Number goes up. Understand those words. The only reason you should be selling is because you need the fucking money right now. There's literally no other reason for you to be selling.
That's true.
Period.
And it's so good, the interest, that regardless of the price, if you just sell the interest and never the principal, I don't care what the price is, you technically never lose. You never lose. Again, it's just math. It's facts over feelings. It's literally, if you started with X amount of coin and you got X plus 30%, irrespective of what the price is, if you just sell the interest and always restake the principal, by the time the price goes where you believe it's going to go, you will always be winning.
Yep.
And again, this is how I present it to people. I make it make sense on the worst case scenario. And that's how you should always present it to people. Like I do with my family members. I listen, the worst case scenario where you started is most likely where the price is going to be hanging around for a while, and you just leave off the interest. Now the $1 billion question becomes, okay, if I lowball 20% interest, 20 to 25%, now it's like how big of a stash I need to create to then live off of 25% of that. Make sense? Right. So if my stash is 10K, it's 25% of 10K. If my stash is 100K, it's 25% of that. And then you get to a point where you hit what I call retirement status, where the interest will take care of you. And life goes on. Gratitude, man. That's it.
Yep.
No trading, no headache, no looking at a stream. You're getting your life back.
No, nothing. I mean, look at this. Here in this tweet, which is what led me to go down this rabbit hole. The claim is they traded $38 million worth of ETH in the past 24 hours, right? Now, I don't believe that because we just saw, number one, that's 25,000 worth of ETH, right? 25,000 worth of ETH. Let's just do some math.
25 million?
Yeah,
that's a lot of money, right?
Well, it's more like 1.5, 1.6. So it's more like 38 million, actually. It's 50-60% more.
Let's say the average price of $13.50.
Okay, $13.50. Okay. I was calculating from 1,600.
That's 33.4 million, right? 33.4 million roundabouts, right? But what did we see on the chart? On the chart, we see on the 29th. Now let's zoom it in a little bit. Going on a 4-hour scale. On the 29th, they announced that they're opening up their ETH trust. Now look, there's a little pop at night before they release that news.
Of course, they're front running that joint. Of course, they'll be. Kidding me?
Exactly. They release it at the end of the trading day, right? Whatever. That's basically.
People need to understand something. One of the reasons why they closed down the thing temporarily, yes, they got a ton of application, but they play a mini Coinbase move. They're like, yo, the census is so crazy. Shit, we need to fill up our bags first before we let anybody else out.
Robinhood. It's exactly what it did to people in Robinhood. It's exactly what it did to people in the brokerages. It's the same exact move. Same exact move.
Yeah, they're like, oh, they want that shit? Okay, let me fill up my bags first.
The people don't understand. They're getting played. You know what I mean?
Front running.
And they're getting played. They have a legitimate claim and they don't understand it because, again, they don't know the rules to the game, but they want to play in it. Like, you can't be on the field thinking you can play with the big boys and you don't have a clue. You're gonna get jammed every time.
And by the way, the word you were looking for earlier is called tailgating. Somebody from the chat messaged me for the answer. So shout out.
Oh yeah, they put that in the chat. I forgot to read it.
Yeah. Tailgating is the thing that the Robinhood people did, which is insane. So, but anyway, they're spying on you. They know all the data because they know the data is true.
Do you think MicroStrategy buys Ethereum too, or do they buy Ethereum?
They're gonna have to.
They're gonna have to. They're gonna run the Bitcoin play all the way to the ETF.
You're gonna buy Bitcoin.
Oh, you mean MicroStrategy only talks about things after they do it?
Yeah.
Exactly. Smart Maddie. So first of all, they fill up their bags, so they're gonna bring all the new guys to buy their bags or push the price up. But meanwhile, they're already investing in Ethereum. You feel me? The same way, at least Raul was honest enough to say, "Hey, I'm only looking at Ethereum." Yeah, so he's gonna go fill up his bag first before he recommends it. That's always like that.
So Raul Paul learns about Hex.
There you go. I'm telling you, it's gonna be insane. And dude, look at those fucking YouTubers, all those maximalists. They start talking about Ethereum now.
I'm telling
you,
what a joke. They all call crawling back. Oh, Ethereum is a great altcoin. Get out of here. My favorite article is the new rumor that what's gonna happen when Ethereum take over Bitcoin market cap. I want to talk about that because that, my friend, will happen. It will happen.
So let's look at
tribalism and you understand the value. It will happen.
Yo, it's gonna be crazy. So we know on the 29th they already opened up the ticket, right? Because they did the little pump before. You always know there's a little dump before there's a rip. You get the little dump. So this whole time, you know they're buying. Because the gates open, they got all this cash, and now they have to deploy.
Yep. And don't forget the main event, February 9th, CME future launch. It's clockwork. What is that? Is that next Wednesday?
It's February 8th. It's the 8th. It's the 8th.
Oh, 8th, even better. What is that? Next Tuesday or next Wednesday, right?
Let me see.
Looks like it's Monday.
Like 3 days. 3 days, 4 days.
Oh, yeah. It's the 5th. It's on Monday.
Perfect, bro.
Perfect. We might hit 2,000 by Monday after all.
Dude, get ready for the articles. It's going to come in. Oh, my God. Bitcoin, they're going to FOMO that price over the weekend. I won't be surprised if we touch 2K, and then it's going to retrade. They're going to dump it on people's heads over there. But that's cool. The average price will go up. So it's going to be epic. Gonna be an epic weekend.
Hey, have you seen that? Is that a cup and handle on the HEX USD chart?
Savage, my favorite. It's a fractal. It's the April fractal.
Talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, exactly.
We could talk about liquidity real quick too, right? You guys wanted me to take a look earlier. I pulled it up. Let me refresh it, just so we can.
I looked at it. Have you guys seen Uniswap? They revamped their whole entire front end, their whole site.
Yeah, B3 is probably coming in.
Yeah, it looks
to be
pretty
honest,
nice.
I just keep HEX. I'm so focused on like that.
I really don't look at much else, to be honest with you guys. I don't really see the point.
No, I seen it on Hayden Adams on Twitter. I follow him, the founder of Uniswap.
I haven't been able to go on Twitter. I follow him too. I haven't been able to go on Twitter.
Yeah, I just hope that they're not gonna fuck up the user with that switch though. That's my only thing. Because VC, man, you can't trust them motherfuckers. I mean, I get it. It's all about making money, but if they find a way to fuck you, they will fuck you.
To a degree that doesn't make sense, bro. Like they do it to a degree that doesn't make sense. Like let's talk about. Like if you look at brokerages, right? Like equity brokerages, they charge no fees. Futures, they charge crazy fees. And you're the one generating the motherfucking data. What sense does that make? Anyways, let's get back to these charts, man. Like the things that they do, that's what you gotta look at. Fuck what they're saying. They're gonna say whatever they want you to hear. And we're guys. We all know to deal with that. So if you look at this liquidity over the past 24 hours, USDC HEX has actually been 2 times busier than HEX ETH, which is interesting.
Yep.
That's very interesting, right? Because it, like, the way I view it is, if you think about it, it's more inviting to a no coiner, right?
Yes.
Because
he's only care about USD.
Right. A no coiner isn't really interested in getting ETH exposure, right? Like, ETH can move, right? Because they're gonna ask, they're gonna be like, "Yo, so what's up with this ETH?" Right? So you just point them in the direction of USDC, and boom, problem solved. So I guess it's not surprising that even the fees are generating over the past 24 hours are higher there, right? Because I think it's a standard fee across every LP, right? I think it's like
because it's also based on the slippage and stuff. Because what it does is, because it's the better pair, if you're moving big money, you're better off doing it over there, because you will get more HEX, less slippage. So it got more bang for your buck. So it's an incentives. And the no coiner, honestly, that's what he cares about, because you don't want to pay the fee twice too, to some extent. Because it all depends of how you move the money to the exchange. That's what we're talking about earlier with Maddie and the Coinbase. We got to watch out for some of the scamming shit. But if you're lucky enough and you can pay one fee instead of 2 fees for 2 swapping, that's the holy grail, so to speak.
Right. And that's the thing, right?
But it's better for price stability, for sure.
Right.
For sure.
But that's the funny thing, right? You just said 2 words that don't make any sense for HEX: price stability.
Because the no coiners. Oh my God, what happened to my?
Because what's gonna ultimately happen is that once the Staker app goes live, that's a direct ramp.
I can't wait, dude. I can't wait.
Right? Like, isn't that what they're supposed to be doing? Like a direct on ramp or something?
Yeah, I tried, but like, it's not. I mean, I don't. It's not their fault, because their fees are insane right now. Because remember, they have to buy the wallet.
I mean, I'm just talking about the functionality. I'm not talking about the whether it works or not.
Oh yeah, no, that is on point, dude. It works right now, live. It's amazing.
Oh, okay, well then there you go. Yeah, so it's supposed to be. Yeah, clearly nobody in their right mind should be trading right now. I mean, you're a fool if you're giving your money away.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. I don't care how.
It's just the onboarding link that's a little bit slow, because you have to wait for the wallet. So, but I'm gonna onboard my friend no matter what, because I want him to win. So it is what it is.
Yeah, that's what people are still waiting for. Like, you can go. Some people, they don't have the latest version for the smart addresses, haven't come in for.
Yeah, it hasn't generated yet. Exactly. That's my problem right now, because I referred 2 people.
Me too. So I know it takes a while, and you know what? Let them take as long as they take, because that's the point. If they do it right, it's gonna be major, and that's all they really have to focus on, because that's the key, right? Everybody benefits, and again, that's going to be benefiting in the function of liquidity, function of the staking, a function of the second law, Newton's second law, right? Motion, force equals mass times acceleration. It's already in motion. All we got to do is keep this bad boy moving. And the fact is that it's going to happen regardless. You just cannot keep something like this under wraps for too long. It's double-digit interest, man. It just does not exist anywhere else. And we're at the front of the line. So
this is why I don't care, and I want to just make my friend come in, because he has too much potential gain for the amount he's moving to wait. That makes no sense. I mean, shit went already 20%, like, since we talked today. So it's like,
Dude, that's
I can't wait. You're like,
what happened during the stream?
Yeah, because I feel bad. Let me get 20% of that 70K, just because. No, like, get him in before he gets more expensive.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's gonna keep going. The liquidity is very decent. You're talking about 7-day volume of 11 million, 12 million.
Dude, that's more than decent. That's
good. You're talking about 24-hour volume of 1.6 million. You're talking about liquidity of, was that basically 5 million?
Yeah.
Right?
Because by the way, let's make something clear, right? Which is funny. If people are buying and staking for the long term and the price is going up, they're not going to be mad, because they watch their account value go up too. So it's just like, because it only matters when your stake ends, because that's when you're technically selling. So nobody's going to be like, yo, there's like, let me, no, they're going to look at account value.
And let's understand something. That's very important that nobody seems to mention. In the future, when the pool goes up, the number of HEX will go down because the value of HEX will go up.
Yep,
So
by the square.
so while you're seeing that the pool is X million HEX now, that literally means nothing. You have to understand that the real world is dynamic and nothing is static. So because the pool is only 5 million now, that doesn't mean that by the time exit date comes around, it's going to be 5 million net. You have to understand how things work. It's very important that you understand how things work. You can't just presume and then go off of propaganda. You have to actually do the homework. It's very important we understand this. Because if not, then we're just pissing in the wind. I don't know about you, but I like pissing in the bowl or somewhere where it's not going to hit me. So it's very important we understand. Yeah, it's very important we understand that we have to be stepping out here correctly because, crypto is a minefield. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to walk on a mine. And that mine comes in the form of selling some shit too early. And that's what people don't understand. Amen. I will forever regret the day I didn't buy Bitcoin. You guys don't understand because I thought about it for so long. $1, $2, $3. Come on, man. That shit is at 30 fucking thousand, almost at 40. And you dumb fucks are selling. Hey, you do what you gotta do. Again, if you need to sell, that's one thing. I'm not talking about the people that need to sell. That's entirely understandable and up to you. My point is, if you're selling for no good reason, that being you don't know what the fuck you're doing, then you deserve what's coming.
What's coming?
Thanks.
Poof, we're gonna get there. Let's keep it moving.
A lot of regret. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
Remember, one of the optimization of life for happiness is called regret minimization.
Yes, sir.
So some people don't, because it's all fun until the price leaves you behind, and then you start to get those feelings of, man, wish I should have, could have. This is when the negativity kicks in.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Let's talk about what value is, right? Value is a very important thing to understand because without understanding value, you're not really gonna get why this thing could go hockey stick, right? Because I really didn't get it until Kareem really pointed it out. Like, dude, you're missing a whole leg to this party, right? You really are. And if you look at, let's look at this, right? This is a good example because it's kind of reminds me of HEX and the properties that it has. Give me a second. What is this? All right. Let's just view image, right? Now, consider HEX is in the middle. You got the liquidity pool. You got the way the AMM works, right? Mm-hmm. You have staking, then you have end staking. That's literally HEX. And all of those 4 things carry this bad boy higher, right? It's literally that. It's nothing else, right? Because the T-shares is embedded in all of that. Mm-hmm. Right? So you technically, that's the beauty, right? That's because that's the hidden compounding behind HEX. Like you don't have to point it out because the T-shares are embedded in the staking and the end staking, right? Where they are created and where they are decimated, right? Thereby always ratcheting up that T-share rate, right? So that's what gives you the value proposition, right? And that's why I wanted to talk about value today because, let's talk about the socks, right? The socks are a great example. And we were joking about it on Twitter the other day. It's like, them socks went to $25,000. Or I don't know where they're at now. Who knows? Right? But $25,000, man. For some socks. Mm-hmm. Socks. Okay. Now let's talk about, we were talking about Dogecoin earlier. I don't know where it's at now. 7 cents, whatever, 3 cents, who knows, whatever. it's up, right? And it was at 0, and I was looking at it too when it was at 0.00002, right? Because of course it makes sense. Throw 100 in there, pick up a couple million, keep it moving, right? No harm, no foul. Wish I would have did it. Not saying I don't, because then I could have just got more X, right? Like that's really all it is for me, because I understand where value is, right?
Exactly.
Like, what is value?
People confuse value to price sometimes.
Correct. And they don't understand that sometimes just because something isn't happening at the moment doesn't mean it's not going to happen. You understand? That like you like, again, people have to understand. 13 months old, brand new. 13 months old, brand new, up 3,000 or 4,096%. The price now, not even the value proposition, just the price alone is up 4,096%. Not the value proposition. This is the crazy thing about HEX. We primarily find ourselves talking about it in USD terms and not in t-shirt terms, which is the actual value proposition for HEX. And this is what people need to understand, right? That's
without t-shirt, you can't do anything.
You can't do anything. You just might as well buy Bitcoin. Good luck to you. Because you're not going to make
Real talk. That's some real talk right there.
You're just not going to make the same kind of returns, bro. It's simple math, right? You can't buy 30,000 Bitcoin. You can buy 30,000 HEX. It's that simple, right?
Like,
it's
just how awesome it. Can you just say that again? I'm able to understand what you just said.
You cannot buy 30,000 Bitcoin, but you can buy 30,000 HEX.
Amen.
It's that simple.
It's that simple. And then for people joining right now, I say it and I say it again. One t-shirt over Bitcoin. Yeah, within the first 15 years, it will happen. Get ready.
It's supposed to be 21 million Bitcoin after the fourth halving, right? Which is supposed to be in like May 24th, something like that. May 4th, 2024, something like that. And currently there's like 18 million floating around or whatever. So after that point, they're supposed to be, the minting is supposed to begin to the end point, the terminal point of the 21 million mark.
Yeah, because it will keep just couldn't happen. It will be infinitely small. So yeah, exactly. It will be very, it will be like 20 million or more, like very close, but then just going very small all the time.
Right. So what's going to ultimately happen is that Bitcoin is just going to ultimately float higher, right? Because it's not going to have the reason for those big dumps, because the miners aren't going to get the big BTC.
Unless those assholes decide to fuck shit up. I mean, again.
Right.
Yeah.
Hard to say, right? But if you look at it in its current state, that's what you have to consider it as, right? And that's just how I'm viewing it. I'm just viewing it in its current state because, again, you have to remember they just cannot shut the internet off, right?
Exactly. So now I'm more worried about the miner than anything else, because the thing is that it's just that big dark cloud of selling for electricity pisses me off, man, because it's like if the provider decide to raise the cost of electricity or whatever, then they got to accelerate the selling. Then if they get less coin, their profitability goes down, they got to sell more. You know what I mean? So it's just like they really got to figure out what to do.
Yeah, it becomes a vicious cycle. It really becomes a vicious cycle, because what ultimately happens is that you get that perpetuating selling.
Goes down,
right? And when you get that perpetuated selling, that's when you get those down moves that seem to never like the one you had in what coin was it? I think it was Curve.
Yeah, it's like the long liquidation we were talking about earlier. Really, like a negative spiral.
Yeah,
you can't cover, you get liquidated, price goes down, the short push more.
Like it keeps going, and it's like, what the hell? And
they can do a massive exit like that and create a bear market.
Yep.
They know they're about to not get paid as much, so they'll pump the fucking price, rise that thing up, and then when the thing changes, they dump it hard, and then they short that bitch on the way down too. I mean, literally, this is a potential systemic risk, and they have to do all this scheming and bullshit. Why? Because fucking Bitcoin doesn't pay you yield. It literally comes down to that. Because if you have something like Hex, you don't even have time for this bullshit. You don't have time for the scamming. You don't have time for like, let me lie to the people. The F2 pool guy literally lied to the people. He literally said we didn't sold anything. He literally got called out. Somebody posted a thing, and then to do that, the audacity to talk shit like, oh, we only sold 10% of our stash. Mess with us, we're gonna dump some more. Like, what? You're supposed to be the guarantor of the network. Like, it just, to me, it's just disgusting. It's just like and to a certain degree, because I look at the math, it's just because it's incomplete. It's just like the incentive is misaligned. Like, it's almost designed for like the miners gotta hate the holder, because he's just trying to scam you out of your economic energy because he got bills to pay.
Exactly.
Instead of like, yo, let's just click a button together, and then, hey, you got more money? Okay, you get more interest. Good for you, because you came with the most money. That's just fair.
And that's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening here at all, right? Like, if you look at just the generic terms, right, of like what is value, right, and you just look at the just general thing. Like, I was looking at this, right? Like, I was just looking around. Value investing is investing in profitable companies when its shares sell at a significant discount to
keyword significant discount.
There's a couple
buy low, sell high.
There's a couple keywords in here. There's a couple keywords in here, a couple key phrases. And the first key phrase is significant discount, and the second key phrase is to its actual intrinsic value. Intrinsic value, right? And like, that's what I really wanted this whole discussion to be about, because that's why Hex stands out, right? That's why Hex is literally number one, and they're keeping it from the masses so that they don't find out about it for a valid reason, because it kills their pockets, right?
Exactly. It makes them obsolete.
Yeah, it removes the incentive for people to have to constantly trade. And that's not what they want. They don't want you to hodl shit.
Yeah. You know, they need to move in and out of coin, like Richard said many times, because that's how they make money. Literally.
Right.
It's like, it's once people understand that, which I hope they do over time, they're gonna realize, again, the Ponzi, the way thing works. So they're gonna realize that you just make more turn by not having to literally overtrade, lose money. And by the way, let's not forget, you're creating taxable event. Again, I can't stress that enough. You sometimes lose more money due to taxes than even the trading fee, because you're returning the gains that you work hard to get, because you took all the risk, you did everything, it's your goddamn money, and then you're losing half of it because of over trading and taxable events and stuff. So it's just, it doesn't make any sense. But somebody can say, oh, but Kareem, if I don't make money, they can't take anything. Well, yeah, but guess what? You got no gains either. So either way, it doesn't look good. The net of it is just a negative interaction. You know what I'm saying? You either lose the money right off the bat, or you make the money, but then you give back. Biden is going to try to do capital gain tax 50%. People need to remember that shit. Yep. That's no joke. Nope. Now, yes, you can be in another country, you don't have to worry about it, but again,
hold on. If you're a U.S. citizen and you live in another country, you don't get
tax on wealth. Tax on wealth.
FATCA is a real law, and they track you if they want to. So if you're out there and you're a foreign non-resident person, you're just living overseas and you're a U.S. taxpayer, beware of what you're doing. Seek tax advice. Do not play with Uncle Sam, because Uncle Sam comes with guns when you owe him money. He doesn't come knocking on your door talking about how you doing.
Especially if he knows you got gains, you feel me?
Especially, the more you got, the more they're gonna come and take.
Shit, right? They're tracking all those Ethereum wallets. Make no mistake. Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. The moment you on-ramp, they're tracking you.
Yep.
Funding Jim told people already a long time ago.
It's so important, right? That's why Coinbase becoming public is such a big deal. They want you to know. They want you to go there. They want you to onboard there, right? Because they want you to think, look at this chart.
Because they're buying the data. That's what people don't understand. If it was just about making money, they wouldn't need Coinbase. They can just create their own stuff and buy it from the blockchain or whatever, or from the miners directly. They want Coinbase because they want you there, so they buy the data, which they will share.
Correct.
They already started doing it to the IRS. Don't kid yourself.
Oh yeah, no. Let me tell you guys. So there's this company. I think they're called Chainalysis. I can't remember the name of the company. Cisna.
Yeah, Chainlink. Yeah.
Chainlink. I can't remember what the name of the company is. Long story short, Coinbase owns them, and they're the snitches to the IRS. So
Chainalysis, yeah.
Chainalysis. There you go. So there's that. That's who you leave your coins with on the exchange. So let's talk about this little table because this little table here is good.
Hey guys, I got to check out.
All right, man.
Yeah, but I appreciate it. We'll do it again soon. All right.
Yes, sir.
Have a good one.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Later. I like even numbers. I'm gonna be here until 6.
So check this out. The cost to enter an exchange, a centralized exchange, is always low. The markup comes in terms of fees. The perceived value is in what you think you're gonna make. And the key word there is think. Because when you join an exchange, typically you're going to be trading. You're going to be making more than just one or two or several transactions. You're going to be making various transactions, right? Like they're gonna take you for a ride. They're gonna take you for a little ride. So you got to understand that this is their business model in essence, right? The perceived value is you becoming rich in the future, right? That's the perceived value, right? They're hoping that you lynch on and clutch on to that hope. They're selling you hope. That's what the perceived value is, right? That's what these centralized exchanges want. They want you to be leaning on hope, the hope of making money when it already exists in the form of trustless interest, right? That's why HEX is so superior. Like, it just defeats the powers in so many ways without even trying. It's crazy. Like, we could literally do a 4-hour live stream every single day for like a year to talk about just how HEX defeats all these crazy things, because it's that freaking versatile, man. It's just crazy.
Facts. You need to say that again, because what you just said is so powerful.
You really could. You really could. You could literally do a 4 or 5 hour live stream every single day about how HEX defeats something, because it really does. You're able to not only get more than what you put in, which is the objective of investing. It's to make capital gains. It is to make capital gains. Interest is capital gains. Like, just because they call it differently doesn't mean it is different. It's fucking capital gains. Because you put in $1, you get back $1.20. What the fuck is that? That's capital gains, right? Doesn't matter how you get it. That's ultimately what it is.
And what's amazing is that it's more than just hope, because it's backed up by math. Again, facts over feelings. It really just does what it does trustlessly. So you don't need to just rely on hope. You just need to understand math and what math does.
Let's talk about let's relate HEX to this table, because it's gonna be a good one, right?
Yep.
Right now, the cost is nothing. It's nothing. The markup is the T-share, because you got to stake that bad boy. The perceived value is what you're going to make in the future.
Yes.
Based on that interest. Yes. Based on that interest. And that here now, it makes sense, doesn't it? Now, this table makes sense, because we know it's in math. We've seen it. We've seen it. We know. Because that T-share rate goes up every day, and we now understand what the catalyst is to get that T-share rate to go up. Yep. So it's, it's like, wow, you have something that does something for you in a fashion that is essentially automatic, and all you have to do is put economic energy into it.
Exactly. Because that markup is the T-share, because it's literally the mechanism that generates the yield, the return. So as it becomes more expensive, so to speak, it also makes sure and ensure that the people that got in are protected, so to speak, because it's not something that is losing value. It is something that is gaining value. That's what I said. The T-share is what you compare to the Bitcoin, not the HEX, because that is the most valuable thing. So it becomes a collection, a game of collection T-shares, not collecting HEX. Because when you have T-share, the HEX is a no-brainer. Because by the way, eventually, breaking news, once again, refresher for everybody. Breaking news is that ultimately total T-share will go deflationary. No matter how much we try, because of just the nature of the beast. As the share rate goes up, it will go deflationary, and we know inflation only goes up. So again, ratio, inflation only goes up, total T-share will go down over time, keyword, over many, many years, which then will make payout per T-share savage. I use my word very correctly, savage. And when that starts to happen, there's going to be next level FOMO. When payout per T-share crossed 10 hex and the hex went up in price, you're like, wait a minute, interest rate just went up? Whoa. Next thing you know, price just shoot the hell up.
And that's
it has to chase that
already. I think we're seeing that already.
As the yielding goes higher, it will trigger a mechanism psychologically for more people to stake because the value goes up, because he has to push it down. Because that's like a pendulum. It's a perfectly balanced system. So, you know what I mean? Right now, we're getting crazy interest, but not a lot of eyeballs are seeing it yet. Because for the average crypto investor that got money, they say, come again, double-digit interest.
So there's gonna come a point, it sounds like, that the T-share rate is gonna shift higher and the APY is gonna shift lower, and that's gonna be a function of mass adoption.
Yes.
And that's gonna be
the goal. That's the goal. That's the ideal scenario, psychologically speaking. There's another scenario.
And with that, we're going to see the T-share rate skyrocket, because that's the whole thing.
Savage.
You're going to
get like 10, 12, 15 per T-share.
You're going to have a line now for them, a line that didn't exist before, And that's the thing, because that's what mass adoption brings, and that's why it's critical that if somebody that you know needs help or whatever, or they're trying to plan their retirement or anything like that, it's imperative that you get them into this product.
Yeah. And by the way, I would want to say this. One of the devs, it's actually one of the model that one of the dev has done. It just like mass adoption crazy, and then we start to hover around 15% APY. But the price just go parabolic. That's the ideal scenario. Price goes up crazy. People value the T-shirt like they should be. So the pool gets flooded with T-shirts. So the payout per T-shirt goes down. That's the good news of mass adoption. The other side of it is that people just FOMO the other way, the crypto retard way, which is price goes up and you just want to cash out. You don't realize that you want to let the winner run, because that's the whole point. So what's going to happen is, let me play that scenario real quick. You're unclipping your T-share, you're exiting the pool, and you're selling. So eventually the price leaves you behind because you have no more to sell, and then you're left the pool. And those who stay in the pool start to get stupid return. I mean, I'm talking stupid return. I'm talking, if HEX is $1, I mean, if you have a really good dream account, you can make $50,000 a day. Like it gets to a point where it's just like, and at this point you don't even need to sell. It's just like you'll be giving. I mean, that's just my heart. I'm just like that. I'll be just giving away HEX just for fun. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna come up with a giveaway. I'm gonna come up with a giveaway that say, yo, I give away 1 million HEX, and then like anybody, for the little guy, anybody that stake more than I'll come up with a number, but let's say anybody that stake, first 10 people that stake 100,000 HEX for 555, just send me your address. I send you 10%, whatever you stake. I give you an extra 10%, just for fun, just to sponsor the right behavior. I mean, it's just crazy. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. So it's just, to help the little guy become a big fish and understand the value of time. So,
well, you know what? That's funny you mentioned that, because let's talk about these charts here, right? And this is what I was talking about earlier. This is the website that I got these rates from, mattsolomon.dev. And these rates are essentially the supply rates being when you essentially, I guess, stake a coin on their farming system or whatever. And these are the APYs that they paid out over time, right?
Yeah.
And we can see the highest rate that we have here comes from, I guess, Compound. And it looks like it reached the climax point of about 33% APY. Good for them. One solid time. The only other person that came close is BAT. I can't remember what that is. But it's
basic attention token. But yeah, it's many of them. It's kind of. I mean, I don't want to say it's dead, but
staking thing then. Okay, yeah. Well, good for them. Long story short, as you can see, these APYs are variable, like I've stated prior to. They're variable. Now, it's important that we look at how variable they are, right? Because this chart is showing the HEX APY in pink versus the T-share over the HEX rate, right? Now, while you do have some gyrations in the rate, it's important to understand that those gyrations are a function of the age of the product, right? And the function of that age is going to be a derivation of that in graphical form is going to show itself in this way, where it's going to be greater variation due to the lapse in liquidity at the time with respect to price, right? Because the fact of the matter is that price does matter, right? So the quality and the caliber of player is going to be different at different price levels because as Chaos has elaborated before, there is a
different level of FOMOs.
Right, a different level of FOMO, the psychological effects that take place at different price levels, right? And we've seen this. So
this is why I tell people, I'm sorry to cut you off. This is why I tell people that the ratcheting up of the T-share will be exponential because as the price goes up, people get trigger fingers. They want an emergency. Again, this is beyond the math. This is logic and psychology.
This is the game theory in it. This is the game theory in it, right?
As those people earn stake,
combination of things.
Exactly. And if when those people earn stake, it ratchets up the fact even more faster and it creates a snowball effect. And then only the stronger hands, the diamond hands, the real ones that see big money in the account, but they don't get triggered. They just like, hey, whatever. Let's just keep rolling. That's where the mad gains start to come up.
I mean, I'm excited to see what's gonna happen.
And here's another funny fact, right? All this thing, the thing that you're charting, which is funny, I just want to remind everybody, that's based on global stats.
Yo, son, I just realized I know how I can forecast the damn. Oh, it's game over. I got to
do it with a 555. It's savage. It's gonna be a decorrelation again.
So let me tell you guys, this is what I can do to get a.
I've been trying to tell you that, Wales. I've been trying to tell you.
You're trying to tell me? Okay. God damn it. I'm sorry. I'm a little slow. I can do the math, but I'm just
It's a future market supply.
Yeah. So what I can do, now I feel like a moron because I've been trying to think of like, how can I do it? I know I can do it. I just couldn't see how.
We just need one number. We need the amount that
look at the beautiful chart.
T-shares ratchet up when people get out of the system, and then
that'd be the only
how
way
to
to
value that
like
chart.
the steps.
Like
the steps.
This is beautiful. It's time to push upwards.
I messaged Jeff Kyle after the three of us talked on Tuesday, and he said to look in the.
Guys, look at the beautiful chart, right? Literally, the T-share bounced literally on the yellow line, and then support. Savage. It doesn't get any beautiful than that. And then it's about to go up again when those massive stakes comes out, and it's just going to act as support. This is where you know this is the bottom. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than that. I mean, we're spelling this. We're spoon feeding the information at this point. This is great.
I mean, this is crazy. And that's the thing, right? Like, and now we understand. Now I have a better understanding, so I can create this chart and try to give us a little model to show what the current path could be for price based on the staking that's currently in the system. Because again, we have to remember, it's a dynamic system. People start stakes, they end stakes, they emergency end stakes. So a picture that happens today might not be the picture that exists tomorrow. So it's important that we understand that, right? But it doesn't
remember the yellow line is the share rate, which only goes up. And if share rate start to act like support in the stock to flow model, which it should be, right? You get a crazy pump. standard deviation, but then he always comes back and trying to stay above the yellow line. Like literally, since that April pump last year, we almost like rarely go below yellow line. I mean, we had that little big payday bottom,
but
that was forced by big payday, and then we bounced.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny that you mentioned that, right? Because I hadn't really looked at it, and I really didn't take it seriously because I saw this little dip here, right? And it's interesting that you mentioned because that is a function of the supply, of the shock supply, the supply, the shock system, or the shock in the supply system that occurred because of big payday. So
it was a massive selling because of that. It was too much. Remember, that was 30% extra stack. That was the last 30% of the total available supply. That's insane. And that was your biggest buying the dip opportunity. I mean,
exactly. No, I now as you mentioned that, something kind of stood out to me, right? Now, if you look at again the slope in the T-share rate as time progresses, right? Just in the beginning, right? It's nice and slow and seemingly methodical, right?
Super. So even though it goes up exponentially, but you barely see it. You barely see it.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing I want to point out, because we have the value of the T-shares on the left column, on the left-hand side, on the left margin, and then we have the rate for the T-share on the right-hand margin, right? Now, if you look at the value of the T-share versus the slope, right? Are you catching me? The value of the T-share versus the ratio, basically, of the rate of change. Basically, the slope, right?
It went from negative to positive, and it's growing fast.
Correct. So it seems to me that this is how the geometric function in terms of price appreciation comes into play. Because what I'm noticing is T-shares only go up, the rate of change seemingly increases only, and with that, the price of HEX is going to increase in proportion to those two functions, to those two scenarios. So that's probably going to be how I can kind of reverse engineer like a future price.
Yes, because that yellow line is the support. This is why it goes up and to the right and stay up.
Right. I mean, look at what happened here, which is interesting, right? Because yesterday it was a completely different picture. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Because you got extra data, which is cool. It's dynamic. It's amazing.
Right. Yeah.
And literally, you can start calling bottoms from that. Every time it goes, it's like stock to flow. Every time it goes near the yellow line, you get a great deal. And this is why that chart is gangster. It's so good. It's really
but here's a funny thing, because in legacy finance, it's not like that. So it was weird for me. Right. It was very weird for me because I'm looking at this data and then I'm looking at this now and it just doesn't look the same, right? Like it looks a little different almost, but it's like that's the precursor move that we've been talking about.
And you see how the yellow line is going up. And by the way, there's still massive stake that have an end stake. Yeah, there's 700 million from February 2nd that hasn't ended yet.
That's the thing.
When that thing goes away, it ratchets up.
That's what he's been trying to scream at me about that I wasn't getting. Right? All these hockey sticks that we got here, I should be able to take them, throw them into the formula, into the math, and just project a hash rate into the future. But
remember, it's tricky. This is what's amazing about it.
No, it's tricky. It's not
the thing can fuck with you, can get on that day, and then not end stake.
Yeah, of course. That's the thing.
Just to fuck with you.
No. Hold on. It's not about the end staking. It's about the T-share ratcheting up, because the stake is going to end.
But the T-share can only ratchet up when you end stake.
But that's the thing. Even if they don't sell, this is important.
No, they're not going to sell. I'm just saying, like right now, the well is just messing with it.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, think about it. Because it's a double effect, right? Not only are they not going to sell, they're going to end stake, T-share ratchets up. They're going to restake, T-share ratchets up.
Exactly. Just affect with you. Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying. That's the well book. I mean, if
I need to
that's
understand
what I
this.
would do. It's just logical. It makes sense.
The T-share rate doesn't ratchet up when we stake, only when we unstake.
On the
No.
insect, yep. On the insect.
Okay. Only when you
So
unstake.
that's what I'm saying.
And it
The
has
well can play the game and be like, okay, today's the day, but I'm not gonna end stake just to mess with people, because you're gonna have some people that trying to front run this and that. But or he can just do it on that day. But the point of the matter is that sooner or later, like I've been telling people on previous stream before, I look at it like this. That's why I look at it on the monthly. I give whatever the date is plus 15. Because I'm smarter than that. I'm like, listen, you want to play games? That's fine. You got 15 days. After that, you pay 1% penalty. Let's roll. Because time is my friend. So that's what I always say. Do look at the monthly, bigger picture, T plus 15. Either he does it on that day, which is fine, or by 15 days, that thing's gonna go away. It's either that or you bleed out. And by the way, I will welcome the free penalties. But whether we like it or not, this is the beauty about HEX. The time is on your side. This thing will go away and it will ratchet up. Those are major bars. Look at those bars. Just this month alone. Those bars will be equivalent of like.
Let me hover over them. So
compared to the little bars, it's like months worth of ratcheting up.
And this was for 2/2/2021. That's 700 million hex basically. Now if we hover over to what's happening in what's today, the 4th,
another roughly 700 million, easy.
Yeah, in 5 days, another 675 million hex. That's a lot, right? That's gonna definitely drive their share rate up, right? And let me see the number of share. I don't really understand, and this is all my fault. And it's
go
kind
ahead,
of
ask your question. I got you.
This is crazy because I kind of get it, but it says here that cumulative shares expiring 100.
Yes, it goes like this. Remember how like the token is related to the T-share?
Yeah.
So the cumulative is the really cool one because it basically adds the function of time, because some stakes are longer than the others. Some stakes add bonus shares and that. So cumulative is the source of truth. Cumulative is the amount of T-share leaving the pool, which will then ratchet up the share rate. So that's what that little darker purple, whatever color is. But that's assuming that the guy is end staking on that day. If he does not, it will. But eventually, it will get there. So this is the amount of T-share that will exit. So what you can do is, knowing you can do a sum where you just look at the total T-share that's exiting,
right? And
you can plug that into the function, which would then give you the correlation of how high the yellow line will go, assuming the person do it on that day.
Right. Assuming all the behavior is the same.
It literally works like a stair. You see how it goes up like a stair?
Yeah.
It's literally the yellow line in training, the yellow line before it gets there.
Yeah,
so all you need to realize is that purple thing by the end of the month, you see how high it is?
Yeah, I mean, look, out there, I think
those are
that's 1.5 billion hex on 315.
This is when you know those are also Genesis T-share, because you see how high it goes? It's insane.
Well, that's true because that's a high quantity.
Yeah, because you see how like you have a high quantity before that, but then the yellow, the purple doesn't really go up too much.
Right.
Because those were like restake hex. So it goes up, but not as much because you didn't have any bonus share. Yeah.
That rate of change is the giveaway. Got it. See, that's why I fucking study that shit, bro. Like,
and there's also, don't forget, there's also the compounding effect, because he gets ratchet up at a faster rate, because the system keeps tab of everybody since inception. So he's gonna keep ratcheting it up and ratcheting, because he remembers how much fucking interest he has paid everybody since the beginning. This is why it's such a good dynamic system that there's almost no inflation. If you factored in T-share change, it's almost as if we're never inflating, because it's overbalanced with the share rate going up. For every coin that's being paid, share rate will be affected. It's amazing. It's just man. Anyway. So it's just also, literally that purple thing. Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
Also, I just want to remember what we talked about on Sunday Whales, that a 1,000 quantity of hex being end staked could potentially ratchet the price of the share price up as much as a gigantic stake.
Really?
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's all about the return on the investment for the stake that ends. It really has nothing to do with the quantity of the hex coming out.
Right.
Other than we can make a pretty good assumption that someone has that much hex, they probably got it pretty early.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Okay, so
It's not
thanks for that
based on
explanation.
ROI. Richard misspoke on that, and he corrected himself.
But,
Because otherwise, if it was based on the highest ROI that the system's ever seen, then the big payday would have set it when the OA staked and then ended, and then it would
Look at it
nobody
this
would
way.
ever do anything bigger. But so so maybe that's what you're trying to say, Joe, is that it's on any ROI increases, but it's, I think, proportional to how big the stake is.
Look at it this way. I have the perfect analogy. It's just like kind of how tax goes. You cannot be double taxed on something that's already after tax. So you see the bars from February 2nd, those billion or 700 million hex, a lot of those were what I call restake hex. They were non-genesis. So they came out first, they ratcheted up the price like crazy, and then they got restaked. So the system already accounted those guys. But the one that's coming at the end of the month, those are serious. Those are what I call, remember everybody, I said Genesis T-shirt. Those are serious. This is why the purple line goes up literally vertical. Because, and the way the system knows the difference, it just looks at when the hell did this take started? And they were started before big payday. This is the reason why that bar pushes the price, the yellow, the purple line way higher than the other ones, because those are Genesis T-shirt, and also they were staked for longer. So when you combine the two, this is the reason why the hovering purple thing is actually our first representation of what Wells did for us, which is the yellow line. Kind of tells you how many T-shirts exiting. So this is why it's important to see those things, because that's what's coming next. And we know from stock to flow, when this thing goes up, the price follows. Sometimes the price front run even. And then when it goes up so far in standard deviation, it will come back to retest. But at the end of the day, up and to the motherfucking right.
And I mean, again, like if all these shares are gonna expire, man, I mean that's a lot of shares, dude.
Savage, dude. We're gonna be at 17,000 plus T-shirt, just like I predicted. 17, so it's a by March. It's gonna be epic.
I mean, it seems pretty obvious that after all of these stakes end, in conjunction with price appreciation, we might be looking at what do you call it? The third iteration of what Kareem just said, because this is just, I mean, the share rate is just crazy.
And by the way, Wealth, it follows everything we talked about before. It follows the fractal, it follows the cup and handle. I mean, literally, it's like climax. Everything is coming to like meet each other. Like we're doing this, we retest, we do the cup, we chill a little bit.
Crazy, dude.
And staking, just close the door and then launch. And then now it's like share rate explodes, price explodes. And if you didn't have your hex stake and ready, I feel sorry for it. That's it. But I'm going to sleep like a baby, because I know I talked about it over and over and over. And ultimately, you either listen or you don't. At the end of the day,
can't help them on that one, right? All we can do is
exactly. The train is set for departure. You got the time, you got the price of the ticket, you got everything. The question is, how you gonna show up?
We're streaming for 5 hours to explain it in detail. I mean, it's insane.
Kareem, you got a guess on March 16th what the price of the T-share price will ratchet up to?
If actually Wells could help with that, I have the function in my head. I just need somebody to try to put it. It's literally the inverse correlation of how many T-shares coming out versus the formula of how it goes up. So if we pretend that there's a couple of assumptions here, that those things comes out on time, because that's the key. Because if you tie stuff to a date, you have to expect the thing. Unless somebody no, good account won't work, because you have to unstake for the thing to ratchet up.
Even good accounting,
yeah. If we assume that everything comes out on time by then, and again, if I'm why the hell the fuck not? It makes dude. I can even play a game, give everybody a last minute chance, and then on the last day of the month, I just unstake every fucking thing. just to like make it go yellow line up to the left, like a hockey, right? to make a statement. So if that were to happen, Wells can just catch the total cumulative T-share thanks to HEX.VISION that's coming out, take that number, and then put that towards the function that make the share rate goes up, because I know there's a function, and then that should be able to tell us where it's going to go. Make sense? So this is how logically it works in my head. I just need somebody to run the math, because it's literally that, because that's what the system does. It literally, because the amount of T-share that comes out is a function of the interest of the new coin being created, which is the ROI. So therefore, if he knows how many T-shares coming up, assuming they come up on time, he will run that to the share rate to then say, hey, how high does the price needs to be? And then he will kind of give you a prediction. And this is how it solves the equation of whether or not it's a Genesis share or not. Because on one hand, on February 2nd, you have a big bar, but the total amount of T-share coming out is not that high. And the reason to that is because those are restaked HEX. Those are HEX that got bought based on the new share rate, 68% more expensive. That's why the purple line is small. Right. But then as you get to the one end of February, that's a serious bar, because those are Genesis T-share coming out. So that's gonna be the last one, the end of the month one.
Oh,
is that March? I'm sorry. Yeah, this one.
Mid-March.
I am convinced those are Genesis T-share, because you see how it goes up parabolic straight up.
Yeah.
It's serious.
Yeah, that ratchet is significantly higher versus all the other ones.
Because those are loaded up with bonus shares, which mean it was most likely staked more than a year. So there's a high probability. And again, Junior Stake already called it out. He tweeted about it. He looked it up. Those are always staked. Real talk. 949 million. So there's only about like 50 million that's like maybe random person or whatever. Yeah. But there's one stake by itself of 900, like basically rounded up to a billion chilling, which means readjusted to economic mass, a billion HEX out of 1 penny is technically economic energy of like, 10 million right there. So it's like somebody came in, put 10 million and then just stake. Because OA can just say, you guys don't want to stake? Okay, I'm just going to keep ratcheting up the price just to mess with you guys.
I mean, that's what it does, right?
Like, how much interest do you need to lose for you to realize how valuable it is? Because right now, we already correlated again. Wells got the chart. It's literally, it already separated. It's like Genesis T-share yields 60%, and then the rest is 40. And that thing's going to keep decorrelated, because, well, that's also what it means. As the yellow line goes up, go back a little bit. That other chart that you had, the decorrelation chart, the first one.
Oh, the first
with
one.
The gains. Oh, yeah, it's going to start spreading its legs. It's going to be crazy. This thing, yeah. Oh, shit, savage.
Yeah, it is, man. It really is. I mean,
it's going to start talking to people.
It already started.
Imagine years from now when it's clearly apart. You're going to be like, what are you doing?
Yeah. And the thing about it is that you're right. Like, I think you're right. I think the day that those T-shares expire and they come out of the system, and I mean, the hash rate, the T-share rate is going to have to go parabolic.
Yep. It's going to decorrelate it. And imagine it goes parabolic, then price goes up too. It's a double function. It's going to do what it did in April. Look at that. Last year, that's what
it's going
to do the hockey stick, right?
Oh, no. Hold on. I just remembered March 12th. Does anybody remember that day besides me?
The fractal.
Let's pull up a chart. Chart.
It's near the launch phase. It's when the cup gets its handle, hang around for a little bit, and then bye.
I think I remember you talking about it's day 89, right? Because you were talking about
exactly, Joe. I just want to pull up the chart just to show you guys.
Right around that little crash, yeah.
I think it's this one. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this
one.
And
by the way, it's following the first major bull cycle of the Bitcoin too. That's doing that. If you look at it on the monthly, it's doing that major bull flag. Like it did a hockey stick in a year, chill a little bit, and it's about to do another.
So
if you look at this chart,
check out March 12th.
Yeah, this fractal. I love it.
March 13th. Zoom to the moon. Right after that, just like we're calling it. Just like we're calling it.
Is that where your cursor is?
Yeah. My cursor is right over March 13th and March 12th. And on March 12th, what we have is a downward price action right into that trend line that price keeps running into over time. That just goes up and to the right. It's like it's almost like a 35-degree angled line, almost.
Well, it's like the perfect fake out. It's like, oh my God, it's the end of the world. Yeah, exit, and then limit order, it kicks in.
And then boom, exactly. Then the market reverses. I mean, it's crazy because on the 12th, price closed at a certain level, and then the following day, it seems like after the market opened, it just like puked a little lower, just enough to sucker people out, and then boom, just completely.
Especially on low liquidity, right? So you get that slippage real good.
Well, here's the funny thing. At this point in time, we have to remember that liquidity was high.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? So that just goes to show how high HEX can really go now, because this was back when price was nothing for real.
The movement becomes more violent. This is again. Remember what we said the other day, yesterday. Like we're going from the one hexagon to the second hexagon because the sideward action was longer, which means the movement breakout will be more violent. It's literally doing the HEX logo, dude. It's living up to his own expectation. I mean, even though there's no expectation, but it's doing the logo. I'm telling you, years from now, we're gonna be drawing the whole, random line. It's gonna do a hexagon. That would be the most epic thing ever.
Let's just look at something real quick, right?
That's a trading signal by itself. Shape of the chart.
Is it this one? I think
the shape of the chart is the trading signal.
So let's look at this price projection, right? Let's look at the open on the 13th, which was 0.00016608, right? And I got the price cursor around there, roundabouts. Good enough. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna measure the move from March 12th to March 13th to the top, which is approximately 60 days, apparently. Which is around that 55-day number. Remember, we were talking about this last time. We were
Yep. Fibonacci.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, like, if you look at the chart, the price around this time looks like it occurred on 00658-250. Yeah. So it occurred on May 13th. So approximately 61 days, 2 months, right? So the price just went up and it finally exhausted itself on the 61st day, which is just 6 days away from that 55.
Yeah, right near the top. I was there. I was buying.
right. No, I bought near that top up for before 1.5-2. It's no biggie. I mean,
what's the percentage gain from bottom to top?
Well, the percentage gain from bottom to top, oh my God, it's 2,605%.
So if he does the same,
hold on, because I didn't even have it correctly. I just realized that. I'm sorry. It's 4,000. Hold on. 650. Oh yeah, I mean, you might as well call it
4,000.
Yeah, the mouse just won't stay in place, so let's just call it 4,000. I mean, it's insane.
Right now, imagine 4,000%, right? Which is basically 400x. So if we 400x from roughly 1 cent, I mean, do the math, bro. It's savage.
Who wants to say that? Somebody say that.
Say that.
Somebody say that.
It's scary to say, but drug exotics say it. Say it. So we don't
number.
People.
Because here's the thing: 4,000% is 400 times.
Off a penny. Where are we, Maddie?
Sounds like $4.
Exactly. I know, right? It sounds like a trick question, but
it sounds like a trick question, but it's straightforward.
It's straightforward.
It's just not believable.
And people are talking about like how maybe a dollar could be $2.
What's the day you're seeing that?
I'm seeing that after March 15th.
March 15th.
Like, if you look at the screen, what we're projecting is that we just saw
similar move. Yep.
What we were projecting is that we just saw this downward move here, right? That's what we're projecting. Except for that, this is the downward move we're talking about this time, right? And we're projecting that, given that this date is literally the same date that we're running into this time, right? Now, I don't know. I'm pretty sure we can go on the chart and see what the staking situation was for this date. I'm pretty sure
you can go to HEX.VISION and see it.
Right.
And Maddie,
So
that March 12th is literally the day where the billion hex or near to it of the OA comes out.
Yeah, so there's a good chance that this whale knows the type of research that you're providing everybody, whales, and has been thinking about this entire time.
That's damn. I shouldn't have done nothing then. Fuck.
I think Hex is only going to be 25 cents on March 15th.
Only 25?
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
I'm not saying that it's going to happen on the date.
Maddie is doing a discount regression, being like, if it does exactly the old move, it's basically $4. If it does less, assuming that the severity is less, then Maddie's just lowballing and saying 25.
I just know you guys have been looking at charts for 6 hours, and I already saw what Richard published last night, which is what the price is going to do in the future already.
Yeah, so I'm not worried about it.
I don't know if you guys saw that on Twitter.
It's all fun, Maddie. Honestly, at this point, it's just gratitude. I don't even care where it's 5 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents. It's mad gains.
I mean, we know where it's going. I think.
But it's trending what we expected to trend towards. That's it.
Did you guys see though that after we streamed, after we did our Tuesday stream, then Richard posted a new random line?
Oh, he did?
No!
Oh, pull it up, yo. Let me see it.
Yeah. I didn't know. Hold on.
I didn't know. I was just working. So.
Where's my Twitter?
Them random lines, man. This is awesome, man. This is so much fun. About to be 4 a.m.
It's under his other account though. It's under hex.com. So it's
isn't it Hex Crypto?
At Hex Crypto, yeah.
Yeah. Here we go.
Let's take a look.
This is before I have to get off. I can't do the last 2 hours of our stream here. But,
I can't do till 6 again. No, I
know. Man, don't worry. We'll be out. We'll be out soon.
So look, this is actually a great. Yeah, you know what? This is better than me doing it live. This is actually great because it already has everything laid out. All we have to do is talk about what's already here. Because what I think is going to happen is exactly. This is just what I was going to say. I think this is what's going to happen. Is that we're gonna
really cool random line. I like
this move. We're gonna get. We just experienced this move, is what I'm thinking, right? And this is March 12th, right here. Like you can see it, right? And then from here, I think we're just gonna move up this way. And this number, instead of it being 0.5 cent, I think it's gonna be $4. That's what I'm thinking because that's the way the math works out. So
that's the same major move, with the 4,000%.
So we might not see $10 after all. Oh no, you know what? We might see $10 if the moves are proportional, like we said earlier. We might definitely see $10 to $12 by the end of this year because if we're gonna go from a cent to $4,
then it cools off for a while, and then by the end of the year,
because it has to catch up, right? Because this is what we saw here. We saw it run into the random line, cool off, run over the random line again, cool off, run into it, cool off again, try to run into it, cool off again. Try to run into it again. Now, I'm going to say something.
But it's getting easier and easier to get up because there's less
and look at how harder. Well, look at this. Look at how much harder it is to stay down. Right now, we have an upward slope. Right, and that's the thing. Now we have this upward slope down here.
It's creating the parabola arc again, high and low.
It's going to be a parabolic arc, correct?
Because if you go back to your old chart and you show people how oversold it was at the same level as before, but without the price going at the same level. That's the bullish diversion.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is really showing.
I mean, this is it right here, right?
Severe sell pressure, yet the price didn't go back to the old level.
Right.
This is how people don't understand that there's some support right here. This is hidden for a reason.
Yeah, because you got to know how to look at it. That's the key. But the only way you learn that is by looking at the past. That's the only way to look at it. Because if you look here, it's the same scenario, right? Like, look at the MACD after the 30th of November. You got the price going, you got price going sideways. The RSI and the MACD both letting you know the move is over. It's time to buy.
It did the little fake out, fake dip, then goes about, and you see how it's about to reach the 60 and start to go into the nice towards overbought, and then MACD is about to turn positive. I mean, just everything is just trending.
Yeah.
This is the part where you just get ready to ride. This is the part where you better just like put the seatbelt on. You feel me? It's not the time for you to gambling your hex away. This is stupid. This is what.
And I mean, and this is the thing, right? This is why, right? Like, look at this chart, right? Okay, this is what makes me think it's gonna be a huge move. We have this little box where this move lasted 37 days here.
Yep.
Right? But in reality, what we've been seeing, and this is where the physics comes in, and this is why, man, I love this chart. What we've been seeing is essentially, like Kareem said, the parabolic arc is forming, right? So at this point, we're at the beginning of that arc. We have to technically create that portion of the arc where it's actually going to form that crescent, right? Yep. And this is why we have to go straight up first. Now, again, you guys have to remember, this is, hold on, let me pull up this log chart. Maybe I should look at log function.
Because the move is that it goes and retest the.
Actually, this is a good one.
Yep.
Right. Exactly. This is a good image to look at because this is basically what we're trying to explain. Right? Because right now we're
mimicking the same thing twice. Yep.
Yeah. And this is basically what it's gonna do. I mean,
the second wave is more severe again because your consolidation phase was longer. Because
look at how long it was. Look at how long it was. Right. Let's just get this out of here. Let me just delete this because we already have the right chart for reference. We don't need to do it ourselves anymore. We see it hit that price, right? Mid-May. And then from mid-May, it just went sideways. Until now, it's still basically going sideways, even though the price is higher, technically, right? It's still really just going sideways because it's just in this range. Yep. And this range, what I want you guys to understand is that this range is just winding up like this. It's curving upward. The range, right? Like, let's look at this chart again.
We like those curves.
Exactly. These are the right curves.
Yep.
Right? We don't want breaks with these curves, right? We want to be able to run off the road if need be, but only up, right? Because that's the thing. That's exactly what this chart is showing, right? Like, it's letting us know, look, we're taking this path. Boom.
Yep. And it's a similar fractal. If you look at it from inception, did a little dump, then he went up, then he created a higher low, and then he went up. And then, so if you do an arc literally from like late 2019, early 2020, that's an arc. You can see the arc all the way to the first 100x top.
Oh,
we're doing
let's talk about cup and handles. Let's talk about cup and handles because that's what this is going to be doing. I just seen it on the chart. Oh my God. It's funny because I'm looking at it on my screen. On my screen, I can't see it. But now that I'm looking at it on the little like StreamYard app, whatever, I see it. This is a bunch of cup and handles.
I've tweeted about it so many times. I literally highlighted the thing. And that's what it does.
So all the moves are going to be proportional with respect to the range, which they go sideways, in conjunction with the height of that range. So this is important. Listen up. If this thing keeps going sideways and up before it actually takes off, the move could be bigger than we even guesstimate here.
Savage. It's the HEX logo, second HEX quadrant.
Wow.
And you can see how like the sideway on the HEX logo, you know, the format is bigger, and then it goes higher. And then the third and final one is even more savage because
well, let's take note. Right? Let's take note.
It's the HEX logo.
Right?
It's doing the HEX logo.
Let's count the highs because this is important. Let's count the highs versus the lows because it's a good thing you bring up. Ethereum is at 1660 while we're talking about this game.
Yeah, and Ethereum is going to help us out too because it makes the USD chart better because Ethereum will be at 2K plus, and then pumps will be even easier to do. But remember, it's going to follow the log. So So you can see price go up, and you'll be like, it's insane, but it just keeps going up because he's looking to do the log. So it's just going to go find his ratio.
So the first high. The first local high happened on that 13th of May, right? At 0.00658. Cool, no problem. After that, the lowest low happens on... Now, this seems kind of like trite analysis, but trust me, it
was a double bottom. It was about similar high on that time, remember? You did a double.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the date. Let me see, 21587. Yeah, so 21587. So that's 7th of September. So from May 13th through the 7th of September in the year 2020, this basically did nothing. But while this looks like nothing on this chart because it's a log chart, you have to understand that it went from a high of 0.0065 and change down to 2. Basically 2 even, 2-1, whatever it is, right? So that is essentially what, like a 40% drop, a 60% drop in value, right?
Yeah.
So
Fibonacci retracement.
Yeah, it's not exactly. It's not to highlight. It's not to highlight the drawback, right? It's to highlight the comeback. Pay attention. So we see this 50 to 60% drop from May to September. That's 5 months, basically 4 months, right? Now, what happens from then on? We see a new high to 1.5 cents going on into November 1st, right? And that's basically what happens. And then from there, people start selling out because big payday's coming in. We see a move again. 2.1 cent, 2.01 cent, right? Whatever, 2 even. Now, what happens after that is crazy because it goes straight to 2 cents. Straight to 2.2 cents. Yeah. It's like it ran to 2 cents. It's like it ran to 0.0002 or 3 zeros and a 2 and immediately got rejected. It reminds me of this move kind of here to a degree. That's what kind of big payday reminds me of. Right? A little less so this, a little more so this. Right? So what I'm wondering is this little move here, and are we getting a little pump here to then get a little move here to then get a big move there?
Yep. That's what I said. It's the cup and handle. It's gonna go to 2 cents
because this
retest, chill a little bit.
Cup and handle is right. Because if we look at this, what do we have here? We got a little cup, a big handle.
And then let's go.
I don't even know what kind of formation. This is like a multiple. Like this move is going to be so retarded.
It's going to be
doesn't make any sense.
All I can say is that if this plays out like I think it's going to play out, the next target is definitely above the line. We're not even talking about being below the line. It's going to go above the line.
Because look. It spent too much time below the line.
Yeah.
Right. And if you understand.
You have to overcompensate.
Calculus. If you understand calculus, you've ever done any type of integration, you understand exactly what Kareem said. It has to cover both sides of the line. It's just about measuring the statistical area. It's literally just differential equations. It sounds complicated, but trust me, it's not. It's just how the world works. As above, as below is the same as above. Same thing, and vice versa. So if price, Yeah, well, that's just the way the world works. That's just the way it works.
Good way to
I'm starting
explain
to
it.
think this is another thing I'm thinking of. I'm starting to think that the random line is almost kind of like the linear version
It
of
is the law.
basically the stock to flow.
Yeah,
That
that's exactly
constantly
what it is.
the
That's
yellow
exactly
line.
what it is.
It literally again, my brain is just working right
That's
now.
exactly what it is, right?
I
Because
mean, it's just correcting new neural pathways right now. The more
This
I'm
is
yeah,
why
thinking
we
about it,
dude.
do
it's like,
this. This
it's
is why we do
literally
this.
that, but on a
To
linear
discover
version.
stuff.
Because think
So
about
it's
it.
going to gravitate around that line at all
Yeah,
times. Sometimes it's going to be below. Sometimes it's going to
because what you have to remember is that this is what you will call a carrot. This is the carrot leading the horse. The T-share
tells
rate,
you
right?
where to go.
That's the carrot leading the horse. So you want to follow this bad boy because it's gonna take you to eat, right? And
And
this
when you're below the line, that's literally kind of undervalued. Like real talk.
exactly
It's
You
like
want the carrot or the stick?
right.
There you
Which
go.
one do you want? I'll keep trying to chase the carrot.
The stick is your regret.
There you go.
Exactly.
It's like that glass note indicator that tells you if you're overweight. The heat map. It's literally like that. We're so below. It's just like
Look,
when
man.
you know.
All I know is you got not one. Hold on, let me get the mouse over here. You got 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then you have what seems like a fourth one forming. How this is going to finish, we don't know. But it looks like it's going to at least hit the 4 cent area, at least.
And by the way, if we were to do the traditional way, how to the calculate the cup and handle is that from the breakout zone, it will be the depth of the cup. So
you want to do
I don't know
that?
if you can see, but yeah, just measure.
You want to do that? All right. So let's do that. So there's a couple ways. There's a couple ways we can measure this, okay? Because we can go back to Inception 2 and measure it as if it's like half a cup, right? And treat this like if it's a handle, right?
What about if you just do what a cup went from just the top of the big payday, the 1.5 cents to the bottom,
this
right?
one?
Yeah, just from the top of the 1.5 cents
to
the bottom of the cup, and then you're gonna do it from the breakout, from the exposure. I think it's gonna almost perfectly. We're right above that. The random line.
This here is from 1.5 cents to 0.2 cents. All right, so that's going to be 1.3 cents. So 2.2 plus 1.3 is what? 3.5.
Solid.
That's it. That's 4 cents basically. That's 4 cents basically.
And that's just from the technical analysis.
With FOMOing, that's gonna happen.
And sometimes it outperform because FOMO kicks in, and sometimes it could go more.
Exactly
because if you look at the previous cup and handle from April last year, it outperformed.
Oh yeah,
It did what it did, and then you see there's a small retracement, and then the continuation.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted
That's when
to
your
measure
boy got
all
it.
of these.
That's when your boy got it. It's like, yo, this thing's not coming back.
Like I'm already too
I was
late.
waiting. I would never forget. I was waiting for the retracement, and it wasn't retracing. So I was like, "Fuck, all in, let's go."
It doesn't retrace.
FOMO kicked in hard.
It doesn't retrace, and that's why I wanted to measure all three, right? Because if you incorporate all three measurements, because here's the thing, you have to include the sideways action. The sideways time is critical because that is the loading of the gun for the shot. Okay, that's the powder for the cannonball and the projectile.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go back to the regular chart and then put it on a weekly chart and on the monthly. I think that's going to summarize some of those, so you'll be able to maybe do a better cup and handle. Switch that to the weekly first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good because you have a good point. Make it a little bit cleaner. Oh, nice. Do the monthly real quick. Sorry, just want to.
I think the monthly might be too short. Damn, not really. Nice cup, not really. I mean, you got a nice little bull flag going too. Damn, I wasn't really seeing it that clearly.
You see, this is like the Ethereum chart.
Oh, look at the RSI.
Look at that flag. You look at that flag. Look at that flag. It's a nice P. Dude, that's my favorite.
Look at the RSI. It's bouncing right off.
Right off, ready to go. 57.
Wow. And then look at this, right? Because it's like going
solid bullish
sideways, runs into that. Boom, 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 boom.
Salute the flag.
Wow, really?
Look at that. hidden bullish diversion, like the sell pressure
Wow.
heavy, but the price going up.
This
It's
is
like
crazy, dude. This is
so if you
crazy.
measure that, literally,
Yo,
we
we're
got the
about to
big
make
cup.
1 inch look like half an inch for real. Yo,
That's right.
yo, for real. You guys are laughing.
I'm excited. That's a lot I'm
Yo,
excited
this
about.
is crazy because it's literally sticking to this. That's the crazy thing.
It's literally the continuation of both flag, and then you can take that big green bar, the move, basically, the
Yeah, that
pump, and
move
then
and project it out by time and distance because it's literally going to be a product. It's going to
yeah,
be a product of this.
it's
Yeah, it's going to be a
textbook blue
product of.
flag.
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be, and you just draw basically a stick, really, is all you're doing.
Yeah, because it's in log format already. You get to see, because when you squeeze it, you get to see literally like this is
Like
what
I'm
the,
gonna project it out over here,
and
and
this is
I'm
really
gonna.
where that 2 cent is. Like I said, that's the breakout zone. When we retest all-time high again, bro, off the horses. It's just like typical Bitcoin Ethereum comes back to all-time high on the year, tested out a couple of times. That's what we're doing right now. And then when you keep testing, the more you poke something, right, the more it will break up or down. This thing is saying we're going up.
Trying not to mess
Oh,
up
nice.
the. I'm trying to not mess up the measurement. Damn it. Let me try to get a
I thought
curve.
you could do maybe like a measure move. No, dude, that art side is
I don't
so
really know
gangster.
how to. I don't really do the. That's the thing. When I trade, I don't really do like the technical thing like normal people do,
Oh,
like
okay. Try
all that
this. Let me
measuring
help you
shit.
out.
Yeah, go
Look
ahead.
at that little ruler. The ruler on the left, measure move. But click that, and then first of all, grab the move from the bottom to the top. So the bottom of the cup, roughly.
The bottom from
Let's
the
go for
cup
the
is gonna be here. That's the crazy
no,
thing.
no. Let's move from the bull flag, the breakout.
From here,
Yeah, from here, just to catch how many. What's the percentage gains? How much is that?
it looks like
Can you see
4,800.
4,800, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Now
that's
do the
accurate.
same. This is amazing. Now do the same thing. Do measure move again, and then pick it from the breakout zone, and then go 4,800%
Let me get
up.
rid of this. These lines
Do
don't need.
another measure move. Yeah, get down. Yeah. Do
That.
another measure move. Click it from the breakout zone,
I mean, the breakout zone is gonna be up here.
roughly. Yeah. And then if you go 4,800%, dude, it's off screen.
Good news, guys. I gotta shrink the screen a little bit. Sorry about that. I gotta move this.
I'll allow it.
Oh, I love it, man.
Whoops. All right, let's get back to the
Just
ruler
for
here.
fun.
It looks like it was going to be 60 cents.
I don't know. I didn't even look because I couldn't really
Could
tell.
be. Joe could be right. Oh, this is nice. This is that. It's following the thing. 4,800%. What'd you get?
It's hard for me to see it.
89 cents. Yeah, 90
89
cents.
cents on top. Oh, yeah. So it
Yeah.
goes to that dollar. 90 cents, dude. A 90 cent, it could just form a week to $1 real quick.
Right. That's
So
basically gonna be
that's
a
me,
dollar.
real
I
talk.
think.
Real.
Yeah.
There it is. There, it's in the chart. There it is. This is like, because listen, our all-time high at first happened around right before summer. So we could literally FOMO to 1 cent to $1 and then just cool off for the rest of the year, all the way to go meet the diagonal of the random line.
I mean, it
So
would make sense.
it will make so much sense.
Yeah, it would
And,
make
and
sense.
if you go back to go back to that chart, that Richard chart, and find out where $1 is roughly. So we can pinpoint that in the chart. Where does that land us? Because listen, if something is 90 cents, dude, the bull, I'll be one of those. I'll be like, yo, let's just mark it bad. Let's bring it to $1 just for fun, just so we can see it.
Save images.
Because if you're 90 cents, dude, I'm doing the FOMO wick. I'm doing it just for fun. I'm like, yo, let's see $1 real quick.
That's what it looks like about.
Because you'll be surprised. There's certain, like, you don't know where the hidden limit orders are. Guys, there's limit orders hidden. Like, you hit a certain number, you may touch the $1, and then some other dude just FOMOs in, and then he sends it to 2. Like, it's just like that.
I mean, it's hard to tell because you can't see it, right? It's all hidden.
Oh,
and that's the thing.
Let me see. $1. Yeah, $1 will be, roughly there. I see it. And then if you, oh, yeah, nice. Perfect. Dude, I could totally see it. Just like last year. it goes above the random line, chill for a little bit, and then correct.
I mean,
and
that's
then go
almost
back.
July, yeah.
It's literally symmetrical. Look at it. It's like
It's almost
literally
July,
goes in. The same way you undercompensate, then you overcompensate, and then you chill, and then you back to
Let's
the.
put a horizontal bar there. Let's why not? Right. Yeah. Oh shit. Sorry guys.
Yeah, we can be there in July, or we can get there way before July, chill a little bit, go over to July. Dude, it's so symmetrical that I'm like, it's almost inevitable. I mean,
it's scary because it really is.
It makes sense. It's fractal.
Yeah, that's the freaking part. Yeah, that's crazy. And I mean, I think we're miscalculating the move because of the sideways action. That's the thing. I think this move really projects up to over here because of all of the sideways action. Because what we're only capturing is the up move. We're not really capturing the time. You get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm thinking, that it could go hockey stick. That's one scenario. It could go hockey stick, touch the bar, and then sideways action. Or you can just do diagonal.
No. I know. What I'm saying is I think we're just short on distance.
Okay.
As a function of time, because I think we have. So basically, what I'm trying to say is we measured the down to up.
Mm-hmm.
What we didn't incorporate into our forecast was the range, the time range.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we only took the flag. We only measured.
Fair enough. So let's do. Yeah, I remember 61
I'm
days.
trying to think of how to do that. That's the thing, right? Yeah, it was like 61 days.
61 days. So let's do.
No, it was more than 61 days, bro. Oh my god, this movie's gonna be crazy. Hold on. Because it was more than 61 days. Let me find my. What the hell is my?
I thought the up action from April was 61 days from the breakout.
Oh no, yeah, I'm talking about the sideways action though. That's the thing.
No. Sideways is month, bro.
It's the sideways action that we have to calculate. Where is my browser?
Interesting.
Hold on, because I guess I'm gonna teach you guys something. So check this out. This went sideways for this whole time, right? It went sideways this whole time, basically. I mean, it's technically still going sideways. Technically, right?
Even though it's trending upward, it's forming the parabola, the next arc.
Right. It's forming the next arc, right? So the question, and this is the thing, I think we hit that point where the bottom of that projection point is, I think we're at the point where December 2020 was, or January 2020 was. That's why I think we're at.
Because it keeps doing that high or low consecutively, and it's arcing up faster too.
Right, and if you look at the range is expanding. So
there you go. Because this is a monthly chart, so it kind of gives you that big picture.
I mean, look, this is 276 days, right? And even though it's not really that much space on the chart, it's still 276 days. So with that said, you're talking about
9 months.
Yeah, you're talking about a sideways. You're talking about a move. Like it's not going to just be 4,800%. Is my point. It's going to be a multiple of that based on the function of how long it took it to get to that point. Because you have to remember, this is physics. So think about it like a pinball machine.
We've been in motion, 9 months.
We're in motion. So once this price, think of it like a pinball. Once this ball hits that certain, you're laughing, but it's serious.
I know, I agree.
What's the function of ETH too, right?
That makes sense.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, right?
I agree with you. I'm just, if I go FOMO-tard, I'm going to tell you a crazy number. But yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, no, but that's the thing. I don't think there is a crazy number. Like, I think we hashed this out pretty good today to where we can understand that, like, anything is literally possible, because the fact of the matter is, like, you guys pointed out, in crypto.
No, I'm sorry. When I say crazy, I mean like on the gratitude level. It's just I'll be like, dude, at this point, I'm telling you, I'm not even caring about price. I just market buy. Doesn't matter.
Right, it literally doesn't matter.
At this point, I'm like, just get it out. Just get it out.
Yeah, just let me get my. Is the gas cheap? I literally only check if the gas is cheap.
That's it. That's it.
That's
I'd be
it,
like,
because I
good
don't
luck.
want to give away my money when I could be getting more coins. That's really the only reason I care.
Gas is hard to predict too. I've because I always buy when we're on stream now, because when else am I gonna buy, right?
Right.
Like, and well, yeah, because we stream 24 hours too. But
apparently, yeah.
But I was looking at the gas in the middle of the day today, and it was like, I don't know, it was like 300. It's the highest I've ever seen it.
Yeah,
it
was nonsensical.
Even for like slow, it was 300.
When the
it like
big,
maxed out.
Grayscale and everybody else use the network, I mean, those guys they don't care about fees. They're gonna be like, yeah, $100, yeah, who cares? We're moving $70 million, so $100 transaction fee, I'll take it.
Good luck to you, little guy.
That's what
I think when it's like 150, it could even be low now, like here in the middle of the night, So it's like that's the way I'm looking
not
at
at
it.
all. That's what I thought, but no. That means at
how much
least
is the boy right now?
183.
183. Oh wow.
On the low side. Yeah. So you're paying at least 2 times that for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying.
And it's 4 in the morning on the East Coast. What are these people doing up? Are they live streaming and buying shit too?
I'm just having fun.
I paid a lot when I bought just recently here.
This bull flag got me excited. You see the monthly is so great. You see the big picture.
Oh, this shit is crazy.
It's up and to the right, bro. That's my definition right here.
Yo, but here's the thing.
Just go fun, right? If you were to draw a hex logo, right, you will literally get to see first quadrant was the first big pump. Then it goes sideways action. And then you can literally do a measure move, like you said, because how wide it went 9 months, it's gonna go higher. Because if you look at the hex logo, the second hexagon is bigger. It's wider.
Because you're right.
That's literally what it is.
It's geometric. So hear me out. Hear me out, because it is geometric. Because you just gave me an idea. So it went up for 61 days, then sideways for 9 months. 61 divided by 267. Because again, this is all math.
Ratio. Yeah.
Right? Does that make sense? Like a proportion, right? A proportional ratio.
Ratio,
So 60 days divided by, let's say 276, because they're both. No, let's do 75.
Yeah.
That's basically 20%. So what I'm guessing.
What was the number?
60 days divided by 275 days. So what I did was I took the number of days we went up and divided it by the number of days we went sideways. Okay. Rise over run.
Mm-hmm.
So if the rise over run equates to 20%, right, which is what 60 divided by 75 equals to, what I'm guessing is that the run this time will be 60 times 1.2%. So let me do this. Plus 1 equals 1.21 times 60 days. So what I'm forecasting is that we might have a pump of 73 days this time versus 60, versus 61 or whatever, 75 days or whatever the number is.
Which makes sense because it's going to be a bigger.
Right. So then after that, who knows? Oh, shit. It's been 1 year. You get paid 20% extra every year.
Bonus.
So why wouldn't it make sense for the price to pump harder for 20% worth of time every year? I don't think it's a coincidence that I got that number, guys. Do you guys not see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it gets bigger. No, I do.
Yeah,
because it gets bigger because you have to, because the quadrant, the hexagon is getting bigger. So once you figure out the ratio,
that's related to the CD function of the contract.
Just because it's probably, like you guys have been saying, it's probably a function of stock to flow, and so if the stock is pre-programmed to like flow into
20%
time locks and everything, then that's what you're gonna find probably.
But catch this, right? Because that's right. That's the whole, like, that's all related, right? And what I'm trying to say is think about it like this, because that's right. So if in the CD world you get paid 20% more for every year that you stake or that you time lock, it shouldn't be a surprise that in the following year, after getting a 60-day pump, that we get 20% more days of pump. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and actually now my brain is thinking, let's extrapolate that. If the previous pump was 4,800%, you can take that and add 20% to that.
To it.
You feel me?
Holy
so
crap,
it's like it's like literally
compound.
Because quick math, right?
Correct.
So 4,800%. So that's like 48 times 2, which is about 96. So you add 96 to the 4,800.
That's 5,000% basically.
Yeah. So it's just like, so yeah, more than that. So hold on, I gotta add a 0 because I'm doing 10% of 4,800.
Oh no, it's 5,000.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like 5,900% because we're adding 20%.
Exactly.
We're adding 20%.
But it's 960. Yeah. 4,800 plus 960.
Yeah, because we're adding 20% to.
Yep. Which gives me
the math wrong. We were dropping the 0.
5,760.
Yep, it's about 5,800. Yeah.
Do a major move on that.
Wow, man, 5,800%. But that's the thing, right?
We get that motherfucking dollar.
Yeah. I think we're gonna be right. I think we're gonna be right because it's all math, dude. It's all math.
And then that becomes a shilling point. So it's like, dude, you get so close to the dollar, you're gonna get the dollar.
Yo, I think people are gonna be supremely shocked.
Yo, seriously, for fun, do the major move right now.
Around, oh my god, I might be riding that S class after all. Like, dude, this thing is gonna pump so hard that we might even be wrong.
Yeah, no, seriously, can you do a major move from the top? 5,760. I want to see it.
So let's go
from the breakout point.
Breakout. All right, hold on.
Yeah, because just like we did it before, how we got the 89 cents. I just want to know.
So let's assume this is the goal point, right? And let's assume this is the breakout point, and let's assume, that the end point is going to be what? 276 days times 20% of 276 days. That's what the number has to be. So that's 27.6 times 2 is approximately 52 days. So 200 and no, that was sideways action. So
no. Make it major move in terms of price up by 5,760%.
Oh, you want to see that? Oh, okay, hold on.
I want to see what's the amount.
No, my bad. I was trying to do like everything.
Yeah, my bad.
50. Is that right? No, that's too high. Sorry. 5,900.
Yeah, it's a 5,756.
Yeah, a buck and change, $1.50 or something like that. $1.25. Yeah.
No, go down a little bit. Yeah, 5.7. Show me a 7.
Yeah, that's for 5.8. That's 5,836%. And that's $1.17.
Yeah, so definitely 5,700 plus %. You're definitely above a dollar. This is the dollar move right there.
Yeah,
that's a dollar move. Listen, I'm gonna summarize it for you. This dollar move by summer.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. The prediction. Yeah,
no financial advice, but that's the prediction. Yeah, I'm gonna sort up that 200 days for you. It's
and then I'm guessing we're gonna just coil up. We're gonna cup and handle up to like into the $2-3 range like we did now. Like
everything's on point. The RSI is ready to go. And by the way, if you were just for fun, right? Because my eyes just caught that. If you were to chart the RSI, it's literally like a bullish pennant, and then it's breaking out. You see that?
On what time frame?
Like look at the RSI, the little zigzag thing. If you chart that, you put a line to the descending lines. You mean
a bullish wedge, a bullish wedge,
go back and grab
No. Yeah, you're right, because I thought that earlier, but I wasn't gonna bring it up.
Yeah, bring it up. Try that just for fun. Just
like you mean that?
I mean that brother is about to break out, or if he already has already. So it's just, dude, it just bullish everything. Dude,
yeah, no matter how
I gotta stop. I might go buy some more. Like it's 5 a.m. Like
I mean, no matter how you slice it, right? It's a bullish setup. I mean, look at this. You got a downward move. You got this is what you call an inverted or a hidden divergence, a hidden positive divergence, because you have downward sloping local lows, one lower than the previous, whereas the price was giving you higher lows.
Yep. That's why it's divergent.
The whole time, and that's why it's a hidden
divergence.
Hidden bullish divergence, right? Because it looks, because typically you would think that because price is looking weak up here, that it's weak down here because it's downward sloping. But the reality is that when you're using RSI, you need to be cognizant of the fact of whether you're above the 50 line or below. And that's why I keep them at 55 and 45 to let me know when I'm in that zone.
Yeah, which tells you that the pump hasn't even started yet.
Oh boy,
it's not even nowhere near overbought. Nope. It's like the relative strength is just neutral right now. And the moment it crossed 60 and up,
it's game over.
And then if you zoom out, if you cross reference that with the MACD, which is perfectly crossing, going from negative on the way to positive, it just adds to that too.
I mean, hold on. We're on 57.26 right now. It is February 5th. It's early in the month, and this is a monthly chart. Let's go to the weekly. It's important to highlight that, right? Let's go to the weekly now. Looking at the weekly, I mean, it's ugly. Oh my God, are you kidding me, dude? I think we're gonna be wrong. I think this move is gonna be bigger than 1 1/4.
That baby's about to get up.
Yeah, I think we might see 150 even. Like, we're definitely gonna tag that line.
Yeah, and you see the higher lows. You see the higher lows over the last couple of months. How just doing those higher lows.
Yeah, dude, look at this. Like, they sold.
You can't make this up. I mean, this is the chart.
Oh boy. I mean, this is just. I mean, look at this, man. I mean, we were pretty close, even though we weren't even doing it right. Right? That's the crazy thing. Because we were just following the line.
Is this live?
No. The price is above a cent still, though. It is above a cent still. It's lower than that, but it's above a cent.
I was going to say, what the hell? Oh, that was a screenshot. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. This is a screenshot, because remember, I was painting on it. I was doing a little graphic on this. So that's what we used. Sorry. That's what we used to. Man, I can't put the damn chart up. That's what we were using to forecast what the move could be on the line. Right? And I think we got a pretty good eyeball of now if you look at this line, right? Now let me just draw something, because I just need to highlight this. I just want to come on.
Yeah, I think the only two options is either hockey stick L shape and then cool off, or it's gonna go diagonal. But the shilling point is that intersection. It's gonna go towards that $1.
Right. I mean, I think this is gonna be the range.
And you see the bar, how it says by July. You see how I'm saying by summer, worst case. It's gonna be like either we hit target before or by then.
Well, I wanna highlight this, right? Because we're essentially going to make this move right now. So
that's the goal.
Right. So I think what we're seeing is a precursor to this, right? Because damn, you know what? Holy shit. This is a fractal, dude. Look at this.
Yeah, it really is.
Hold on.
Have to complete the handle. And
Hold on, because I'm really going to highlight it right now. Hold on. This is crazy. Look at inside this oval here. Right? Now, if you look inside this oval, now I know this looks like damn Atari, but just take a look at what I'm about to highlight. Like, if you look inside this little oval, you got a little sideways high, little
retrace, and then boom.
And it literally looks just like what we just went through from big payday, from previous to big payday to post big payday. And this would be the 1.5 cent, and this would be the 2.5 cent. This is what I'm now just seeing.
Do
you guys see this?
I see it.
Joe, Maddie,
I see it, but I don't know what it is like you guys do. You know?
Listen, I know what it is. That's Kareem buying right there. I see what that is. I know the timeline.
That's
facts. This is crazy, yo. This is crazy because, again, we have to remember, this is math.
And there's so many indicators that just accumulating for this. There's so many. It's no more coincidence. Like, just to sum it up, right?
Yeah.
It's doing the fractal. It's doing the cup and handle. RSI is ready to go. everything is showing that it's not overbought. Then you add the not the just the random line, but you add the fact that massive end staking is right around the corner, which will push the yellow line. For those who don't remember, the yellow line is literally kind of the stock and flow, which will add as support. So when you combine all those things plus the bullish action, it's literally like the stars are getting aligned. You feel me? So it's just like it's just math, and there's so many.
It's just
so many
crazy
points
because
almost that just accumulating to one another. It's just like, dude,
it's been a mystery for so long, and now it's very, very clear, right? Like we just saw this little pattern happen here, and it just happened here, but in a huge wave. Right? Like this is what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I got you.
You see that now?
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to show you guys, because what it's looking like now is that we're teeing up. For
Cup
that
and handle, baby.
For that big move higher. And now I see that little smirk on Joe's face. Now I know that he sees it. Because
once
again,
you click, you can't deny it
yeah,
anymore.
because
once you
again,
you know.
Again, this isn't. It has nothing to do with anybody, right? It's just the design of the product, and that's all we're trying to uncover here. We're not even
and that's
trying
what
to.
fractals are. It's a pattern based on the repetition.
It's a repetitive.
human
It's an
cycle
infinite pattern, actually. Fractals are infinite patterns, meaning they are ever found. No matter how deep you go into that structure, they are always going to be there. Nice. So, exactly. So, if what I'm thinking is correct, this shit here is gonna make Yearn Finance look like a fucking penny stock.
Yeah, that's a joke. Yeah.
And I mean, in the sense that what we're seeing now is going to keep replicating over time in a bigger and bigger fashion. And those 58,000% returns are going to be times 20% for the following year, and so on and so forth. I mean, whoa, this shit is unbelievable. If the math continues as such, right? Because again, it's all the math. It's not,
Dream's phone died.
Oh, that must be it. It's not really anything else, right? Like it's just the math. He's coming back, right? Scam rug pull, all that. Hold on, we'll get you back in, Kareem. Hold on, we know you want it.
We're gonna be here for 9 hours. I'm ready.
No.
I'm just gonna be on stream and then go to work. Right.
I gotta get off soon because I do gotta work. This is crazy.
Hey, this is 4:30, right? No big deal.
Oh man. I mean, you know what's crazy about this, dude, is that we're really over here trying to crack this code.
Yeah, I'm just so excited. There's so many things. It's like you just keep finding new things every day.
Yeah, dude. I mean, yo, I did not expect to find a fractal in real time on a live stream. This is super. This is supreme. Like, yo, no other crypto community is doing this. Period.
Can I give my closing argument?
Sure. Sure.
Look at where the chart ends.
Yeah, well, it doesn't
really. Look at the top right.
What is it? Was it like 120? Yeah,
no,
it's like 230.
Right? The next number
230. Oh yeah, the StreamYard logo is
you're right.
hiding.
$230.
Yeah,
we're looking at the wrong part of the chart.
I think that's wrong. This is the thing. I think that thing is wrong. I think it's going to be higher than that, bro. Because you got to understand. These fractal patterns, when they magnify out, and in conjunction with the network effect, like
you guys don't. That's true.
You guys don't understand. This is so ridiculous.
No, I do, because if you look at it from the bottom side, right, the timeline, we're 2021. By the time, if you look at proportion of what we're saying, by the time it gets to the end of that 200 whatever. It's only about maybe 2 years from now. Right. Imagine where you're going to be at year 15. I mean.
Now, let's highlight something, right? Because this is important, right? I'm sorry for that chart because, wow. But let's look at this, right? Because these charts are important. I mean, this is the daily payout. All right, so the light pink line that we're looking at here. Is the daily payout sum indexed returns of the system, the HEX system.
Yes,
so So basically, if you're a staker and you've been in this product this whole time from day one, you have garnered a piece of this 129,000% return. You heard that right. You heard that right. Let me repeat. 129,000% return.
Savage. Hashtag Matt Gaines.
Yo, now I wanna be clear here. This is just interest paid out by the system. Nothing else. This is not price appreciation. This is literally just all of the daily payouts that the system makes in some form. So this is the cumulative sum of all the payouts made in the system. That is phenomenal.
Paid in HEX, which means
paid in HEX.
You can add another whatever hundreds of X's.
Whoa, gentlemen, we must have pumped the screen. We must have pumped the price. I'm being sorry, because we just made a new high of 1.11 cents, gentlemen.
Man, this is crazy.
Wow.
Maddie, I could do this every day. Breaking
right now,
every day after work, man. This is just like
I'm about to quit, right?
This is literally math orgasm. Like, it's just like when you understand. This is sacred geometry at this point. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like the pyramid.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that knows this. Yes, this is why this is so easy for us to see and not for most others. But that now I understand. So look,
how like you're walking around, you see hexagon everywhere. Like when I look at the chart, I just see patterns.
I saw it. Yeah.
So my neural pathways are just so connected.
The world is based on these basic geometric structures, right? The triangle, square, rectangle, polygon, hexagon, even a circle is really a part of the crew, right? So the story goes is that out of those 5, 6 shapes, whatever they are, I don't remember them anymore, but out of those 5, 6 shapes, the world is basically built on those structures and nothing else, right? So once you try to make it more than that, it fails. And that's why simplicity is always greater than complexity, right? And this is why I really make it a habit of studying complex systems, because understanding complexity is what lets you understand the elegance and the simplicity. Right, because like HEX is a great example of that. Because look at what we have. Yeah, I mean, look at what we have here.
You can fit everything. So thinking of sacred geometry real quick, like the hexagon is so powerful that inside you can fit a circle.
Oh yeah,
touching all the points, and inside the circle you can fit a square. And on the edge you have all the triangles.
Exactly. I was gonna say, like, all the 3 basic shapes go right inside the hexagon.
Like no big deal. Like literally.
The hexagon, I think, is supposed to be the strongest structure, if I remember correctly.
Which is why, because it's a circle, it's a square, and then the triangle by the end. Like literally,
all of these.
If you were to fill them up, like doing like coloring, like back in the day, right? You can literally fit the circle on the inner side, the square, and then the little edges above the circle, the little triangles around.
Shit is crazy, dude. Wow, this is so crazy. So now we're looking at the daily payout sum index, and this is now just, yo, man, look, wow. So this number is not in a return stream form. This is just HEX, just in how can I explain it? This is not indexed. This is just the returns outright.
Yeah, the dollar price going up.
Yeah, just the HEX straight out, just whatever the system is paying out. I'm not indexing it. That's what the return is from day one to now, right? But what you see is that the shape is the same.
Yep.
You're getting the same coins, right? The same everything. The shape is the same. The returns reflect that in a geometric fashion. Almost to the tune of 100 times.
Yep. And you see how, like, again, another connecting dots here to extrapolate. You see how the price, because it's not in the return, so the price is following the rate of return of the interest, which is the yellow line.
Yep.
You see how it start to get up in the very beginning? because he runs behind, interest is then he gets up, then he returns to the mean, then he goes undervalued, then he gets up, it goes above, it says oscillation, but it follows the yellow line, the arcing, which is telling you what the next move is going to be. It goes undervalued, then it goes overvalued, and he overshoots, then he returns to the mean, but the mean is trending upward. It's literally almost like a second derivative, just telling you where this thing is going up into the fucking right. So the price is kind of like a stock to flow is related to the rate of return of the interest rate.
And I think the important thing to highlight
This is the yellow line.
Is when you're looking at this, right? It's important to realize that over time, these gyrations are going to get smaller because of the network, because of the adoption, right?
Yeah.
The higher the adoption, or the more the adoption, the less variable the system, right? Because it's going to become stickier. The liquidity is going to become greater. There's going to be more people involved, right? And with more people involved, that means more buffer zones.
Yes. It's just like the S curve, but we're at the beginning of the S curve. This thing's about to get up. It's going to angle more higher upward and then pull off back again.
We're about to enter the parabolic phase, literally.
Is there potential that it's the opposite of that, guys? Because the OA has so much and it's going to hold it in liquid that there's only a very finite amount that could, maybe there could be, actually these swings could be even greater and more volatile?
It could be. It all depends on what the staker class does. If people are educated and we do our job correctly, and they don't want to give away their coin, because when your stash goes up in value and your emergency end stake and you're gonna lose 50%, you're gonna, at least in some cases, you might think twice about doing that. So this is where human psychology comes in. How much people value the stash versus paying a penalty, and it will all depends on how fast we go up. Because if we go up too fast, people will take profit. People will. I mean, not me. I don't care, but people will. ES.
What if we continue if it's a steady grind organically, like where everybody comes in and they really love the product?
Yeah.
Like we do.
Then at that point, your best bet is human psychology says people will just do their time and stake on time, make their profit, because they're already so up compared to their entry point that it makes no sense logically to get hit by penalty. It makes no sense.
So I just want to highlight this comment because I think it's important, right?
It's so hard.
It's just one of those comments that I don't even know why you're on this damn stream. Seriously, you clearly do not understand what this stream is about. This stream is not about opinions. It's not about hopes. It's not about dreams.
I know what it's about.
It's about fucking math. All right. So Wendy's for attendees. I don't know who you are. Never seen your name before. Don't give a fuck. But let me explain something to you. I need you to understand something, because you're on my stream fucking with my show, and I got my homies on here that like math. Right? We all like math. We all like math because we're not here to dabble in hopium. We leave that to the Dogecoin pump and dumpers. We don't deal with that.
Dodge the coin.
Dodge that motherfucking coin.
Yeah, you want to dodge the coin.
Oh, market psychology exists is not math. That's cute, but let me teach you some math first before you think you can do some psychology, because you clearly do not understand game theory.
You deserve a stern talking to.
Right, you do deserve a stern talking to, because you're just talking without understanding, and that's the problem that I have.
I thought he was just joking, so I was like,
yeah, well, apparently not.
Hey,
because
he just hopped in on the 7th hour.
I mean, whether it's a guy or a girl,
Wendy's has been here for a long time. He's hanging out.
Cool. I think he's just joking.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm a noob. Cool. So here's the deal. This is all math, right? Like, there's a reason HEX only goes up. There's a reason certain cryptos only go up. I already explained it. If you haven't watched my first video, then go educate yourself. Otherwise, just get out the chat. Don't waste your time, because I'm just gonna block you, because you're just polluting the stream with nonsense. It is just math. There's a reason Bitcoin only goes up. There's a reason a coin that's infinite in supply, like Celsius, only goes up. It's not my opinion. Go look it up. Anyways. So we're just going to unhighlight this damn comment, because some people just clearly cannot read, and that's perfectly fine. So we're just going to keep talking here, and we're going to get back to
shout out to Crypto Nomad. I love your work on Twitter. You've been impersonating Wall Street Bets, and you who did you trick? You tricked somebody on live stream, and they were like reporting that Wall Street Bets was like
Oh my goodness.
tweeting and like, yeah, it's real. You
I mean, I just find it incredible that after 12 years of crypto, people really don't get it. Yo, Wendy's for tendies, you're a moron. Seriously. You're a legit moron. Like, I don't even know how else to say it. Because all you have to do is look on CoinMarketCap, pick one of them coins that's up there, look at the adoption rate, look at the damn price rate of change, and yeah, you will learn the network effect is just math. You're welcome. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ, what the hell is going on with people? Is this what people hop on other people's streams?
I think people are trading Wendy's for tendies.
Well, I hope so, because tendies ain't got no Wendy's, because that's one dumb motherfucker right there. Like I try to be very courteous and very nice with folks, but when you come up in here talking nonsense, I have no love for you. Zero.
No, I think it's all good. I mean, back to what we're saying. Is like literally, it's just great to see all those formation and then following the shit, and just literally, to sum it up, it's up and to the right. I mean, at the end of the day, and it's good to see how you have those periods where it gets kind of overheated, return to the mean, then it goes under, just like markets, then it goes back, and then you can see the trend. It's all arcing up. Even the red line, you can see from inception, fairly flat, then shoot up sideways, shoot up, goes back, make a higher low, even after big payday. People don't realize, but if you zoom out, look, the red line, even after the big payday make a dump, it did not make a lower low.
So big payday was what, 351, right? It was day 351.
Yeah, right around that. See that double bottom? Yeah, it's still better than the previous low. You see what I'm saying? It's doing the higher low, and it's starting to do the stair. So you got the first beginning of the stair from the April pump, then the sideways action, higher low, then the big payday action, higher low, then I will call it the New Year action, then higher low. You get what I'm saying? You can see the trend, and it's arcing.
It just keeps locking itself higher and higher.
And it's getting up faster and faster. Again, it's like the stairs are getting shorter and shorter. It's recovering. It's faster and faster.
I mean, if we look at that T-share chart, right, just to keep going on this chart here, this is damn.
Yeah, say no more. Hockey stick, baby.
This is crazy.
And this is the most important thing for stock to flow, because it tells you where the mean is. You know how we talk about it goes under and over, return to the mean? Well, if the mean is going parabolic, then you kind of already know where how people like to say, because remember, Richard said it best. There's many similarities with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Which means with hash rate, which means what is our thing? A hash rate is T-share, right? So what is the share rate representative? So once you understand that and you connect the dots, it's not so easy. Crazy, because even in Bitcoin, they tell you price follow hash rate, and sometimes it gets a head start.
It's so easy, yo. Like,
so we're getting the head start, and then it's about to just launch. And then this month we got massive and staking happening, which is gonna push up again hash rate, because the difficulty adjustment is kicking in, which is the share rate. Again, everything is
like
connected.
The T-shares always going up is the same thing as the difficulty always going up.
Exactly. Difficulty adjustment as more people join the thing. So
it's going to automatically.
We're better than Bitcoin, because our shit actually always goes up difficulty. Bitcoin does not if people drop off the network. But, it's good to see that it's almost literally programmed not to go down. Right. And since the price will follow difficulty adjustment, if we're doing the comparison, and ours never goes down because of, again, in retrospect to HEX, I'm not talking about if you calculate based on the USD price, but in retrospect to HEX, just like you have it right now on the yellow line, it tells you where it's going.
Right.
So but it's just, and then the USD is just going to dance around up or down, oscillating, but return to the mean. And the mean is trending upward.
Right.
Feel me?
Yeah, for sure.
That's what that red line on the previous chart was showing, how it was dancing around the interest rate line that was curving upward, dragging it up with it. The same way kind of like Ethereum is dragging up our price as it goes up too. Because it's a ratio. Oh, man.
I mean, I feel like we're
My
dragging
friend is
Ethereum
going
up at this point, but
I've
but
never been more bullish, man.
I mean, this is crazy, dude, because we're
the
just
correlations are just so
just look at these
obvious.
interest rates, man. These APYs. Now look at the return streams for these folks. If they put $10,000 in, they might have maybe 700.
Yep. And
That's
again, this is facts. This is pulling from their website.
Well, hey, look, this
now,
isn't my shit. You can go to this dude's website. You're gonna see the same information. This isn't mine.
Exactly.
So I just want to highlight this. I'm not gonna harp on it, but I just want to highlight it. Like it's all math at the end of the day. So I hope people have fun staking in their little 300% APYs that last 2.5 seconds and only really get whatever they might get here. I mean,
yeah, you get those big spikes and then it's non-sustainable.
I mean, clearly
I got
not.
another piece of mail today from American Express saying that I can get ultra high interest rates.
Yeah, right.
Half
you see
a
the
percent.
framing? You see the bullshit framing? Ultra high. Get out of here. Ultra high.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Ultra 1%. You can't
I'm
even
gonna
keep
be
up with
rich.
inflation. Get out of here.
I'm gonna get 0.5%.
This is hilarious.
And what that means in the economics term, in quant, that means your real rate is actually negative. Because if inflation, let's just pretend that it's 2%. What a joke! When on that. But even if let's take the Fed 2%, and you're getting 1, your real rate is negative.
Yeah.
We'll go back to the first chart you had that shows the GDP, and then that's
on the other one, I think. Hold on.
You that red line that goes there.
Hold on, because I still have it open.
Yeah, your coefficient is down.
Yeah, straight down.
And it's year over year too, which means it compounds negatively.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, it's just insane. It's a slap in the face.
Yeah.
Man. And it was this one. Yes. Oh my God. This one really shows you how bad it gets.
Yeah, exactly. Because all this space under the zero, right? That's the stacking of the negative effect.
Yep. And by the way, this is the US, which is supposed to be the better one out of the rest of the world. If you look at the chart for Europe and ECB, dude, you're gonna run. You're gonna run, bro.
You know what's funny?
That shit is negative.
I would never even make them because there's no reason to.
It's scary, bro. Dude, I feel bad for the Europeans right now. It's scary.
Oh man!
And by the way, looking at this trend, because if you were to chart this kind of blue thing, it looks almost like a descending triangle.
Yeah.
Because you see how like it bounced back, but it keeps making lower low, and now it's about to puke. And then look at it. It looked like a descending triangle over 7 years, trending downwards. And then the breakdown is the zero line, the zero bound, the dark line, which means now that it goes below like that, it breaks hard, it makes a lower low. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to go back to, Ray Dalio talks about it, we're going to go back to depression level. The blue can continue to go down. We all know macro is not changing. COVID is not stopping anytime soon. Freaking Biden's about to print trillions more. So GDP is going to continue to tank, and then the red's going to go havoc down. So if this continue, again, the blue is the leading indicator. Because again, forget the math. Now we're going back to the logic for those joining the stream right now. Blue is the leading indicator because again, when GDP tank, government got to print money to compensate the fact that people got to get checks.
Like every other time.
Which will then create the devaluation of the dollar, which makes the red line goes lower because your negative return gets even worse. Right. And again, we have seen it. This is if you go back to the Great Depression number, you see that blue dagger. Like, there's no other way to explain it. This is a dagger, and the red goes even worse after that.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this outright, right? This is exactly how it fell, and I mean, this is just crazy. It went straight from 1,000 to 600, 40% drop in what looks like a year's time or so. Yeah, it looks like it's about a year's time. I mean, that's crazy, right? This period of time from here, which is the crash. This is 1929. Oh wait, no, World War I. So 1918, right? because that was the end of World War I, and the dollar basically crashed into 1920, ran up, and then in a depression, right? Here's the thing, right? When there's no money, the value of it goes up, right?
Exactly.
And that's why we had this spike here during the Great Depression, which, you know, normally wouldn't make sense, but that's exactly what happens nowadays, which we will see at some point in the near future.
Yeah, because he went deflationary, because when it gets so bad, periods of deflation is very painful. So,
Right.
and that's what has happened. And that's where you get the interest rate was insane.
Right.
And then you were just lucky to even have anything. But again, if Mike plays out again, he's going to go and then run. And then, but again, they're trying to avoid that by overprinting. So one way or another, the value of the dollar is going one way. And
Right.
it's down.
Exactly.
They've played that movie before.
I mean, yo, people gotta understand. There's a reason Bitcoin went from fucking 3,000 to 30,000 in 1 year. There's a reason Hex went 352 times in 1 year. There's a reason Ethereum was at $88 at the beginning of the fucking year, $50, whatever it was.
Exactly.
2020.
People bought and they didn't sell.
Duh.
Yeah, and DXY went to the toilet.
So if Ethereum going from $50 at the end of 2019 to $16.50 today, you know, was unbelievable last year, then clearly people that can't comprehend Hex going to $1, $4, calling it hopium, not understanding that this is just merely math. If the world wakes up tomorrow and decides that Hex exists, this shit is going to fucking 30 and there's nothing we can do about it.
Exactly.
I mean, look at Aave. Aave's ripped for like a whole month straight. 500% since like, I want to say since the beginning of the year. It's done nothing but gone up.
And lending and whatever. So that's why
Aave does lending, I think.
Yep.
Since the beginning of the year, they've gone nothing but up. It's just like Celsius. Celsius last year, when the year started, was at like 30 cents. By the end of the year, that shit was at 5 cents. Like, what don't people understand? This shit is not hard.
$250 million puts Hex at $50 with a market buy.
Easy.
I mean, look, this is the thing people don't understand, yo.
Because out of the DeFi product, that's the best one. The CD one's the most valuable one. It's the one that takes the most economic mass. Again, going back to the formula, energy. Right?
Check it out.
7.72 plus trillion, you know, US and China. And by the way,
7.2 trillion, right?
And that's probably old number.
Hell yeah.
Because they printed even more money, so it's probably higher now.
Those are the numbers that they let you see.
Yeah.
Right? So here's the thing. People don't understand. No other coin actually provides any value. And I mean, there is no other crypto coin, number one. So for people that are just joining the stream, that's something you have to understand. I see people talking about XRP and whatever the hell else. I mean, the fact that you're talking about XRP and the price going up clearly shows you don't know anything, right? Because those two words don't even go in the same sentence, because XRP and price up only happens when they're manipulating the price.
Pump and down, yeah.
That's why.
Even in charting, this is like a death chart. Since the major all-time high from the bull run 2017, it's just death.
Well, let me explain something. Let me explain what happened with this recent bull run, because people think it's altcoin season, and it is just not for every altcoin, because XRP isn't one of them. Because people don't understand the geopolitics behind it, right? Like, people want to walk up and talk, but they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You got to understand the geopolitics behind crypto.
I hate XRP.
Yeah, I mean, it's a joke coin, and here's the thing. I used to hold a heavy bag back in the day. Because, again, back in the day, there were no stable coins. They didn't exist. The only stable coins were XRP and XLM. I'll repeat that numerous times, because I know there's so many people in crypto now that think they have a fucking clue, but they don't know dick. And, you know, some of the people in this chat make that pretty fucking clear. So let me educate the stream, because that's why I'm here. Right, so if you weren't around back then, you were not buying XRP and XLM at zero. And what by zero, I mean less than 1/10 of a cent, because that's how cheap they were back then. You can buy them on Changelly.com and whatnot, websites like that, just like those peer-to-peer markets. That's really the only way you could exchange it. And in fact, back in the day, you can only buy XRP if somebody gifted you with 20 to start with, because that was the only way to activate the wallet, the Lobster wallet back in the day.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like, yeah, people don't fucking have a clue. They just like to yap their mouth. So let me educate the folks. Can you read the full? Oh, okay, Crypto Nomad. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm not talking about you. But if the shoe fits, you wear it. I mean, look, I appreciate your work on Twitter, but I'm not here to placate anybody. I'm here to talk math. You don't have to like it, and you can exit the stream. Not a problem. But I will support every Hexican. If you don't like the math, you don't have to. You can go, keep making your little videos, and it's all good. No offense taken. I'm here to talk math. You don't have to like it. It's just physics, man. You know, you don't understand it, we can talk about it, and we can teach each other some things, but the commentary just really needs to stop. I'm here about positivity and spreading information. If you don't like the information you're receiving, go away. It's really simple, because I'm just here, again, for the math. I'm not here for anything else. I didn't see anybody else doing anything that I'm doing. So if you got a problem with it, act like it doesn't exist. I didn't invite you. So we're going to continue with the talk. The fact of the matter is that this is all math. Just like Celsius, which has an infinite supply, can go nonstop up. There is nothing stopping an actual product. Well, let me rephrase. There is nothing stopping the only financial product in crypto from going to fucking 50. There's not, right? Because all it takes is the realization that it exists. Like literally, like nobody's saying it's going there tomorrow. What we're saying is
that you're understanding that what you're holding is diamonds, right? That's
exactly.
what we're talking about. It's just knowing what you're holding.
Thumbnail, right? Read the thumbnail. We're here to talk about value, right? And value exists at every point in time, regardless of the price of the market, right? So that's why we're having this talk today. So before you come in, you know, making your comments and saying what you got to say, understand what the topic is about. All right. And that's what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about the value of HEX, the value of the coins out in the market, right? Like every coin doesn't have a value. It doesn't. Like even Bitcoin, right? The value in Bitcoin is in the fact that people know it because it's the first one.
Yeah, network effect.
That's it. That's the value in Bitcoin. Like people got to understand that is the value in Bitcoin. There is no other value in Bitcoin, period. And that's not my opinion. Look at the fucking white paper.
Yeah, because it doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do shit. It
Diamonds
doesn't
are a
anything.
Hexican's best friend.
Right. I mean,
nice. I like that.
It doesn't do anything, right?
For Valentine's Day, I'm giving Hex.
There you go.
And Maddie's always giving Hex away. Always giving Hex away. This guy gives
that
one.
Good karma. Making that good karma.
Yeah.
So Richard called that out. He's like, "Stop giving away Hex." It's just like everybody.
It's real, bro. It's a gift. It's a gift, man, and people don't understand it. They really don't understand it.
The reason why Gary called his show "Gifting Your Hex," man.
I mean, they really think that this is gonna be like the rest of the cryptos. It's so funny. 352 times this isn't enough in 1 year. It's amazing.
And another thing to add to value, which hasn't been talked about, which is also super important and still underrated, is it's a fucking complete product, not a project, man. Not from Hopium. It's complete. Finito.
So let me harp on that, right? Because that's a very important point.
To the value, which was, again, like Will said, the topic of the conversation.
So let me harp on that, right? Because apparently when I was talking about value, people making their commentary just weren't around. So let's go back to this little Google search and let's talk about what value is, just again from a very basic level, because it's very, very straightforward, right? When we're talking about HEX, right, there's a lot of ways to look at value, right? And the question is, this is a good way of looking at it, right? What's the value proposition for HEX, right? Let's assume HEX is a company. Let's help people out. Let's assume HEX is a company, right? Let's assume it's fucking Amazon. Amazon is giving you the convenience of not having to go outside and buy whatever, right? You can just order it online, blah, 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 and get it sent home. You don't have to do anything. That's why that stock is $3,000, right? The convenience is the angle. The value there, The value proposition there is convenience. You never have to go home. You never have to do anything, right? So that's the value proposition in Amazon. That's why it's taking over the world, etc. What's the value proposition in HEX? The value proposition in HEX is twofold. Not only does it pay you to hold it, right? It costs nothing right now, right? And on top of that, it pays you interest that you cannot receive anywhere else. And I just showed you guys. And I just showed you guys the proof via those yield farming, loaning, supplying, whatever the fuck things, right? Like every rate is under 20%. Every single rate. Now, when you look at HEX, all you got to do is just go to the website. The bare minimum is 40%. Yeah, the bare minimum for like a 5-year stake is at least, for 1 year, you're going to at least get 15. And that's not including the price appreciation, which was just 4,000%. So, yeah.
And not counting the bonus share too.
Well, that's the thing. We're not counting a lot of things, brother. We're just counting the straight up regular numbers here. Like, we're not doing any fancy math, and that's what people don't understand. This is not hyperbole, bro. Like, this is straight up math, and if you don't like it, that's your problem. Like, I'm not here to appease anybody's emotions and what they might think or might not think. I'm here to discuss the math and how HEX works. That's it.
Exactly, which is the key, because when people understand that, they get to see where the, again, keyword value is coming from. Therefore, they will understand the future potential, because there's no certainty, but at least the future potential valuation.
But that's the whole thing, right?
And this is what math is good at, because it helps you derive what's most likely to happen in that probability. The same way what, advanced technical analysis is too, right? It's a probability game. So when you see what we've been talking about, when you see everything, you see the bull flag, you see the RSI, you see what's going on, then you add to the fundamental, you add to what's going on with ETH by itself, because ETH will drag HEX up as well. You add to the fact that we're talking about all the massive end staking coming in too, which will push the yellow line, which is the stock to flow model, which will oscillate upward. Again, we've been on here for almost 7 hours and 30 minutes. So there's a lot of content gold that I believe was dropped today. And again, everything just keeps making more and more sense.
That's the thing.
And we're getting more polished because as we explain it, we understand it even better ourselves. And that's why that's why I'm having a hard time going to bed right now, because I'm like, yo, this thing is even as I just keep discovering it. It's amazing.
I mean, it's just crazy, man, because again, you got the 4 pillars holding it up, right? You got the price. You got the liquidity in the market. You got the staking and the end staking, right? And it's just, man, it's just it's crazy. And the value proposition, right? And that's the thing. When you're looking at this is my favorite graphic for HEX, because it really does line it up. It really does line it up the best. Now, I'm gonna take this and just fix it, because clearly the words don't match. But the market, right? The AMM, the liquidity. The staking and the end staking, all of those things literally create the value proposition for HEX. It literally is what drives it higher. It literally is what keeps it floating. Like, we see the chart. This thing does not even have a downward slope, and people have the goddamn goal to say that $30 is ridiculous. Like, yo, are you not looking at the same chart that exists everywhere on the internet? Clearly not.
Yeah, have some self-respect, people.
Like use your eyes. Use your eyes. I mean, this is simple. This is simple.
I think it's one of those things where, and we have experienced a little of that earlier, because people forget there was a time, and again, I came late, but there was a time where people were saying you will never go back. Keyword never. You will never go back to 4,000%. And then it was a few months later, you will never go back to 6,000%. Every time he was doing all that, then it's like, oh my God, 1 cent will be ridiculous, man. That's like a 2022, 2023, right? Guess what?
Exactly.
And he did it literally the next month.
When I got in, 1 cent wasn't possible. Period. Okay, and this was back in October. Where the fuck we at now? 2 cents. We went all the way to 2.2 cents within 60 days. I didn't expect that. Nobody did, and that's the point.
And people are going to have to quickly watch. They're going to have to readjust their worldview real quick.
Constantly.
Because once you really understand what we've been broken down, especially the last two streams, and you really get to see, I mean, the vision is clear. And then when more and more people that are looking for it get it and start to front run it, because they're going to be like, you guys want to just stare at it? That's your problem. Let me get all the t-shirts I can get.
I mean, yo, hold on, yo. I got to cut you off because this is just killing me. Let me ask you guys a question, right? When the institutions show up because they have nowhere else to go with their billions and trillions of dollars, they have nowhere else to go. Where the fuck are they going to go? Europe? Japan? Where? China? Where the fuck are they going to go? There's literally nowhere else for them to go except
they're going to be cornered by the market. They're going to have to, it's like literally like an elephant trying to fit in the little bucket. They're just not going to.
Yeah, they're going to spend $1 billion on advertising to say sell your hex, but all of our hexes can be locked.
Exactly. And I need to use that analogy to say this, is that people need to understand that not only share rate constantly goes up, but guess what? The prerequisite keyword, kind of the entry, is you cannot buy T-shares until you get HEX. So if the HEX start to go very, very scarce, very, very fast, what's going to happen is it's going to start to speed up at a faster rate than even the T-share, because without that, you can't buy the T-share. So now what's going to happen is, as people realize what they hold, they're going to stake more, longer, and next thing you know, the price is going to just parabolic.
That's the other flippening. The first flippening is the Ethereum flippening on Bitcoin, and then HEX flippening on Ethereum, and then the T-shares flipping in on HEX, and then on Ethereum, on Ethereum, and then on Bitcoin, and then HEX flippening on T-shares.
It's exactly right, and that's the game plan within the 15 years. I am just telling you. It just, dude. To me, it is obvious, but again, you know, I love to just watch it. This is the key. Supply demand, man.
Trolls are funny. Trolls are funny.
Hashtag designed to pump. People forget. This is literally what it says. Fundamentals. He created the term, and everybody in crypto trying to cheat the term now.
If everybody, you know what's funny? Everybody in crypto wants exactly what they're hating on.
That's true. It's hilarious. You're absolutely correct.
It's amazing.
But guess what? Everybody got to, like Richard said, when you're going to admit you're wrong, everybody got a price mentally. When it keeps going up, they're just going to capitulate. And when they capitulate, that's going to be another FOMO wick. And then they're going to start doing videos and talking good about HEX, because now they're going to be in. Now they're going to have the bags. Now they're going to be like, okay, let me talk good about it. They're going to be like converted.
Now, yeah, when it's already $10 and it's too late. It's cool. I mean, look, guys, we keep talking about this shit all night. I really wanted to just harp on the value proposition of HEX. I mean, look, it's, I don't know, man. I feel like it's straightforward because there is nothing else out there that solves so many problems, so many financial problems in the world. Nothing.
In one. Yep.
In one, right? It's zero hacks. We had Yearn, another one today, right? How many other hacks do we have to let these people slip on by and act like it's okay? It's not okay.
It depends if the hackers buy HEX.
Yeah, that's funny because if they do buy HEX and they're not getting hacked, right?
Yeah, right.
Like they're helping themselves out by buying the most secure financial product out there.
Yeah, like, and the product is perfectly balanced. And I say that to say this is that's why the price can constantly over time trend upwards, because there's always extra meat on the bone left for the new guy, and it's perfectly balanced between either the price going up or if the price is sideways or whatever, interest rate kicks in. It's really like monetary policy at its best.
Yep.
Even the Fed no human could have possibly do this better. It's just perfectly balanced. But it just does it naturally by regulating the system daily based on what's coming in, what's coming out. Dude, I'll be damned if Richard doesn't get the fucking award, like, you know, Nobel Prize. Real talk, dude. I'll be like, we're gonna have to call those people. Like, real talk. It's just
I mean, this solves a lot of financial problems.
Insane.
A lot of financial problems, and that's the key, right? Because this thing,
and as the price goes up, people will have to pay more and more attention. And you watch, it will get the respect that it deserves.
Well, look,
man.
people are already paying attention, right?
Yeah,
they're
because
already
you got
paying
some people
attention.
they're just followers. They wait for that other validation. They wait for their influencer to tell them that, but they don't realize that when that happened, they miss some mad gains.
Yeah, it's already too late by then. That's why this is beautiful. That's why I love the trolls. That's why I love the trolls. I hope they keep coming.
Make money. Don't get me wrong, but
the percentage
return they could have
they're not
made.
gonna make money like us, so it doesn't matter that they make money. It matters that they're late, right? Because right now we're giving them all the information they need to make the right decision, and they just don't care. Like, it's one thing if you just opt to not educate yourself. It's another thing if you just opt.
Hey, we're doing our part. We're sharing the love.
Yeah, of course, exactly. And again, I want to make it clear.
Water, right? But you can't
I want to make it clear. There's no hype here. Like, this is very straightforward. If you did not watch my first video and you're just joining me on this one, then you're just completely lost, and it's your own fault. So
you got another 8-hour stream to watch on top of this.
Yeah.
Now we've covered the bearish view of HEX. Next time we'll do the bullish.
What's funny?
Oh, dude, you can end it right here. You can end it right here.
Yeah, you know what? We are gonna leave it right here.
Yeah.
We are gonna
somebody just watching and hear that, they're gonna be like, yeah. They would be embarrassed.
Incredible. Hey, everybody, thank you for sticking around for this whole time. I didn't expect to do another one. Thank you guys for joining me. Bit Finesse, Valia Brian, El Accidente, thank you guys for joining. And Kareem for, of course, joining me in the marathon. Joe and Maddie as well.
Man.
Thank you
guys.
guys.
I got a notification popped up, and I was like, yo, let me hop on this.
I have no idea what the next one's going to be about, but I mean, I just had to get on here and talk about the value proposition, and all we did was talk about the same thing over and over because that's all we can do, right? In so many different ways to just relay the appropriate information. Like, there is nothing that HEX has that gives you anything negative. And the chart shows it, and that's the beautiful thing.
Yeah, and what I realized too, which is great, and Maddie, if you remember, I talked about this all the time too, which is reaching the level 3 understanding. And I feel like, connecting with Wells, which is what I like, is that things that I kind of already knew, but then thanks to the chart to visualize, to re-hop on it, it's like we just keep reaching a higher level of understanding, and I'm internalizing it, and that's why we're coming up with all those patterns, because everything just becomes more and more clear. Because the more you do it, the more you get it. And it's like you watching a crazy good movie like Inception, and then the second time and the third time you're like halfway through the movie, oh shit, that's what he did, X, Y, and Z, and then like everything just connects, and then you start to see in the patterns, and it's amazing. It's like you're seeing the Matrix. So just that alone is great. So I highly recommend. It's like your favorite personal development book or whatever that, audio program that you probably listen to 20 times, right? And every time, for some weird reason, you catch something new. And this is where repetition is the mother of all skills. Because the more you do it, you thought you got it, but then you get it even more. And I think that's a great way for people to see. So streams like this is really, really important, and just continuing to spread that word. So, it's
an important word, and that's why we're here, man. So with that, we're gonna say thank you to everybody that's in the chat. We really appreciate you guys joining us. Again, this is just math, and the adoption rate is going to determine the range and the price, right? It's not really anything else. So it could not happen this year, and it could happen tomorrow, and that's what people got to understand. So, if you're butthurt because I'm speaking the facts, then I'm sorry, I cannot help you. But if you need to watch the first stream, because I came 100 on the first stream, all right? So you guys have a great night or a good morning. And that's right, they do last a whole hour.
You're right. It's 5:11 a.m. right now, so you can definitely say good morning. So,
Good morning
hey,
and good night.
I'm just gonna power nap real quick and then get up 7 to go to
I'm
work.
not even gonna play myself. Nope, no power naps here. I've been there enough times to know better. Good luck to those that think they got it. I don't
That's
got
just high on life, man. That's what it is. That's awesome.
All right, guys,
Joe?
we're gonna cut the stream. Thank you
All
very
right,
much
thanks.
for having us in your computer screen or TV screen.
Yeah, it's been real.
It's been real. Thank you for hearing me out, and I hope you guys learned something today because that's what it's all about. Peace.
Good night, everyone.
Peace out.
Good night.
Thank you, guys.